And a good morning, good afternoon, welcome back. How was your weekend? You have a good weekend? I hope so. Well, I'd like to welcome you to our TopstepTV and opening call. He's Ike, I'm Tina Turner, and so I'm glad you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And today we've got an informative, educational, and some cool programming for you. Today I'm going to call it Ladies' Day because we both got Deanna, Annie, and Marie today. So good stuff kicking in. But throughout the week, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, buy, no sell, no buy, sell. Anyway, so get yourself ready. It is Monday. We got a fresh week. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, lots of good stuff coming up this week. So get yourself ready, game plan ready, checklist ready. And we're going to start this up and say good morning to our good friend with the rally sweater, John Hoagland.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Yes, it is Monday, December the 18th,
Monday.
and we're going to be focusing on this section on context, risk management, and patience. Eddie, everybody, hope you had a nice, restful weekend, and you're all ready and raring to go for this week. Of course, we do have to remain patient, and I'm as ready as I'm going to get. So I'm looking forward to another fun, interesting, and hopefully profitable trading week.
That's a beautiful thing, man. That's a beautiful thing. Well, let's get to the news. We're going to get to the charts. And Johnny, I read some conversation in the YouTube chat about your oil WKO. You had a nice level that boom, hit it right on the head. So we'll take a look at that in a bit. But U.S. stock futures inched higher, pointing to a possible extension in the Christmas time rally. Do we call it the Santa rally? Should be. We should see something here. Maybe this is what we're seeing. Dow Jones gained 73 points, 0.2%. We do see that the S&P 0.2%, and also the NASDAQ inched a squeezer up 0.1%. So we did see that the Wall Streets were mixed yet last week after New York President John Williams noted that policymakers were not really talking about interest rate cuts now. So move along, nothing to see here sort of thing going on. But the Fed's dovish outlook has also driven a jump in gold prices. Ooh, we trade in gold. So putting that yellow metal on its pace for its first annual increase since 2020. Also, the my market bookie has seen that there will be about a 65% chance that the bank will unveil its quarter-point rate reduction as soon as March. So mark that in your calendars, March. That might be where we might see the first one. So anyway, spot gold prices are up by 0.2%. And Johnny, what do you got for us?
Well, looking at the calendar for economic numbers this week, today at 9 o'clock, we've got the housing market index. Lots of information about housing this week. 10 o'clock or 10:30, I guess, there's a couple of smaller, like a 3 and 6 month bill auction. And that's really pretty much all we're looking at today. As far as tomorrow's concerned, 7 through 7:30, continuing with the housing information, housing starts and permits. There's also a couple of short-term bill announcements tomorrow as well. 11:30. That's the only talking Fed that I see on the calendar so far this week. Pretty sure they're going to be adding some more of those. Wednesday, 6 a.m. Mortgage rates and applications, 9 o'clock. Consumer confidence and existing home sales. 9:30 on Wednesday, as always, the EIA Petroleum Status Report. Thursday, the Q3 GDP final number comes out. Also, jobless claims, Philly Fed, misleading indicators, and natural gas. Friday, durable goods and the PCE numbers coming out at 7:30. Again, that's 7:30 Friday, 9 a.m. new home sales and the Michigan consumer sentiment. We've got the VIX up a little bit this morning, $12.54 index, a little bit lower, 102.4, and the yield on the 10-year still below 4% at 3.92%. Looking forward to seeing what these numbers are going to do to these markets. Eddie, you mentioned we're not looking for any really changes in rates till probably March. So we know that the Fed will be eyeballing these numbers, especially that PCE number, the end of the week this week, with some more data that they can use to make those decisions.
Great. Well done, my friend. Before we go, oil prices. Oil prices moving here. As mentioned, we got to check out Johnny's WKO. Somebody was mentioning, boy, that was really scary. Johnny's levels are hitting crude. What we're going to take a look there. Crude right now. Well, actually, not right now, but earlier this morning, we did see the U.S. crude 0.5% higher, and the Brent was up 0.6%. Johnny, how many times you go to Goodwill? Do you ever go to Goodwill?
I've been there. I mean, we usually give more than we buy there.
Sure.
But,
It's always fun to stop there. Well,
yeah.
A lady found a vase, and she's been watching Antique Roadshow, and she's been schooling herself. She's been doing her homework. She found a vase, paid $399 for it, and it auctioned off for $107,000.
Wow.
Boom, boom, boom.
Well, a little education and some good reward over risk ratio there.
There you go. Also, there's you hear about this Krispy Kreme theft. There was a driver carrying about 10,000 Krispy Kreme donuts, stopped at 7-Eleven. I don't know, maybe to get a microwave burrito or a Slurpee or something. Middle of the night, and the vehicle was unoccupado. And a woman spotted the surveillance footage hovering around the gas pumps, and she took the opportunity to jump in the van and steal 10,000 donuts. They were Christmas themed, but they did bust. They did get her. 28-year-old woman was arrested in the case, and she was charged with vehicle theft and driving while disqualified. So I guess she didn't have a license and refused bail.
Did she eat any of the donuts?
You know what? I'll give her a call and ask her, because I used to date her. Yeah, she's an ex of mine. Anyway, I'm just kidding. This is from the BBC. Yes, the Big Butt Club. And I guess she did. That's why she stole all the donuts, right? No, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today? Let's take a look at this. Take a look at the charts.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I'm excited about
see
these
what kind of
charts.
content we can put all this into. Thank you, Eddie. So on Mondays, I usually like to start with the weekly. I mean, look at this market, 7 straight weeks to the upside. We're getting pretty pricey up here. The market has been celebrating the potential end of rate hikes, and we'll see if that continues. On the daily chart here, we've got our weekly kickoff levels, last week's high and low. We've got one more day to deal with the blur in open interest and volume due to the rollover. We're going to see about 519,000 contracts expire today and settle in cash. So that makes us lose about 16,000 in open interest on Friday, but again, still a little bit blurry. What I'm seeing in this daily chart, we know we've got a big move to the upside. The inside day that we put in on Friday is kind of putting a balance around where price currently is. So we're going to be looking at the 30-minute chart here shortly, and there's a couple of important levels, particularly in the S&Ps, that I'm going to be focusing on to see if we're going to remain range bound or if we're going to change direction from this balance, either a pullback or continuation to the upside. We've been talking about the fact that there is a lot of weak structure down below, but that's only going to be important when it becomes important, if price starts to head to those levels. So I'm going to be using balance to breakout rules. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Here we go. So last week's high, 47.91.75. It's going to kind of cap off the upper extreme of the area of balance that we've really got for the last couple of days. Thursday, rotational, somewhat normal variation day. Friday, on normal variation day that stayed inside Thursday's range. It was expiration, right? Isn't it supposed to go crazy? Aren't wild things supposed to happen? If you look at the volume in New York, I mean, we were talking over 8 billion contracts traded, and again, that's a function of expiration. So what do we have today? Well, do we have any overnight inventory? we started the overnight session here. We're currently trading here. There may be some overnight longs in this market, but nothing too excessive. Been watching this trend line here. We just put in a third point of contact. 1, 2, 3 points of contact. This could be a primary break of balance to the upside if this happens during regular trading hours. It could also be a primary break of balance to the downside if it happens in regular trading hour session. So we've got kind of the regular trading hour session high in a longer time frame to look for balance or breakout. What my primary focus is going to be is on this pullback here from Wednesday, this 47.37 afternoon pullback low. Seems like a minor number, but this is where price was jumping to the upside. This was the extent that it was able to come down to before buyers came back in and brought price higher. So we're going to be looking at this trend line for a primary breakout to the downside and a continuation to the downside should we see participation, meaningful participation down below this 47.37 level. The profile, again, rotational normal variation day, relatively neutral. Market should start to seek new levels to bring participation, to facilitate trade is what we like to call it. And again, still not really able to depend all that much on open interest and volume until Wednesday, because we're going to see about 500,000 in open interest evaporate tonight. So we're coming into a period of time where we're going to have 2.5 months to be able to lean on that information, trade what you see today. As always, anything can happen. We've got more of the important economic information coming out later on in the week, which may keep things relatively range bound until some of that information comes out. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. It's largely the same story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up weeks in a row. There is weak structure down below. Of course, we're always kind of keeping an eye out for that. Always seems to be some sort of weak structure when there's a directional market. Here's the daily chart. Now, I already got an email about the questioning, why are the weekly kickoff levels? And I'm assuming they're thinking that they're kind of tight. Well, we've got weak structure down below. The more we extend to the upside, the tighter the weekly kickoff levels on the low tend to be. The weekly kickoff high is largely based off of a measured move because we don't really have much to lean on up there in any chart. We're at basically all-time highs here. But the weekly kickoff low is getting closer and closer to price over time due to the extension that we've been experiencing to the upside. This market is going to need a period of balance, or it's going to need some sort of a pullback in order to even out inventories for a continuation move to the upside. The question is, do we have the bullets left? Are there buyers that remain out there that are able to come into the market above weekly kickoff high for a continuation to the upside? Range bound, pullback, and we need a whole bunch of new business to come in to push this market higher. Are they out there? So again, just like the S&Ps, Friday's session started to create an area of balance. It was a slightly overlapping to higher range, but now we're inside extended trading hour range today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. Get things scaled here. So, here's our all-time high that we did put in, our recent high that we did put in on Friday. That took out the recent high that we put in the overnight the night before that, or the night before that, whatever it is. So we're getting some pretty solid highs up here that have shown resistance to price moving above that. So weekly kickoff high is an important level. Last week's high is an important level. And again, we're trading sort of balance to breakout rules. Those rules are, generally speaking, If the market isn't balanced, we fade the extremes. We would be selling up above the highs here and buying somewhere in an area down here for longs. A lot of you are shorter time frame than that. You're going to be looking for opportunities, but I'm going to suggest to you that we try and remain patient today. We don't really have much as far as overnight inventory is concerned. Little chance of an opening with a gap in the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ is opening inside value from Friday. So little change in the perception of value of the NASDAQ at this time, suggesting try and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Okay, we got 68,000 contracts in the NASDAQ that are going to expire and settle in cash tonight. Then we're going to be able to look moving forward again at more solid volume and open interest information, which usually helps me a lot, especially with regard to kind of creating an idea of context, right? So we've got our level up here that we're looking at that says, this is a kind of an even top here. This could be an interesting opportunity for an execution. We've got kind of higher lows here that kind of create a trend line. I didn't put the trend line on there because I don't have 2 or 3 points of good solid contact on that. And this is the level that we were looking at in the S&Ps, this afternoon pullback low right here on 16,681. We did look below it the previous day, but we showed signs of excess. So this area between 681 and the low here, 627, 628, is an interesting area, again, for some sort of an execution. Weak structure, naked point of control. We still have a big gap down here from the last CPI number. It's not as big as it was. We did get into it, but we haven't taken it out. So those will be targets if the market decides to move lower. But like I said, when we were looking at the S&Ps, most of the important economic information is due later on in the week, which may keep some longer time frame traders just kind of sitting with their hedges, speculators kind of being pretty close to the bone, not really risking too much. And on top of that, we are coming into the holidays. Sometimes the holidays offer some decent opportunities, and we're going to be looking forward to those. But you just have to be ready if the markets don't offer a lot of opportunity. And the fact that we're opening in range and in value in the NASDAQ says, as long as we stay balanced, I'm going to be reasonable with my expectations for profits. I'm going to be stingy looking for good trade locations inside of balance, and then monitoring if price gets outside of balance for potential continuation. All right, now, Crude.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so here's the weekly in Crude. Obviously, the weekly chart is putting in lower highs, lower lows. We've got a lot of excess down here around that 71 down to 67 area. And I mean, this is 2 weeks where price got below $70 and rejected. Price got below $70 and rejected. I don't know if they've started to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. If anybody knows that, maybe you can let us know in the chat. But now we're also dealing with some difficulty in moving crude oil around in the Middle East with some unrest that's going on in the waterways around there. So that's kind of giving crude oil also a nice little boost to the upside. Here's the daily chart. So weekly kickoff high, yes, has been already tested here early in the week. This is one of those levels that I think that longer time frame traders will look to adjust inventory. There's still a lot of rollover left to do in crude oil. Expiration is this week. Then we'll be able to look a little bit closer at volume and open interest. But last week's high, first break to the upside, we are above it. We're testing weekly kickoff high as we speak. If we can't find new business above weekly kickoff high, I was kind of looking earlier, when I first sat down, we hadn't had this extension above last week's high. That's a first step towards continuation or breaking the downside structure. We've already probably broken the balance structure that we were looking at between last week's low and last week's high. Very important information, probably going to be coming from 73.70 weekly kickoff high. Looking forward to some opportunities there. You have to beware, though, sometimes if the longer time frame does not make an early decision around this level, price can just sit around there and chop you up. So it's a challenging, always a challenging thing to do when that happens. So here's the 30-minute chart. Okay, crude oil is currently up 2.62%. We got to see if we continue to see price above this level and bringing in time and volume and participation above that level, or right now, I mean, it looks like we could have created a failed auction above that level, which could bring prices back into range and back into value from last week. Last Friday, I should say. We've got a pretty substantial gap. Gap rules. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which we may get if we do get a decent pullback. We have some overnight inventory that's currently holding long positions. If they decide to unravel, that could bring us better trade location if we're in the mindset of looking for longs. But watch what happens up here. This will be kind of fun with Dion here today, kind of watching what she does in and around this inflection level. Take a look at gold, the weekly chart.
Got about 2 minutes here, Johnny.
Okay, so medium time frame upside trend is intact. We've got an excess high that was 2 weeks ago Sunday. Excess high. We've got an excess low here on last week's weekly chart. What do we see on the daily? Well, the weekly kickoff levels did not change. We traded close to both of them last week. They weren't necessarily truly tested, so the weekly kickoff levels remain exactly the same this week as they were last week. Important inflection levels where we're looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory. So far, any inventory that they've adjusted has been back towards the middle. Last week's high and low, weekly kickoff high and low are the extremes of the current area of balance. Look for bigger opportunities at those levels. Here we go with the daily. Overnight inventory, not really, nothing, not much. This gap that we had left here was closed on Friday. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be pointing out is Friday on the profile, we left a late spike. A late spike is when in that last half an hour, price moves away from previous balance and closes outside of it. The base of that late spike is 2040.90. 2040.90. That's the base of the late spike. Look at the overnight high for 2041.50. Close enough for rock and roll. Our current day session high also right up against there, 2041, one tick above that 2040.90 level. So it looks like the market is telling us by the spike rules that it is accepting price at lower levels. It's accepting lower prices. Be looking for opportunities to sell strength as long as we don't get back above that 40.90 level. Obviously, it's been a pretty decent opportunity for some shorts off of that level so far. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Let's get down to business.
Let's do some business. Do some business. Hey, remember, only TopstepTV has the biggest and best names in the trading world on our show. You're not going to find any other stream or prop firm, for that matter, that's connected with us as many big names in Topstep. So tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies' friends, tell them. Today we are honored. We're honored to have Deanna with us here for Fast Markets. Power players, Hoag and Anne-Marie Band will be with us here. Bonnie for Top Quiz. We got JD going to join Hoag for group coaching. And Back to the Futures, we got a booked house there. And we're going to have Coach Ray for Power Hour. Lots going on this week, folks. Remember, we are bell to bell, opening bell, closing bell. We'll be back here in just a few for Fast Markets. Don't go away.
How do we fit all this in? My goodness.
Coffee.
There you go.
And we're back here, Fast Market, and we got some trades on already. I'll hit the bell just for the sound effect purpose.
There you go.
And
we are open.
We are open. Yes, we are. Good morning, Deanna. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well. How are you, Eddie?
I am fine. Thank you very much for asking. And we got Andre here and Michael Patak. Good morning, boys.
So what have we got?
I'm short three. I'm short three right now from 67.5.
Looking good.
On that rip higher. Rip.
Opening range is the low of the day in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. I missed the entry in the S&Ps. I got bad trade location, but I'm currently long. So we got me long, Michael short.
I'm out. I'm up 360.
You're out. Beautiful.
Okay.
Good job.
Thanks, buddy.
So I've still got a load of average ranges left, even on the daily scale. So in NASDAQ, I've got the average daily range high at 169.87 and to the low I've got, so that's average daily high, the one that I said, and average daily low is 166.92. And then in the S&Ps, on the ADR high, I have 48.07.5, and then ADR low is 47.49.
Thank you.
Range to play with.
What about crude?
The crude oil, let's see, crude oil already exhausting its average daily range high and ignoring it, which means we could have a high volatility day. Now, there is still an average session range as well. So average session range high is 75.11 and average session low is, if I can find it, my crap eyes. Oh, there it is. 72.74 is average session range low.
Okay.
So again, it could be that we have a long sustained auction at some point because it doesn't look like it's reacting to the norms, to the average daily range high. And
Good.
that can be a little sign of a single direction day.
What is the average daily
John,
range? Right.
John,
The average daily range, yep.
JD, send out that link thing or the levels. I can't find it, so I need to put it up right now, guys. Your levels are on top of your screen right now, just so you can check things out. Those are need levels or help with levels right there, and then Deanna is talking about it as well. So, Deanna, back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. So we had the average daily range high at 73.12 on crude oil. That got ignored completely.
Holy.
So this is why I'm saying this is probably a high volatility day, in which case we have to default to the average session range now. This was one of the problems that I had as a prop trader. I was like, well, I rely on average ranges. Now what? And then I came up with this like modified concept to use just the regular trading hours. So that became my average session range.
All right. So
Deanna, John Jones has got a question. What's the difference between the ADR versus the average session level?
Okay, so the ADR uses the entire 24-hour range, so midnight to midnight sort of thing, whereas the average session range only uses the regular trading hours. So depending on what you trade, obviously that's going to be different start times, probably maybe even different end times if you're like a purist and you want to use the old open outcry levels. But generally, the difference is on days like these, like when we have average daily range that gets ignored, we still have an idea of how far a particular product can go by defaulting to the average session range, just so that we're not lost. Because I know I certainly was lost without this.
And thanks for those levels.
Yes.
You're welcome. Let's see what we can do.
What's up, Trey?
Hey man, what's happening? How's the weekend?
You're quiet.
Quiet.
Yeah, Eddie, you're watching gold today, right?
Watching gold.
Deanna, you're watching Crude, or are you on ES today?
I think I'm going to be watching Crude. So sticking with my one and only, sticking with my tried and tested products, especially in the run up to Christmas.
All right, so those trading Crude, Deanna will jump into that. Eddie will talk about gold. Share guys, share your levels if you have anything that you feel pretty, I don't know, confident on, I guess, as far as areas of importance. It's always helpful.
So I'm just watching this trend line along the top here in the S&Ps. We're just kind of dancing right on it. I'd love to see it being long, just kind of shows some signs of finding support there. The level is at 47.8475 at this time. Opening range remains the low of the day in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, which as long as that remains, I'm looking for potential for longs. So finding some acceptance above that trend line right here, if you want to switch to my charts. So we had 1, 2, 3 points of contact, opening range, the low of the session, and finding possible acceptance above it, just spending a little bit of time above that level can mark acceptance of higher pricing. So I'm sitting here long with bad trade location according to the opening range, but still took it. And now we're starting to see some continuation above that level. So
Nice.
really kind of just looking for a decent move, maybe up to last week's high, 47.9175, but 48.07 half is Deanna's average daily range high. So that would be a very tasty trade if it were to get to there.
Yeah. I mean, with these directional moves, John, don't you just like time stop them if they're not going in the right direction? So, I mean, does trade location matter to you all that much for these?
It does, because I mean, technically, if I caught the opening range right where I should have, I'd be long at 83 quarter right here. But I missed it because I was putting in the stop down below, and it popped out, and then it popped real good. So I had to kind of chase this trade to get into it, which I don't like doing. But at this point, I'm glad I did. We're seeing some liquidity above the market, up at 88 even, maybe a little up at 90 even. I mean, seeing a lot of liquidity down below. So, as long as the opening range remains the low of the session, I'll probably stay in this trade.
Cool.
Speaking of trade, I'm short 76 half, 78 even was the high, so I feel okay about that one. The 862 is a value area high. John talked about the trend line, and the tilt is pretty long. So given all that, I'll probably cover it right around this down here, 50. All right,
Where are you going to cover it?
right now I'm up 1,000.
Okay.
So yeah, just light and tight out of the gate.
Michael, last week's high was 16,887 quarter, and there's 1, 2, 3, really kind of 4 highs up against there last week. It was actually Friday's regular trading hour session high. So that looks like a kind of an interesting spot for you.
887.
887.
887.
What'd you get short, Michael?
76s.
Gotcha.
887. 16,887. Hey guys, when we're trading, so those folks that are in the chat, we talk a lot about levels and a lot about areas, less about technical, but we do look at technical, as John just said, about a trend line. John, if you want to show that trend line too, that would be.
Yep, here it is. So we had the high from Thursday, the overnight high Thursday night into Friday, our overnight high, 3 points of contact right there. So just kind of looking at that as a potential breakout above this little channel that we've got. I mean, it's really kind of a triangle formation, higher lows, lower highs.
Yeah.
Breaking out above that could be kind of the first step towards continuation to the upside. But overall, I'd say we're largely range bound. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Michael, I got a question for you coming from the chat. Ro wants to know: do you have a profit target amount that would lead him to stop for the day? Is there a number where if you do hit it, you're done for the day?
Don't laugh at it.
Yeah, Michael, do you have a profit target?
I mean, I don't know how to say that, but I do know how to say once I get to where I'm at in the 1,000 or 2,000s, I start to ramp it up. Depends what time of the day. So I don't know. I guess it's like I'm a lot about intuition and feel, and if I don't feel like if I'm hitting winners, and then I get a good cushion, and I start hitting some losers, I go in really big capital preservation mode because I'm always looking to lock in the day. And we always talk about if you're up, if you're up $2,000 on the day, I like to make sure I don't go less than 1,000, close the day. Has that happened, of course, but that's kind of the overarching goal. But it's really all my real focus on is risk management, looking for great entries.
Yep.
And if it doesn't run my way right away, I'm out and I'll dance with it to get into a position. I don't know. I mean, so as far as daily profit, if the market's giving me things, and I'm seeing it well, then I'll keep trading.
All right, thank you.
Well, when it gets up to like a $3,000 or $4,000, like I'm like, man, okay, this is a really good day. You got to recognize what is a really good day, because if you're sitting there and you're up 20 grand, I mean that's a kick-ass day. Yeah. So I mean, what more are you really looking for? But to each his own on finding that out. I look at your trade reports to find out what your average is, and then try to be a little bit above that as far as pushing yourself a bit.
That's a good point. Right, I'm long 2 from 74.18 crude oil.
All right.
Sam, I am not the definition of do what I say, not what I do. I am a human being, though, so do what I say, and I may not always do with that. But my big thing is discipline. So if I can keep myself disciplined. Friday, you guys all said I was going to continue trading. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I learned my lesson 2 Fridays ago about continuing to trade.
Wow, that faithful Friday.
Yeah.
Andre, you're really quiet.
Yeah, Andre, you're quiet.
Am I still quiet?
Mike.
All right, man. Better.
Speaking of lessons, we had our Top Step tip of the day. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on tip of the week. So we're going to bring our tip of the week here, and hopefully maybe that can help us move forward here. But we're going to work on that one tip all week. And what do we got for the tip of the week there, boys?
Manage your risk. Nice.
Never risk more than you can afford to lose in a single.
Manage your risk. Never risk more than you can afford to lose on a single trade. And use that stop loss orders to limit your downside exposure. There you go. Always ask yourself not how much can I make today, but how much can I afford to lose? That'll keep you in the game.
Yep.
Deanna, that was great. Deanna, you're long 2 right now?
Yep, I'm long 2. Crude oil at 74.18.
74.18.
Nice.
Go ahead, Johnny.
34.18. That would be a 74.18, guys.
One of my dad's wisdoms was always get out when you can, not when you have to. Risk management is such a big part of this.
Yeah.
My old man always said, get credit when you can, not when you have to. So therefore, I got lines of credit and all. He's like, if you ever need to, and then Andre's brother told me, he's like, always get credit. Because if anything ever
my
happens,
dad's wisdom was let it drip from all sides. So there's like multiple sources of income. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
How do I sound now? Better?
Yeah, well,
Sounds still
Better,
kind of
but
low.
you might want
Kind of
to
low.
jack that gain a little bit.
It's
And
all
people
about
on
it, man.
YouTube in the comments, let me know if Andre's mic is soft there or if it's just where we're listening to him.
yes.
You may make sure you're going through the right mic too, Andre.
I am. I believe so.
Okay.
Fiddling with your
Interrupt
mic,
the
huh?
game. Jack it up. It's
All
Monday.
the way
Let's
up.
get loud.
All the way up. All the way up.
Yeah, I hope it's not a phantom mic because you need a phantom power. Otherwise, it's going to be quiet.
Technical issues, always. Not always here on the show.
When we get our studio, this will never happen.
There you go. You're fine now.
Yeah, they say Mike is fine, so you're good.
Mike is fine. Michael.
All right, good. So it's through Ant. It's not through YouTube.
That's a good question. What is your target, Deanna?
My target, well, ideally would be 2R at 74.89. But obviously, if it starts to struggle or because this is technically a directional trade now.
Right.
So if it doesn't take off, then much like you, John, I'm going to time stop it at some point. For now, it's in mild profit. So I don't need to do anything with it.
Deanna, if it doesn't go your way right away, if it doesn't go your way right away, do you cut bait?
It really depends on the type of a trade I'm doing. Like if it's directional, then yeah, absolutely. I give it like 2 to 3 minutes. And if it's not in profit or at least some profit already, I will just kill it. But if it's a slower trade, if it's like a reversal or a failed auction or something, then I'm willing to give it a little bit more time. I very rarely take like -1R, like full 35 ticks. Usually I will bail before that happens, because obviously I'm working on the premise that my trade is still valid or invalid. So because I'm a systematic trader, I have pretty good orientation points to tell me whether the trade is still in the game or not. And that kind of tends to increase my overall risk reward. So even though my stop loss is at 35 ticks, I usually take anywhere between 11 to 18 ticks loss. And that means that when I do get my big 2R trades, which is 70 ticks profit, it actually bumps up the net risk reward to a lot more than 2R. So it ends up being like 2.4, 2.3, sometimes even 2.5.
Huh. Okay, cool.
Hey, Eddie, what do we have on the calendar today?
Really nothing.
Okay.
I
No
just
number
took a
Monday.
look at it, and it's probably the shortest calendar I have seen in many moons.
The housing market index at 9 o'clock.
Cool.
And that's it, really.
That's about it. Yeah.
We got the Santa Claus rally starting this week, Michael.
I mean, it's been technically how I read over the weekend when I was preparing for the week.
Oh, really?
Santa Claus is already here. Yeah.
Santa Claus working over the weekend.
I told you it'd come out every year. You get like one day.
It's rinse and repeat.
Yeah, one day only. It'll be like maybe.
Hey, we got 1,000 lot 87. 1,000 lot 87. Thank you, Jay Cook. And the S&Ps. 1,000 lot.
Yeah.
47.87. Should we do the trade?
Liquidity.
Guess where I'm doing? I'm putting a 4 lot right in front of it.
I'm selling too.
And I'm gonna get a 4 lot tick above it.
Jay Cook on point.
Nice job.
Thanks, guys.
Stared right at it. I didn't see it.
I think we got Jay going to join us this week.
Wow, he's the one that spotted the 16,000 lot or 1,600 lot.
1,600, right?
What? He spotted both of them?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, that's why we trade together, guys. Everybody
This
here.
is what's up.
All 3,200 of you. We're team trading here. We are team trading. When I say that, it's no different than in the pits. There wasn't 3,200 people in the pits. I don't know, John. Was in the Euro at one time?
No, it was never like that much. Euro was probably 1,300 between the front month, but second month, and all the options and all the options. I mean, it was like one big long football field long pit.
Yeah, it was. I remember.
Yep, 1,087.
Okay, you're short.
Not yet.
Yeah, yeah. Roy, big happy family, huh? Big happy family. 3,200 strong. What are you guys seeing? What are you guys seeing in the chat? Besides 1,000 lot, thank you for sharing that. What do you guys see?
Liquidity up there. Let's get that liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
So what will the play be? Get long, relying on it to get with the premise that it's going to get filled, or get short in front of it?
Well, last time we saw that, we
saw both
guys
play
got
out,
short
right?
ahead of it.
Get short ahead of the first time.
Pulled back real fast, was a quick profit, and then it eventually took it out.
Yep. All right, that's the play. We'll see what happens. Good stuff. Thanks for reminding me, John.
Yeah, it all depends how they assault the level and then what happens afterwards.
Yeah. Hey, Topstep Cameron, help out ZZZ. I did support for the first 4 years of Topstep. I'm not doing it right now.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm
I'm sure you're the nicest support rep.
I was.
I'm sure you were just a peach to deal with.
Of course I was.
He was.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Taught me everything I know.
You left them every time with "Have a nice day." I'm sure you did.
I did. I hope that I left everybody always, because I'm like, I hope that helped. My line was, I hope that helps. Trade smart, always trade for tomorrow. I'm like,
Okay.
This is my best shot here. Mixer, I'm never too good for that. I'm
Never, absolutely not, man. He's been everything in this company.
Every role. Still do it, just trading right now. 60% long NASDAQ, 50% long S&P. There's thousands of traders trading right now with open positions. And if you took just 1,000 of them and you said, hey, what's your bias? Now it's 53% are going to be long. So that's not really a tilt. Anybody that doesn't know what tilt is, look at the very, very top of your screen. That scrolling nonsense that looks like gibberish is actually a data set that we share with everybody that nobody in the planet of financial trading or active trading does. And we can do it because everybody here, majority of people are on sim, so we're giving that data set to everybody here to learn from everybody that has an open position. And you can learn about biases. So trading has a bias, right, John? Right?
Yep. Yes, it is. Yeah. I mean, you're looking at the overall position of thousands of traders, and if they have a bias, it's going to be tilty really long or tilty really short, one or the other.
Yeah.
Would you say a lot of those hands, in the majority, those are like weak hands that are looking to get out sooner than later? And that's kind of what the advantage is? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all it is, guys. If you don't care about the indicator, who cares? It's just how I look at it, because where else do you get we're all in this trading. Everybody's in here getting long or short, wherever you are in the world, whatever account you're on in the world. And that information is extremely, extremely valuable. To me, doesn't have to be to you.
Well, to each his own. I mean, how you use it is
exactly
is value.
Exactly.
All in how you use it.
Any indicator.
Considering today's a Monday, boy, we got over 3,000 people watching right now. And a very sad 106
that's it.
likes right now.
That's it. Man, we're slacking.
I mean,
I am sad.
207.
I got 702 showing.
Okay, you got to reload that YouTube, Eddie. But still, it's Monday. Get in there and hit that damn button.
Tell him.
I still see a negative.
There we go.
I'm sad. No,
I'm very sad. 102 likes.
Let's get in here, folks. Like I said, we got a great week ahead of us. And remember, those that are new, we are doing this opening bell to closing bell. So so we're hanging around like a little over two more hours for you, bringing in some good education, good trading, and we'll do that. But hey, also subscribe. Got lots of things going here, and thank you, Heath B. I don't want a sad Eddie. I love you.
No,
thank you.
And you want to be a part of the Bell to Bell Club, because we're working on ways to reward Bell to Bellers. And in the club, we're in the club because we're here. But
Bell to Bell, mofo.
B to B. Yeah. Oh, the email went out saying 4,000 likes, and Michael Patak will be singing
Rudolph the Ring-Doll.
Singing what?
Well,
I don't know.
I was going to mention that.
Me too. I was going to ask. I'm like, so.
Yeah. What are you going to be singing, Michael?
At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. No, I don't know. That's what I am right now.
We still got to get some likes up here. We had a challenge that did not quite hit it. About Ho getting the handlebar mustache. All right, we can do 2,500 likes. John's gonna trim it down for a handlebar mustache, a little wax, tip that up, get himself a revolver and a Stetson, and he'll be the Marlboro Man. But if we get 3,000 likes, he can pass it to somebody else. And if we get 4,000,
Michael
likes,
singing.
Michael sings Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer
Oh,
live on
that's
Top Step.
it's your favorite
TV.
Christmas song.
I have my
Or
kids.
Gloria Gaynor. Or Gloria
my
Gaynor
kid.
will do as well.
Oh,
He
okay.
can sing Rudolph with Gloria Gaynor. We'll get
There's officially 1,000 on the offer now. It just came out.
All right, I'm exiting $600 up on the day.
Nice.
Well, actually, I'm more up on the day because I traded DAX earlier, so I had 950 from that. But that's a different session.
So
I'm gonna count that.
you're not liking what it's telling you so far. You're not.
Yeah, because it is still technically initial balance, and sometimes initial balance can be a little bit jumpy. So I didn't want to hold on to this too long because that tends to be my problem because I come from a natural swing trader background back in the day, even though it's been a very long time. I have a tendency to hold initial balance trades too long, even though I don't like trading during the initial balance, but because we're here, I might as well kind of challenge myself. And I looked at some data and I realized that even when I had the initial balance trade, I held it for a little bit too long. So this is just a buffer trade for now. I also saw some liquidity around 74.50, 74.52, so I didn't really like that. And so I basically took whatever that was, about 20. Oh, God, that was 30 ticks.
Nice.
Yay.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Anna, one of the key words that you mentioned there is challenge.
Yeah.
You got to challenge yourself, especially in this business.
That's right.
If you don't, you know what, you might move forward at a snail's pace. But once you start challenging yourself, you're going to see a lot more opportunity.
And also find your weakness and then work to make it less of a weakness.
Yeah.
Do you work on your weaknesses or do you leverage your strengths?
I definitely work on weaknesses.
Good question.
Definitely, because they're the ones that hurt us the most, at least in my P&L. So holding trades too long has very frequently caused me to miss out on a perfectly good 1.5R. But I want the 2R, so I'm a bit stubborn at times. So and then I would just watch a trade go back to break even, and I'm like, you idiots. Like, why did you just do that? So obviously I've been writing in the journals and stuff. Now we're talking about 16 years of doing this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So obviously I am able to kind of see the weaknesses that sort of start creeping in every so often, because we're never really immune from that, are we?
Yeah.
They're always there. Like you say, Michael, we're not robots, we're human, and you just have to keep on top of them. So I definitely work on my weaknesses all the time. And as soon as I noticed I'm going back to some nonsense behavior, I try and cut it. There's this like bracelet that I posted on Twitter. Like, I'm not affiliated with them or anything. I just thought it was really funny because it's called Pavlok, and it's effectively a shock wristband.
Oh.
So if you're doing something bad, you just press it and it shocks you to kind of do the negative reinforcement. And I thought it was hilarious because I've been joking with my gold members for years that we need like a distance shock collar. Like if you do something wrong, D just kind of shocks you.
Well, how does that work if you're talking? Like you're yelling at the kids? Is it supposed to be like buzzing your hand or something? Or
Yeah, well, no, you're supposed to buzz yourself because they're kind of thinking that you yourself know what you're doing wrong. Like in the back of your head, it's always like that little voice. It's like, you shouldn't be doing this. What are you doing? And then you effectively just have to buzz yourself. I don't think it's meant for children. I think it's meant for for adults.
Well, they say in the like business management, people management, they should try to leverage your team's strengths. But
I understand that.
Yeah, I understand
The team
that.
strengths,
Team strengths, yeah.
Yeah.
Individual trading,
I know, I agree. I'm just kind of putting it in a different.
It's an interesting thought. All right, we're coming up to these this thousand.
Yeah, we're coming to thank you on it.
Yeah, we're coming up to the housing market index as well here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we do have a number.
Thank you.
It's a light minor number.
Oh,
Also, we got a poll out. Working on the weaknesses, enhanced that works, or both.
Here we go. You can sell in front of us, Michael.
Great poll. Robert Cooney, you're on it today, my friend.
So we got a 30-minute close above that trend line, so I like that.
887 in the NASDAQ, 16887. And go to your levels that we shared earlier. It's a little link. 16880 Friday's high. Last week's high.
Oh, shit, he pulled it. Oh, it got filled or something.
Oh, yeah, I went right through it.
Went right through it.
If it got filled. Jay,
I don't know if it got
did it get
filled.
filled? or did they pull it?
I saw it get pulled from 1,000 down to 400 or 500 right into the
Okay.
number.
All right. There's still liquidity above 200, 200 at 9, 200 at 90,
Dante,
200 at 91.
Jay Cook says filled.
All right. Housing coming in at 37 as expected. Nothing surprisingly off.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice one.
Let's see. 87s, if it touches 87s, makes a new high. That will be an interesting play.
You're 87s or S&P 87s?
1687. Sorry, guys. 1687s and the NAS crack. I don't really like that.
It's amazing how these 1,000 lots and 1,600 lots always get filled.
It got filled, huh?
It looks like it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
You see time and sales?
time and sales. Yeah, Jay just slacked it to me. It looks like the majority of it was certainly filled.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys see from Friday when Michael and Hoag did their pit reenactment? People are really loving that.
No.
That was
Someone went to find a
Michael, what's offered?
what's offered. What's here?
At 80. At 88, John, because I'm short from 88 right now. At 88, one lot.
I'll buy one.
There you
All
go.
right, I told you one. I'm already short.
88
of the screen.
traded.
I'll show you another one.
88
Second,
trades.
I bought one.
Hold on. Sold one.
I see your,
Hold on,
your
checking.
chameleon.
Sold one
I
at
like the market stalker
16.8.
chameleon, Jay. D.
Sorry, what?
I like the market stalker chameleon.
Hey,
yeah.
90 bed.
Yeah.
90
Yeah.
bed. 90 bed.
I'll tell you one. I'll take
All right,
that
thank
pool
you.
profit.
It is new.
I just puked my I got stopped out on the screen too. Hug.
Both.
I took a two tick loser on my card and a two
I'll
tick
take that one.
loser. Yeah, sold 88s, bought 90s. Sold 88s to John, bought 90s. That's a losing trade, but that's
500 offered. It's 47.90 quarter right now.
500. I might. Okay.
Oh, you got
Yeah, I love that. That's so
Yeah.
cute.
Oh, look at that.
I know. It's like it's the epitome of what being a market stalker is. Just sitting on your branch and waiting for your lunch
Blending
to
in.
pass by. Yeah.
Very nice.
D, I think you're the only one who can.
It'll be a wildebeest.
D, I think you're the only one who can come up with a company named Market Stalker, because if I did that, it'd be like,
What?
That's
NASDAQ all-time
because of
high.
stalking, you mean?
because of stalking.
The stalking part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when a woman does it, I think it's a little bit different.
Good. It should be.
You could do it like corn stocks, Michael.
There you
Oh,
go.
that would be very relevant to my upbringing.
Yeah.
Yes, you're
Good job,
correct.
Jack.
Good job, Jack.
Yeah, so that 1,000 lots, somebody cool near $250 million exposure short. So
Wow. Quarter bill?
near
Wow.
What is that notional value? What do you mean quarter?
Yeah.
No,
1,000
wow.
times 50 times 4,800.
Bananas, dude. Bananas. Well, it keeps rallying. That's John. And John.
Yeah.
It's still on the low. Would you say opened on the low of the day, or
Opening range, low of the session. Yeah.
Open.
Are these
That's
all-time
what-
highs in the NASDAQ?
now it is?
It's
That's what
unbelievable.
me and Anne Marie are going to be talking about today is the opening range trade.
Yeah. Oh,
I
really?
believe. I think that's
Nice.
Tune in for that one. Tune in for that.
When is that?
it is at 11 o'clock, I believe.
So a couple hours from now.
Yep. Yeah,
All right,
it's
I'm
11 o'clock.
trying to short in crude oil 74.32. I really wanted 74.40, but while I was messing around, it slightly moved away. All right, so I'm guessing for tradertainment purposes, I'm guessing that this might be a failed auction. Downside.
I see it.
So, well, we'll see. We'll see. I might be wrong.
So you're looking at that little extension above the initial balance that did not hold.
Yeah,
Failed auction
yeah.
for now.
At this point, it's just a guess.
Right.
Just a guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until we know, we don't know.
Yeah.
I like
That's
that,
right.
John.
I like that. I mean, like, when I'm looking right now, I'm like, well, is it trend day up? Right now it's gonna be like, well, it's a pretty good guess thus far. But yeah, it's kind of fun to to get in a little bit of a, not a guessing game, but just to like challenge yourself and to keep yourself fresh and aware. Like it's just like market awareness kind of.
It's situational awareness, but it's also playing detective.
I got a huge argument with my wife one time about her being situationally aware and me. Andre was at that argument.
That was awkward.
Yeah, I ended up being situationally aware, knowing I needed to stop the conversation.
Yeah, and I was situationally aware. I got the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Hey, John, Vizzini's got a question regarding the all-time high. Continuous contract all-time high in the NASDAQ is showing on his platform or her platform 17.7 even back in November 28th, 2021.
Okay.
Why should we not use this level as an all-time high?
That's a good question. I don't know.
This whole idea between the continuing contracts and the actual all-time high. I'm not sure which is which. Hang on a second here. Let's take a look at it. Here's the NASDAQ. So here's the weekly. Let's look at it on the weekly. So here is the weekly chart. Let's scale this so we get everything on here. So 2023, we've got to go with the continuation chart. So that's this. Okay. So not back adjusted, the all-time high is here, 16,767. Back adjusted, it's 17,700, which is what you're looking at. I don't back adjust. I don't back adjust. I want to know what it was then.
The actual price.
Yes.
Yep. Agree.
Yes. And if I have information on the current contract month, which we don't all the way back here for March NASDAQ, then I use the not back adjusted. But that's just me. So technically, without the back adjustment, we're at all-time highs.
Okay. Thank you, John.
My pleasure. And that's
Wow.
just me.
Thing is,
Rob Whitlow, try to reset Topstep X. Just reset it, upload it again, or clear your browser. Give it a shot.
I don't know why, but I got long. I had a working order. Must have been a stop.
I
know,
hate when that
Accidental
happens.
trader.
96 quarter, and the high was. Well, what did I cover here?
So what do you do when that happens? Because I know that I freak out. But what do you just let it?
I instantly take the loss. I've too many times.
Yep.
I'm like,
You have
okay,
to.
You got to.
Because I've seen some people in some of the prop firms that it would happen to them, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm already in. Might as well see what happens." It's like, what?
Don't be the accidental trader. That's just a bad idea. You shouldn't.
It'll, it'll catch up to you. It'll bite you in the butt.
Yeah.
02 quarters. 0275 was a high.
Yes, it is.
Okay, whatever.
How bad?
No, it's just a 10 hand. Right when I noticed it made new highs, I'm like, oh, it's making new highs. And then I'm like, why am I long one now? Yeah. So.
Yeah, you don't want to buy new. You don't want to buy new highs. Look for the pullbacks.
Well, some people would say
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, of course, it's situational, but every time I buy new highs,
here. 2034.70. We get not a new low, but lower lows than we had before. I thought this market was definitely. I thought gold was definitely going to pick up here with the buyers. Looked like a trend market here coming into today, but sellers hiding, and now they're coming out of the woodwork.
yeah, we've got a long way to the overnight low before we'll look for anything there. But
yeah.
I've seen a whole lot in the S&Ps right now.
No, I've been dead wrong multiple times.
It's all right. It's Monday, November Monday.
Yeah, out of the gate, great batting average. Right now, not so much.
Patience,
but
patience.
still holding on to a little bit of a cushion.
MP, your trading style kind of reminds me of like I was watching that Lakers show on HBO. Showtime Lakers, just like pushing it, throwing the ball around like jazz on the floor.
Well, coach did say make at least a few passes before you guys shoot the ball. So yeah, so I do a little dance
before you start trading.
Yeah, I would consider myself more of an Allen Iverson, Jack. You know,
Kobe.
No,
I'm not that good.
Drinking Coronas at a TGI Fridays. That's Allen Iverson.
Classy.
Well, so buying pullbacks is the play thus far in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, whenever the opening range is the low of the session, I tend to look for longs.
Yep. You're gonna be talking about this trade, like you said, a group or 11 o'clock today with Anne Marie.
Yes, I believe so. I think that's what she wants to talk about. So we haven't seen her yet in here today, have we?
Don't recall seeing her.
I haven't seen her. No,
Anne Marie.
Yeah, it's you. Yoo-hoo.
There she is.
Yes.
This is some movement.
Got a. Did you get your vote in? Do you trade breakouts or reversals? Well, we got a vote here. Almost 300 saying that reversals are the hot one. I'm sorry, both reversals and breakouts. Both 44%. Neither 14%.
Neither. So what do they trade?
Good question.
Beaver pelts.
Good question, Dear.
It's a good question.
You know, futures trading is not a market neutral strategy in this way. So yeah. Like I'm not a breakout trader. I'm not a reversal trader.
I'm
But
neither.
I'm a trader.
I'm a neither trader.
Cool. Yeah.
I have incredible
Good
discipline.
question.
S&P's slow. No number Monday.
We get some traders on here that are kind of YOLO traders. I think it's like some of the our partners that jump out of here. Like I just slap it on, and if it hits my DLL, I'm done for the day.
I believe we had one on last Thursday.
I believe we did.
I haven't seen him yet today.
Yeah, he's fishing.
He's definitely fishing for something.
Yeah, that's a nice pullback.
Yeah, it is.
That's why Deanna, you don't hold on to trade. I got into that one a tick off the high on an accident, and I would be getting smoked right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very upset.
You be getting back your whole day right now.
The worst thing is when that happens overnight, you know, before we all learn to press that nuclear button to clear all the orders.
Right.
I think we've all had that moment of coming into the office and just going,
Yep.
Yep.
I've woken up in the middle of the night thinking I have a position on that I'm not aware of. It's awful.
Oh my god.
yeah, well, John was hearing order filled the
I know.
the other day.
I was like, what is that?
Yeah, I think we're all just hallucinating at this point.
Hey, John, real quick, sorry not to change, but was your dad still trading when things went electronic?
No.
No, he was long gone. He was done with it. He's out of the game.
He saw the writing. on the wall.
He saw the writing on the wall. Gotcha.
I mean, he kind of retired for the last time in the early 90s.
Okay, good for him.
Yeah.
I have noticed, John, that pit traders they retired a few times before they fully retired.
Yeah.
I'm a Hodgman's dad.
Hodgman's dad,
Yep.
Waters.
He had a job on the trading floor as well as being a trader. He was the hedge manager for Ralston Purina. Ralston Purina is a huge manufacturer of animal feeds.
Right.
So he was kind of responsible for doing the hedging for all the raw materials that Ralston Purina was going to need, and he was also, as we know, a trader. So, he retired from Ralston Purina early, and then joined a friend of his. They created he created a clearing firm called Chicago Grain. So he managed like the board of trade trading floor for Chicago Grain for a while, and that got sold. So he just kind of hung around and did a little bit of trading here and there, and then just decided, you know what, I'm done. I'm just gonna go enjoy the rest of my life.
Good for him.
Yeah. Well, it's like sports, athletes, they retire. It's like, boy, man, I miss it. And they find some venue of getting back coaching or scouting or
Commentator.
Troy Murray from the S&P pit, John?
Pardon?
Troy Murray. He's the radio for the Blackhawks right now. Won the Stanley Cup with the Avalanche. He was trading S&Ps.
Yes,
and
he was in the S&Ps.
So
was that a Murray family? The Murray family with John Murray and all them?
It was I don't know about his family, but Troy Murray was a Blackhawk, and when he retired from hockey, went into the S&P pit.
Oh, you see a lot of that. You see a lot of former athletes getting into this business, try to recreate those competitive juices and try to fill that void.
Yeah. Now he's.
It is similar.
I agree.
And you get more longevity than an athlete.
That's very true.
Certainly.
You don't wake up with a limp one day from all the hits and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you might, but for different reasons.
That's self-inflicted, though.
Yes.
Matsui, Hoop. I know Matsui.
Vince Evans' brother, Tyrone Evans, was in the S&P pit for a while.
Matsui was on a trade desk with Goldman.
Was he really?
Yeah, we used to do.
Really?
We used to get his business in the Deutschmark.
MPJD here chiming in. A quick Google search has proven that Troy Murray is definitely not a member of the Chicago Board of Trade Murray family.
Thank you very much.
Good job, JD. JD on the box today,
right now.
Yeah. JD crushing it on the box. Good work back there, man.
Nice job, JD.
I know the fast markets moves quick, and I'll be learning how to work the box later this afternoon.
Yeah, and you get Mick talking in the background. It's always great.
We'll be seeing Mick at 10:30 for Chicago time for shoulder tap, of course.
Yes, sir.
Are you in the office, Jack?
No.
Okay.
Then we got Robert. We got Robert on the headlines down here where he says fast markets, blah blah blah, and then you got him doing other great stuff. And we got
ensemble chat
around here. Folks in the chat doing the poll. Vanessa, hey, what's up? Thanks for helping.
Hey, Jack, do we have time for our first Top Step news pack?
Yeah, we could talk some news. I think they were asking about the office. I think we should also get one of those PTZ cameras that can just look into my backyard, like our Oak Park office. As far as news goes, JD, I don't know if you have those ready to go, but I want to highlight this story about oil production. So the U.S. frackers return to haunt OPEC's pricing strategy. The U.S. has become quite the crude juggernaut, so to speak. They've gone from, it was predicted last year we'd be doing about 12.5 million barrels a day, and that's just been bumped up to 13.3 million. And for those that aren't aware, the U.S. is the biggest producer of crude oil in the world. That might come back later. Just saying.
Ooh, hint, hint.
Next up, Goldman Sachs lifts their S&P forecast just a month after setting it. So
5,100.
Yeah,
5,100.
5,100. And I love when you can just change your forecast for the future monthly.
Ho hum.
Makes it real important.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but as you're thinking about Fed rates, I had one thing I wanted to share real quick, and this is good lingo for you traders out there, is how you refer to percentage points. All right. So JD, if you got the next one there. 0.01, 1%, 100 basis points. You're a baller trader. They're called bips. 100 bips.
It's all the same.
Spoos. I want to know where the bips are, where the spoos are. Then you're a trader.
I like it.
That's funny.
Goldman just raises their forecast. No big deal.
We just pulled all the way back to my entry, and now we're back to the highs here. I want to see us take out this 91 liquidity, which just looks like they canceled some of it. We got 97 liquidity. We got 91 liquidity. We've got 95 liquidity.
Hey, John, that liquidity, that was a 500 lot or what?
Yeah, this 91 was about 500. It's now down to 300, so they've taken a little bit off of it.
Gotcha.
But the liquidity above is 320, all the way up at 97.
John, you have 925s, 16 925s in the NASDAQ as your weekly kickoff? Or sorry,
Yes.
as a high, or as the kickoff
Weekly
high.
kickoff. Yes.
Why do you have that?
In basically one of the biggest deciders of that decision to put it there was a measured move. So the measured move that kind of put it there was from here to here, and you take that measurement, go from here to here. That's approximately that measurement. So if it's going to kind of follow ranges, that would be an interesting range. There's not a lot of data up there, so you got to use some measured moves. And don't forget the tea leaves and chicken bones that are involved in that as well.
100%. Yeah.
Rabbit feet as well.
Absolutely.
Rabbit feet, yes.
Poor rabbit.
Rooster.
He's probably going to comment.
Yeah, he already did before you actually said chicken bones. He said it. He was one step ahead.
The roosters.
Yeah, he knew it was coming.
What is this thing?
I like some of these usernames in here.
They're great.
Fun. Yeah.
Sorry, Rooster.
Oh man, I am.
Stay patient. We're staying patient here.
I know.
We're staying patient. No number Monday. This is the last full week of trading, right?
Is that what it is? Last full week. You're right.
I believe it's essentially year end.
We're here already. It's
man, it's crazy. 2024 is coming.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So let's finish strong, everybody. Let's be patient. Whether you make up $100 or $1,000, let's end on a strong note.
Just don't give away your month
Or your year.
don't give away your day, your week, your year, whatever. That's the worst.
I'd say you can give away a day. Just don't give away a week.
Yes.
Thank you, Deanna. That's much more sensible.
I'm ultra conservative, capital preservation conservative when there's 10 days left of the year.
Yeah, same.
Maz has got a question. Eddie, why don't you trade or even mention Dow or the is it the Russell RTY? Well, I don't know. We mentioned the Dow and Jack. It's not everybody. We can't bring it around Jack.
No, you can't.
Can't. No, it's just out of respect and love. And yes, I do trade. As a matter of fact, I'm up today trading gold here on the downside. 442, up 442.
I'm getting tired of this.
Nice one.
Yeah, John, this one's just puttering around.
70 days.
My crude oil is hanging around 33 ticks profit.
It went all the way back up there too, didn't it, Dean?
Yeah.
It did. I was watching it. There was some liquidity around there, so I was like, "Yeah, I'm taking a bit of heat, but I want to see what happens around that 60 level." And then they just went boom, 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 boom. So here we are.
Hoop was sharing something Patrick Wheeland had. Says that Wheeland had a great post on how to handling with struggling period in
Go fishing.
changing his strategies.
Deanna, what did you say?
I said go fishing, which is a great way to deal with it. It's a great way to deal with it. Just walk away, do something else. Awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see it. Yeah.
It's hard for me to imagine Patrick fishing, like
Why?
because it's such a relaxing type thing, and he seems
Yeah,
so.
he'd be screaming, "Come on, take it, take the bait, take the
Bite
bait,
the-
take the bait, take the bait,
Why are
bite
you
it
biting?
now."
Somehow I don't think we're seeing the full personality with Patrick.
I think you might be onto something, Deanna.
Yeah.
I think you might be onto something, Deanna.
No comment. over here.
Well, we got to put some pressure on him to come out to Vegas in March.
Mm-hmm.
We need to see.
He's got to bring a team. We're working on a Topstep trading league, TTL, think NFL, think Topstep, think Topstep TV, think ESPN, meets CNBC, meets Barstool, all that kind of stuff. So we're really, next year is going to be really exciting because we're going to just lean into community even more. And team trading is kind of an exciting idea that I think we've all been talking about. Think esports, call this T-Sports. We're looking to rent out an esports arena to there. And just come there and trade. And there's going to be some team brackets as we're going to start next year. Some these power players, influencers, YouTubers are going to be having their own teams, and they'll be able to basically recruit anybody from the funded level. We have thousands of people at the funded level, so it's like, those are the ones that. So all you have to do is just trade, keep trading, keep doing what you're doing. If they pick you up as far as a team member, they're just grabbing your P&L for however many days they keep you as a starter on the team. So they'll be like the head coach, so to speak.
Cool. I just took another $640 from crude oil.
Yeah,
It's kind of it's doing things, and we have that single direction day as well. So this was against that, and right now I'm seeing some liquidity around those levels. So again, I would rather take 1 hour and then wait for a setup that may have more context within the day's narrative.
Yeah.
Dana, you got some really great consistency.
Oh, thank you.
You are.
Very well.
You got great. Yeah, you got great downside control too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, mostly. There are certain days where I will be, something throws me off, and then I'm like, whatever. But usually I then stop after a couple of trades if I can't really read it, and I feel like I'm not on the money that day. I'll just be like, you know what, this is not happening. I'm out. But yeah, for the most part, I am very, very consistent. It didn't come easy. I used to be a total grasshopper, which is why I know how it is. So I've worked very hard to curb my overtrading tendencies, and it took probably about 9 years to really get that consistency.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. So what you're seeing is a result of lots of journaling, a lot of writing. Like I call it the Bart Simpsoning. I used to punish myself, and I do the same for my gold members. Yeah, but I just get a notebook. But whenever I do something stupid, which leads to, a horrible loss, I would make myself write at least 50 times before I go to bed. I will not move my stop loss. I will not move my stop loss. And then after that, your hand starts to hurt. And you're like, God, why do I? And I do it for 7 working days. So even though it's like the weekend and stuff, there's still consequence. So you have to tell yourself there's a consequence for a bad trading behavior. And that worked for me. Like it really sorted out a whole bunch of problems that I had.
My therapist helped sort out all the problems that I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to do therapy, but I don't know. It just wasn't really. What kind of therapy did you do?
Self-help shit. I mean, Jack anything, man. No, I like to constantly work on and understand myself. I think if you don't do that, I think you just make life a little bit harder.
See, I come from a culture where going to therapy is still seen like a very big taboo thing.
Really?
We're Serbians, come on, man. We're like, we're manly men. We don't do therapy. And then women are like, what? No, everything is fine. And like everybody just pretends that things are great. And so obviously I did try therapy, but the therapist kept referring to me as like, oh, you must be a workaholic. And I'm like, no, I think I have a pretty good work-life balance. No, but you're a high achiever. Yeah. But so that means you got to push yourself. Well, yeah, when needed, not all the time. I'm not a lunatic.
Yeah, that's kind of mine too. Like I'm just like, wow, I'm doing well, but why aren't I happy? Blah blah blah. I am happy, but why can't I stay happy? Blah blah blah. And you work on those things and just asking questions. And 9 times out of 10, it's just like, having somebody to bounce things off of, and then you're like, yeah, okay, I'm good. I'll see you next week.
I usually do it with like relationship stuff because, although I'm very intuitive when it comes to like trading and data and stuff, I'm actually not that great at reading people, and I can be accused of being very cold, arrogant, unapproachable because I think I don't react to things emotionally like most people do.
And they just don't know you.
No, it's even we're talking people closest to me.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think it's a slight misconception because I think I just have a higher threshold for what should be, should be eliciting an emotional reaction. So for me, I've been through wars. So that's a big trauma, right? So for me, they're having, slight problems with cash flow or some ridiculous thing. That's not a cause to freak out. Whereas many people are like, oh my God. But when we got ourselves into like some trouble many years ago, we were like, okay, so some people freak out. But I was like, okay, what can we do? Okay, we can do this, we can do that. You do extra jobs, you do this. You make bad choices in life. You have to deal with it. But I wasn't going to just sit there and just go, oh, boo-hoo, life is just so mean. No, I try and find a solution. And I think, Michael, you're similar.
Yeah, grab the bull by the horns. That's kind of a big thing.
Yeah.
Like, who else is going to help you out? Come on.
Exactly.
Self-love.
Yep.
Yeah.
My therapist is at the dispensary.
What would you like today, Eddie?
Is Dr. Cush in?
It's Dr. Cush.
Oh, God.
No, but AK-47 is. They have the funkiest names for marijuana strands. You're like, it sounds like a skate shop. Yeah, you go in there, it sounds like a skate shop when you're in there. Yeah.
So Anne Marie Ben says, I know what you are talking, exactly what you're talking about. I get accused of being flatline with my close relationships.
Yeah. And it's not true. Like I care deeply for people who are closest to me. It's just, I'm not a super affectionate person, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not a very physical person. I feel very uncomfortable when people who I don't know hug me. I'm like, why are you hugging me?
Same way. Wow, I'm the same way. Yeah. Got to put a big thing is put them in I statements because they're like, what?
No,
I feel there's no use.
Oh boy.
Right. Okay.
I know. Let's move on.
Oh boy.
It's great. I love this.
It is great. I've been hearing him talk about this. Like he gets it from his self-help books, and then he reflects.
I don't get it from myself. I read those when I was like in my mid-20s.
I love it.
Yeah. Build a foundation. Yeah.
Michael, I appreciate it because I'm a hugger. You always give me a hug.
I do. Well, you're my big teddy bear, so I gotta. Okay, guys, the markets. We're talking this stuff.
It's a little quiet right now. Market's a little quiet.
Yeah, I've trimmed my risk on this. We've been to my entry point so many times. If it happens again, I'll be upset. So I'm basically just locked in a 1 point profit on this. I'm hoping it doesn't go there. But as far as a target is concerned, I mean, if we can take out last week's high. This thing, it could keep going. You don't want to sell a quiet market, right?
Well, yep. What was last week's high again, John? Sorry.
47.91.75.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Hey,
we always. Sorry. Yeah. No, go. Yeah.
After you.
Oh, I just said this is a time of day when the equities like to consolidate for the day. I don't know why. It's been happening since COVID. So just something to take note. Yes, it might go higher, but we may have a couple of hours of absolute nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they haven't taken out the IB high yet, so that's one thing.
Mm-hmm. Came close.
Now it's pulling back. So I don't know. I'm going to be okay with whatever happens. There's no risk on it. If it goes to the moon, fine. If I get stopped out, fine.
Cool. Sorry, you were saying
I'm going to be a good loser.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to get a poll in here. I know that it's we've got the Christmas holiday coming up next weekend, and one of the things here, the numbers that we had prior, was this year a lot more people were buying online. $9.4 billion more.
Wow.
Online this year than last year. And I want to get a poll up here and to see if you had purchased anything online for the holiday season, for Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever, New Year's, if you went online and purchased it. We can get a poll up here. And since it is the last week until our Christmas holiday.
So basically, we're looking for online shoppers, right?
Online shoppers. Did you shop online this year?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't everybody?
Yeah.
Well, $9.7 billion more dollars. Yeah.
I have a problem with like clicking buttons to like order food deliveries and stuff, because now everything's like groceries, takeaways. Everything is on an app. And since COVID, I've just defaulted to that. So I don't even go out anymore. Like I'm a total hermit now. So it's like, I need some food. Click, click, click. Click.
Tap. Yep.
You know what? I tell you, I do the same thing. Like yesterday, we had like 4 cases of water delivered, and I'm using usually the liquid. I mean, those things are heavy too.
Yeah,
So
very, very heavy.
I'll pay
yeah.
a kid $10 a tip to deliver some water to my house. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think
Use
a lot of people do it now.
Yeah. Well,
It doesn't-
considering 352 votes, 24% said no.
Huh.
Okay. All right.
I told you I've never seen the poll 100%. I've never
will. You never will.
Even when we're like, hey, you having a good time tuning into Topstep TV, and you get like 20% say no, I'm like, why
Why watching?
I would have shut it off a long time ago.
I imagine if we do something like, are you using oxygen right now? Yeah, we might get 100%.
I don't even know, Eddie. I don't know.
Eddie, it's the internet. No such thing exists.
There's always that one.
Yeah, I'm just taking nitrous oxide right now. I'm taking...
Well, you want to talk about oxygen?
Yeah.
I am using oxygen, actually.
Oh, you got the tank.
I always have the tank.
Really?
I always have the tank, yeah.
Yeah.
They sell those for like $50 at the at every gas station here in Colorado.
Really?
I get them on Amazon in sets of 3, so it's pretty handy.
I didn't even know you
just-
could get that.
It just kind of clears your head, it clears your head. It's really cool. If you're struggling to go to sleep, sometimes I can't sleep, and I just take a few slurps of that, and it just relaxes me. So
It does the trick.
Yeah.
Wait. You said is it liquid or is it?
No, it's gas. So you press it, and then it basically just it's literally like a portable oxygen bottle. So instead of taking pills and stuff, I can't do sleeping pills. They make me like super groggy. It's really bad. So yeah, I prefer this.
I'm gonna try that.
We called those whippets in high school.
Well, what did you call them? Whippets.
Oh, but yeah,
no, that's not Deanna. They're being idiots.
Yeah. So is that poppers? Same thing in here.
Yeah.
The laughing gas.
Poppers, poppers. Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Of course I do. Come on.
I don't know. Like,
what do you think we do on Rock Gigs?
I didn't. Yeah, I know. I didn't know poppers traveled like that. I thought that was just.
Of course. I mean, you go to our local park, and there's like little pieces of stuff strewn everywhere. There's actually a petition to try and clear that because we have a lot of homeless here, and they're all on it. Like it's really quite worrying. Yeah.
I gotta try that.
Mm-hmm. Not poppers, oxygen.
Oxygen,
yes.
Oxygen.
Yeah, like Dennis Hopper and Blue Velvet.
Hey, Nasdaq 70%, Michael.
You got that.
I know I'm long, but I think I'm way early.
Could
I
be.
think I'm way early.
Might
I'm
be
long
some
from
room.
80s. I'm long from 80s. Give me a good pop and I'll feel good, but
Poppers
go my
pop.
way. Pop. Give me. We used to call them crackers. We'd have to go buy a cracker.
Yeah, all that. Wow, this Monday's taking a turn.
Over here we have Christmas crackers, but that's an entirely different thing.
Yes.
They're very, very family oriented. I don't know what you guys have it over there.
Uh-huh.
Look at equities.
All right, I'm getting out. This thing's funky.
It's not an easy trade right now.
No, I've been dead wrong since I've been right and back to scratch.
Hey, Deanna, how's oil looking? Is it one direction like you said, or did it continue in one direction?
No, we had a failed auction.
Okay.
So it's almost down to the edge of the initial balance to within 15 ticks. So it's basically retraced. It was that first trade I did. It's a good thing that I exited because otherwise I would have been caught up in this. And back in the old days, this is what would happen to me. I would do an initial balance trade, hold it too long, and then I'll be like, oh no.
So how did you learn that? Let's talk about that. How did you learn? How did you learn that you need to get out and not hold it too long?
Well, I noticed that for the initial balance, the moves that I'm seeing are just not as long-lived.
Right.
Anything that happens after the other time frame participants step in, which is when you get the extensions of that range, the first hour of trading range, that's the trade that you can hold longer. But anything during the initial balance, it's like tug of war, up and down, up and down. Even if you think it's a unidirectional day, there's still a chance that it's going to be quite whippy.
Yep.
And it was just data and just writing things down and checking against statistics and like how many times did this happen. And even if you're not a coder, you can still like go and visually see what's happened, especially if you have some kind of a market profile tool that allows you to separate the sessions. So
Right.
you're only looking at the active session. It's easy to see, right? So see how many times the move holds and how on average, how long does it hold for? So if it doesn't hold longer for 20 minutes, that means that your trades that you're doing in a single direction probably shouldn't be longer than that either.
Perfect.
So I just literally took a long time to collate all of that data and to aggregate it into something that I can use. And since I've been on Topstep, obviously we want to do trades.
Sure.
And I will say that this is out of my comfort zone to trade
Agree.
during the initial balance. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Agree.
I'm usually just like, I don't want to trade for the initial balance, so I'm just going to wait. But then, it's tradertainment, and to me, it's a challenge because I don't like trading during the initial balance, but I want to,
Right.
and I want to get better at that. So I started relying a lot more on the ladder, and just looking for those shorter opportunities that come my way, and then still getting involved in my larger trades as and when required, and when the time of day is right.
Amazing.
Deanna,
Seems to be working for you.
Yeah, great answer.
Yeah.
For great insight.
That's
That's years and years of experience right there, just being handed over in 4 or 5 minute bit. Like, yeah, that's.
And I love how we forced her on Topstep TV. She's like, well, for tradertainment, it's like going to a pool party and be like, I don't want to swim. I don't want to get your ass in the pool.
I know. I got to get my ass in the pool right now. You ain't wrong, Michael. You are not wrong.
Yeah.
And then also, I would probably stick it to like one lot and stuff. And then you guys are like, oh, I'm trading 4 lots. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to be trading just one lot then, am I? What am I doing?
No,
like usually I trade like 18 and 20. Yeah. So it's like,
Danny trades is trading 25 lots on the close.
Dana trade. Yeah, 25 on the
That
close.
was wild.
it's nuts. Yeah.
I would like to see our where we're at on the leaderboard. He was up there on the live funded trader leaderboard.
We'll have that, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Hot streaks.
coming
Yeah.
We won't today.
Hey,
We're meeting with the data folks to get that sorted out.
Awesome.
Yes.
Just a real quick change of Rooney here. We're going to be having power players, Jack, myself, and Coach Jay at 11 o'clock. And Anne-Marie, we're going to have her at 1 p.m. Central Time with Hoag. So a little switch here and there, but we will still be having Anne-Marie on today with us. Yes.
Definitely tune in for both those. Definitely tune in for that opening range trade. It's been I know this one kind of petered out on you there, John, but it's definitely been profitable more often than not, I would say.
Yeah, I've been in it so long and it didn't go anywhere. So
Yeah, this
just
market
got
didn't go
out.
anywhere.
50
Did you
bucks.
get out?
Yeah, it just hit my stop for 50
Okay.
bucks.
Okay.
You lock in profit?
Positive for the day so
Attaboy.
far, but
Hell yeah.
not what I was looking for. So we're out.
Real quick, I wanted to show something related to polls when Eddie was talking about oxygen.
Yeah.
When you do something on the internet, there's always going to be jokers. There's this poll from back in 2021. We can pull it up, JD, that polled 1,200 Americans about which animals they think they could beat in a fight.
Oh God.
Okay, and it ranged all the way from like a goose or a cat, but like here's where the jokers come in. 6% of Americans think that they could beat a grizzly bear in a fight.
Really?
Oh my goodness!
I like the bottom of this list. I like those answers.
Those 6% are at Gold's Gym right now.
Gorilla, elephant, lion, grizzly bear.
Notice there's no shark.
Yeah, no sure.
I
Good
know
point.
are being joked, but like, who are the 2% of people that said that they could beat up an elephant or gorilla, but not a grizzly bear?
Good call, Jack.
That's 8% for those. I
I
mean,
really saw this. You brought this up before, and we were like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold up.
so thanks for bringing that in, JD.
Thank you, JD.
I'm not even sure I could beat a rat, to be honest. They're bloody fast,
Yeah.
You starve to death before you catch it.
Speaking of animals, one of my dogs got bitten by a spider on a Friday.
Oh no.
Yeah, in his eye. And he came in, and I thought he was just like playing with one of the others, and then it just started like turning into absolute horror. So I spent my Friday at the emergency vet clinic to try and see what's happened. And he's now in a cone. He hates it. He's super depressed. Poor boy. Yeah, but he'll be fine. It's okay. It didn't get into his eye or anything. It's just above his eye.
Yeah, I hate it when they put that cone on me.
Hey, do you guys, NASDAQ folks in here, is this a pullback?
To me, it's a pullback. As
What-
long
what
as the
chart-
opening
what are
range
you looking-
remains below.
Are you looking at the 5 or 30, Michael?
Both.
Yeah, I see what you're seeing.
Well, it's a good pullback. I mean, sorry, is it a buy the pullback? Jeez, that's what I meant. I get the
Opening range
pullback.
is the low. I'm looking for buybacks for pullbacks to buy.
Yeah, yep.
Well, VWAP might be a good area for a bounce. I have the overnight VWAP here at 168.71.75.
168, 71, 75.
Yeah.
What?
Come on.
Mine's saying 60s.
It depends on the settings of VWAP, because if you anchor it to different start times, it's going to vary somewhat. And I mean, I can show you the session VWAP if I change the start time. So that's going to probably be somewhere quite different and a little bit higher. Yeah, so that one is already gone. So we've already gone through it at 168.87.55. But I like the overnight one because it takes in the overnight information as well. It has to be better for pullback plays.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much the standard setting, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you put it on.
I
there,
mean, I actually anchor it to London start time.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because that's the first active session, effectively, that has significant volume.
So that's at the beginning of 2 a.m. Central, right? London Open.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it.
So I'm calculating. I'm like, is it? Yes. Yeah. So here it is, 71.75, and it's already pulling back from it.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah. Got it in the S&Ps.
Yeah, intruder.
alerts, yeah.
Spiders are loose.
They bit him.
So real quick, I can show some of our stats. We have hot streaks.
All right. Who's hot?
Who's hot? Who's not?
Who's hot?
Remember that website back in like early 2000s?
Were you ever on it, Michael?
I don't know, dude. Probably not.
Oh, I thought you were on one of them. Or sorry. Go on, Jack. Sorry. Here's a
We got some disruption up at the top here on the funded hot streaks. And JD, I know you have a mic and you can
Look at
pilot
that.
these. Who'd we lose?
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up right now. Hang on. I have a name for you.
Fred H.
24
up there, right?
24-day win streak.
24. I think we had was it Carlos maybe?
Carlos was a while ago.
Carlos was a while
Anthony.
ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Massimiliano, no longer.
We'll go show Friday's best P&L
John Jones.
first, and then we'll come back with these. So Friday's best P&L. Here they come.
18 large.
Wow.
18 large.
I've seen Piranavana. Varan? I don't know.
Ranavan.
There you go. They've been up here a few times, I believe.
Yeah, I recognize his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Kind of
that's
a
how
unique
he got
name.
to the live account.
I see.
Got
Okay.
it.
I love seeing our best traders on P&L wise
That's fun,
are
man.
live, because that means our risk management team pretty damn good at pulling people up to live account.
Yep, Piranavana is having quite a good month. We've seen that name up here at least a half a dozen times in the last couple weeks.
Damn, well done.
And
Are they on-
our
Are they on here in chat? Are they on here? If you're in here in chat, and that's either of these, any of these people, are you, pipe up and say, "That's me."
That's me.
And that name for the hot streaks was Joseph F.
There it
who
is.
Fell from
Okay.
grace after 27 days on the
Still
hot
a hell
streak
of a
list.
run. That's a hell, yeah.
If anybody here is on the hot streaks, pipe up and say, "That's me." We love to know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the chat's been super supportive of the traders that are brave enough to say, yes, I'm here when we're talking about them on live television. Like Wally G and Shoulder Tap. That was really cool.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah, they get lots of love here. What are we looking?
What
Oh,
is
50-50 tilt. Fiddly in the middle.
50?
We'll see
The
what's-
S&Ps took us right back down to the opening range and
Boy,
bounced
John,
off of
they
it. It
they
happens
sure
to be
did.
right at the high of VWAP or right at VWAP as well. High of the opening range. Let's see if I can get another shot at it here.
Yeah.
Brandon, you say, am I over trading right now? I don't know.
Yeah.
I give
If you
away
think you are, you are.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Johnny. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Even if I'm just crossing the line by a toe, which I do feel like I am. I gave away my days thus far. I'm scratched on the day now.
Well, second best day
Second best day.
so far.
Monday, there's a lot. This is an opportunity making machine, I've always been told, being a trader in the markets. So patience.
There is 1,000 offered at 47.87 in the S&Ps.
I missed it. You saw that?
Right there.
Where was the first one at?
It was up near
87
the-
even?
Yeah, I think it was
Jay Cook. Where are you?
87, right?
I believe so. You said 87.5 has 1,000 sitting on it?
Now there's 87.5 has 1,000 there.
Gotcha. 87. Thank you, Jay Cook. Oh.
87. Where's okay.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
There it is. There it is. Guys, if you don't have your ladder up, you probably won't be able to see this. I call it a ladder. It's a dome in the new trader world. And you'll be able to see that big working order at 87.5. Oh, Deanna, you still have an intruder going on there.
Apparently, yeah, the house is being
Girls.
robbed. So
Apparently the house is being robbed.
Yeah, so when we see a big number like
Yeah,
this, I mean, it's probably one or two large orders, but a lot of other smaller orders. He's still got probably 200 or 300 that are not one of the big traders that has this whole thing here.
Mhm.
But you know, when we're looking at the dome, I mean, we're looking at 100 to 200 on every bid and offer most prices.
Mm.
The fact that there's 1,000 there, that is somebody who is big, that wants you to see it. They're you know, whether they get it done or not, they put it there for a reason. They want us to see it.
And for that reason, I decided to get long with that exact intention. So I'm long 84 in the orders, Robert.
I kind of like that. Oh, and guys, it's Dom, not Dome. But I'm calling it ladder, guys. I don't use
Dom?
Dom.
Depth of money.
I don't know what it's called. Dome.
All right, whatever.
You
Yeah.
say it is.
There's three
I
ways
call
to
it a
say it.
ladder. It looks like a ladder. You climb up. It's
Yeah.
You know, it's that we've called it ladder in the trading pits, and we were the first ones to ever use the term that I know of until about 2010 when more people started trading electronically and they started calling it, well, depth of market. It shows you the depth of market. So
Well-
like brokers and all that wouldn't call it the ladder. They called it
But
depth of-
technically, it's depth of market ladder, isn't it? Which is where
I
it comes
thought
from.
it was. Somebody
Yeah.
should Google that one. I wonder if that is.
Yeah.
Dumb.
I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but yeah, I always thought it was the full name, depth of market ladder.
Yeah.
And then some people call it ladder, some people call it dome or dome.
Dan's had enough.
No, I just find it funny. It's like VWAP as well. Some people say VWAP,
Up.
some people say VWAP. Like, which one is right? I don't know.
Well, there's the British and the English version. Or the,
Oh, is
the
it?
US
Okay.
version. It's
Oh,
VWAP.
I got corrected on
VWAP.
shaken
VWAP.
and shooken. Shaken and shooken was
Oh,
the one
that
I got
day.
corrected on. Well, that day I was getting corrected. I think sometimes you can just use your words how you feel comfortable to use them.
Yeah.
I think we all know what a dom or a dome is.
Mm. Yeah, and then the rest of the internet is going to rip you a new one
Oh,
because
whatever.
you said something.
Yeah.
God bless the internet.
I've been there. Yeah.
Now, if you're one to use the Dom, are you a Dommer?
No.
Oh, here we go.
He's Milwaukee. He's from Milwaukee, right, Eddie?
Who?
I think you're about Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh.
Oh yeah, that's what.
Oh,
I talking about Dahmer.
All right, so we're now we did this pullback. We got a little consolidation happening.
Mhm.
No real rip off of it. So if you're buying dips under a year long,
I am.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, we're still
I'm trying
breaking
to cheat my way in.
better prices if you want in. If you want to join.
I
the party.
will look for better prices, but
Well,
I'm
they're
gonna
here
be,
right now.
I'm going to be a spectator.
Fair enough. Let's see if it's still there.
The offer is still there.
Is it?
Yep.
I mean, it does gravitate towards that.
It does.
I just bought it at 83 and a half.
Yeah.
So I'm longing now too. We'll see what happens. I might kill the party for you.
No. John, every party I've been to with you, you've definitely made it more lit.
Oh, we have. We have
made it
do
more
have
lit,
fun,
John.
though. We do have fun.
Speaking of a continuous party, Mick just posted here. Hughes, our good friend Hughes, is up 10,000 in the live account.
Nice one.
Hughes, he likes to jump on that roller coaster.
Hughes has been a name that we've said since we started Topstep TV, probably the live trader we've talked about the most, I'd say. And then his wife, quote unquote, wife came on here one time and said they could book him.
We don't know who that was.
We don't know who that was. I'm not seeing much of anything.
Who's over there typing? Who's in?
Who's cracking away at the typewriter?
That's not me. Cracking away.
You get like loud like this.
Typewriter from back in
Like
the
at the airport.
What's going on here? Huh?
JD, are you muted?
Oh,
I certainly am muted.
Okay.
I was writing a novel or something over there.
Whatever she wrote going on.
Maybe it's Deanna's intruder, just intruded here.
Wow.
I've just realized my microphone is like touching the keyboard. I obviously have my traders who are constantly posting and stuff. So some of them are in trades and stuff. So I just want to make sure that they're working based on the plans. So yeah, sorry guys, I'm going to try and move the thing.
Dear Santa Claus, what I'd like to have for Christmas is
some sleep. That
nobody
would be
sends
my
a mail anymore,
sleep,
right?
yeah.
You don't send a mail any Santa
Mail?
Claus.
Do they have broadband in the North Pole? I don't know.
Hey, speaking of North,
They have Starlink, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's
Might be
right.
Starlink up there.
Probably Starlink.
speaking of North Pole, I hear Finland does this like real Santa Claus type experience. I don't. My wife just goes, next year we should go to Finland and take the kids.
Great
like,
idea,
there?
Casey.
Yeah, I know. Well, what's there? She's like, well, they do this Santa Claus thing that's like so epic. Or I don't know if you guys have
Is
ever
it the
heard of it.
Krampus?
I don't know. I started tearing out watching the Bears.
Oh, yeah. Did you watch that yesterday?
Krampus is evil, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, they do it. I think it's one of those Nordic countries they do it at. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
It's Lapland, isn't it?
we got some Finns in the house right now. They're saying, "Yep."
Tell us
Finland.
about this Krampus stuff.
Very
Krampus.
cool.
There it is. Krampus. I knew she was.
Yeah.
She reads those travel
Yeah.
books.
God, I love our chat.
Is it cool? It might scare the kids. How?
Well, yeah.
That sounds a bit weird.
They're really evil and scary looking.
Your children will be scarred for life.
Well, it's sort of a way to tell the children to be good, or else the Krampus will come for you.
So what? You scare the crap out of them.
Exactly. Yeah, that's. I think and it works. It works.
Does that work, guys? I don't have any human children. So
No, Elf. You know it does work. Elf on the Shelf works.
What is that? Can someone tell me what Elf on the Shelf is? What is
That gets
that?
We just started it this year.
What is it? Is it just like a
They'll
little gag or something around the house?
They'll wake me up at 6 a.m. We found the elf. I'm like,
I gotcha.
"That's 'cause
It's
Mom
hide and
moved it
seek with
last night."
Gotcha.
And then the elf is always watching, is what it is. And
I see.
They'll let Santa Claus know if you're naughty or nice. So you better be naughty. You started after Thanksgiving here, and then your kids go bananas every morning when they find it. You just move it around the house. You're not allowed to touch it. Kids aren't allowed to touch it or anything like that. Yeah, Elf on the Shelf, I hear it is the devil. Every parent, because my sister's like, don't start that too early. We just started it this year.
I see.
Hey,
How
Michael,
cute.
do you use Bookmap?
No, I do follow order flow though.
Okay.
Bookmap gets a lot of thumbs up from a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Elf on the Shelf.
Abhijit is asking, question for Top Step Trading Team. how many screens you use, and what have you placed on those trading related?
Michael, how many screens do you have?
One right here, one with you guys over here. That's it. But these are big. These are like
1, 2, 3.
they're curved and they're like big, so I can fit a lot on here. I don't need to look at 100 different charts. Yeah.
Deanna, what's your setup?
I've got 4. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So on the left, I usually have my Renko charts and NinjaTrader stuff, but also a web browser so that I can see what's going on. On the middle chart, on the middle screen, I have these charts. That's the screen that I share with you guys. On the right, I have our output for the TopstepTV so that I can see your charts. Because obviously in Rendezvous, everyone's tiny, so I wouldn't be able to see anything, and that's just us, right? So I want to make sure that I see what John is saying, what Michael's saying, what Andre is saying. So, it's very good. And then the fourth screen, I have the sound, I have the video, OBS, and then I have an additional chart, which changes. Right now, I'm staring at the DAX futures, but other than that, yeah, it's every screen is sort of designated with its own trading related things. Everything is trading related, but obviously here while we do this, there's obviously a video component, and I kind of use a part of 2 screens for that.
Good poll there, Robert. How many screens do you use out there on the poll? I'm a 3. I got 3. Do you think? Okay, so who's got 7?
Really quickly. We got a VWAP for VWAPers. We got that VWAP.
Yeah.
Bounce happening.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thus far.
Mm-hmm. So far, yeah.
Exactly. MP, do we bounce off VWAP, sir? Yes, I think he just said that Naz.
Yeah, I was just long from 60s, and then I got shooken.
So Andre, what have you got on your screens?
Main trading screen here. I got the chat over here. I got levels over here. I've got 3. I call it 2, maybe 2 big screens and then a couple laptop screens. So call it 3.5, if you will. But to that point, we only have 2 eyeballs, and I've talked about this a lot. We only have 2 eyeballs, so anything more than that's kind of, I'll say, information overload. To an extent.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen some of these setups, 5, 6, 7, 8 screens. I don't know what you can take in from it. Like I said, I got the trading platform up here. I've got news over here. I've got levels over here, and then I've got chat over here. So I think it could be information overload if you get anything more than 4. But hey, to each their own, as we say.
Yeah, I mean, some people love their 6 screens.
I mean, they look cool.
Screens. They look cool.
They look so cool.
Yeah, very cool.
I don't know how effective it is.
Yeah. I've never needed more than 3, really, but because we're doing the TV stuff, then I've kind of added another one. So,
interesting question.
In the trading pit, we would my screen was about that big.
It was like a tablet, wasn't it?
It was a tablet. You just had a tablet in the pit, and I would have just a Dow chart right there, and then the Dow ladder. I'm calling it a ladder. Dom.
But you would have quotes though.
Quotes on the screen, yeah.
Yeah,
and then it was even more simple than anybody could imagine, and I traded better than I ever did. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I find that looking at just the quotes can also give you a pretty good idea what's happening. I went to London Metal Exchange when I don't know whether it's still open, but this was like a number of years ago, and it's nothing like your open outcry. It's quite funny. Everyone, first of all, there wasn't that many people there, and everyone is kind of sat in a circle. And whoever is a trader is sitting down on this kind of half-curved chair. And you're not actually allowed to be in the circle unless you're a member of the LME. So they would have the quotes, and the way they work is that every 5 minutes, one metal is traded. So you have nickel, copper, like a whole bunch of other weird metals. And then they have curb trading for 10 minutes when all of the metals are traded. And I couldn't believe that it was the actual pit because I knew how the open outcry pits were. I know there's a lot of shoving, there's loads of people. And then I'm like, so what's happening here? Because you weren't allowed to go in there. We were just kind of like spectators. And they said, oh, well, that's the traders. And I'm like, what? Just those people sat down.
And they're like, I just pulled up a Google image search of what it looks like. This is wild. This is much different.
And then we're very different. And then when they make a trade, they just sat down and they just kind of go.
Yeah, this is wild.
Like super civilized. Nobody's talking. It's very quiet. I was shocked, man. I was like, what?
Yeah. Hey, Garrett. Really quick, Eddie. Garrett, really quick. Hey, funded traders there's a little delay in payouts. Everybody's getting paid out. It's because the payouts are much larger, and now we're having to open it up. We're working on another payout provider and another bank that allows us to pay out more in a given day. So everybody is getting paid out. You just got to wait a couple more days. I apologize. A couple more days. There's your answer, Garrett. And people are getting their hard-earned money. Nothing is not getting paid, but the days have been added, like three extra days. But the team knows their top priority is to get them as fast as possible, which means we got to find services that are super freaking fast. So there's your answer. Hopefully you understand, and hopefully there's no more comments about that one because everybody is getting paid.
We did have any finalization on our poll. How many screens do you use?
Yeah.
2 to 3 had 58%. So that's about the
there you go.
That's a good average. 2 to 3. 24% said 1. 4 to 5, which I'm in that category, 11%, and then 5 plus put 5%. How many just trade telepathically with no screens?
That's gangster.
How would you trade telepathically?
That's some trading. We don't teach that here. If you could teach us that one, that'd be awesome.
Psychic trading.
Yes. I was hoping someone just said, no, I strictly just trade from my mobile phone.
Baller.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Grab that post.
You know, if you can, but gosh, I mean,
you can monitor positions from your phone.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing to do.
Yeah. Who trades from phone? I know.
Well, Robinhooders.
There you go. Actually, there you go. Robinhood.
And then they screenshot it and they go to Reddit and they talk about how awesome they are trading and they use words like yellow,
hodl.
Yeah.
Tendies.
Golden.
Thank you.
Diamond,
I knew Jack had something. What was it, Jack?
Tendies.
Chicken tendies?
Chicken tenders. Yeah.
Yep. I knew Jack was on the spot there.
I trade from my phone, Jose. Yeah, I mean, people.
Okay.
Nobody's saying it's bad.
It's a kill switch. Yep, absolutely. Proto kill switch. That's a good call.
I'm going to go long crude oil here. It's not the best trade location, but we have a neutral day now. So I'm going to try grab a few ticks here and there. And it's also not the biggest day. We're only like 108 ticks into the entire session. So I've just gone long at 73.95. That's what that looks like. Some liquidity here, but we'll see whether they take it higher or not. So what I'm looking at is it's this little nice swing from the failed auction. And now it's reversing. Now, ideally for neutral day types, I like to be a little bit further away from VWAP. But because it's such a compressed range, it's not exactly possible. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to use like the middle of the range. So I'm not looking for much. If I get about 20 to 25 ticks out of this, that would be good. And if not, I shall bail.
Well, Shooter TX, glad that you're with us here. Welcome to the, I don't know, are we the dark side if we're going Star Wars?
What? No,
Yeah, that's cool. Star Wars.
We're the rebels, right? No.
Yeah, I was Ahsoka Tano on Thursday for my live stream.
What does that mean?
Hold on. Where is it?
Sorry. What do you got?
It's somewhere here. Hold on. I had the costume of the Jedi from Ahsoka.
Oh boy.
I had the whole thing on my head and everything. So yeah, where did it go? Hold on. I'll try and find it.
Okay, you do that, and then we'll do this.
Dre, you still long?
I am still long. I'm trying to figure out where to put the offer.
I'm not looking for much. I'm probably
Yeah. Maybe we'll run through it, maybe tick above it if we can.
Higher values 88.75.
Oof, I'll take that. Here we go.
You must have the passion and desire in order to be a successful
I'll work
trader.
one half tick.
And that is no stupid Jedi mind trick. It's called commitment to oneself.
Ooh, I like it.
I was wondering. Yeah.
And he is hitting that puffer or cracker or whatever you call
Oh,
it.
Deanna.
There we go.
Wow,
Deanna, what is that?
yeah.
That's
It's Beetlejuice,
that's
right?
Ahsoka. It's Ahsoka Tano. She's a Jedi.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like it.
it's not
Yeah,
Beetlejuice.
it's Ahsoka. If you've seen Mandalorian, there is so there is a girl that greets Grogu when what's his name?
He pulled it. Johnny pulled it.
Yeah, when he kind of goes to for Luke Skywalker for training. So this is Ahsoka Tano. So she's got her own show.
She's got her own
And I
show
figured-
now. Yeah, right.
Yeah, she does. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a huge fan, obviously. So I figured I would do my last live stream of the year like this. And people are tuning in, going like, "What did I miss? Like, why is she wearing that on her head?"
This is
I thought it
incredible.
was Beetlejuice. Like
Oh, I'm out.
Beetlejuice.
Oh, we should definitely do Beetlejuice. I love fancy dress, by the way.
I'm out, John.
Okay.
Nice trade.
Yeah, I got out.
Yeah, me too. Nice trade there,
88.75.
John.
Value high, so
Nice trade, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you
We're,
very
uh,
much.
The
taking
VWAP
bits and
bounce.
pieces here.
The VWAP bounce has
Yep.
played its hand again.
And it was the high of the opening range too. That's why I bought it at 3.5, I think is where I bought it. So it was the high of the opening range, low of value to the high of value. That was a good little trade, good little range bound trade. We only have an 11.25 point range in the S&Ps.
Yep.
You could say we're carving it up.
That was a nice trade. Deanna, that was an incredible display of that costume right there.
Thank you, Andre.
That made my day and made my year. That was amazing.
Yeah, people liked it on the live stream as well. They
Good.
were like, "What's happening?" And they kept coming in and going, "Did I miss anything? What is that on your head?" Somebody said, "I thought you were wearing elf legs on your head." And I'm like, "What?
Legs.
Elf legs?" And then I'm like, "Well, yeah, okay, I can kind of see that."
Kind of look like Taylor Swift's Times cover magazine. She has a cat around her neck.
Oh, really?
Same color. Yeah, same color around it.
Time Magazine Person of the Year, Michael.
Person of the year.
How about it?
Can't believe her and Kelsey aren't on there together holding hands.
Yeah. No, like Deanna said, she's the real deal. Songwriter, we had to re-record all her albums to get the rights back. You got to respect that. And took down Ticketmaster, which I respect.
Yep.
You got to respect her. She writes her own songs.
She writes her own stuff for sure.
That's
She's
so
a
hard.
great songwriter. She's a great songwriter. Yeah.
And it's
I
hard
love
to
a
do.
good pop song.
Absolutely.
What do we have? What do we have in other markets right now?
Yeah,
we have the bounce off VWAP, pretty strong bounce. I know you guys got long down there. I got shooketh out. Somebody said it's pronounced shooketh.
I've written a dozen new ones. I hate
That's
them
not a
all.
word.
I'm still on my crude oil long, taking some heat.
Well, folks, in a little over 15 minutes here, we will be having shoulder tap, and it is the first day of the week, so we'll get Mick, Mustachio Mick, coming up here half past. Power players right after that, 11 o'clock Central Time with Jack and Coach Jay and myself. We also have Top Quiz with Bonnie and Jack. Group coaching, JD and Hoag. John, we're doing the AMA again here for group coaching.
Yes, we are. Yep. We got group coaching.
AHA. Ask
I
Hoag
love
anything.
those sessions.
Yes. And then, yes, the most anticipated thing here in a while, Anne Marie going to join us for a session. At 1 o'clock, Back to the Futures, Hoag and Anne Marie. And then we'll have our Power Hour with Coach Ray, Jack, Andre, Hoag, and myself.
Coach Ray.
Yep.
Ray.
Oh, I'm going to be there for that.
Dean, looking forward to having him on there. I know he's somebody that I've worked with, you've worked with.
Yeah.
Good trader.
Yep. I've interviewed him on my channel as well. I had him as a part of Q&As. He's pretty good. He's a teacher as well and a former IT guy. So it's like perfect blend.
Yep.
Love Ray.
Sits behind the weeds, like a lion waiting for a wildebeest.
Yep.
To get a little too close, and he pounces.
Yep. My market stalker.
Like a market stalker.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I'm done for the day.
Nice one.
I'm done. Above my wheelhouse. Well, see, Friday I was very close to passing the combine,
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mm.
but decided to do some tradertainment,
Oh, you're trading Nasdaq.
and well, that was earlier in the week. But I got focused, but did that tradertainment on Friday afternoon and busted the account.
Oh no.
Yeah, so, but started fresh here Monday.
But it was only a 50K though, wasn't it?
It's a 50K.
Yeah, it's got pretty
50K
tight parameters. Yeah.
I don't think so, Deanna. And like, you trade a max 5 lot. You don't have to use your max. You got $1,000 daily loss limit. That's a lot. It's the most popular one we have. I
know,
believe, yeah, I believe like that's for some people. For some people, or majority of people, I would say that's a great starting point to work in a little bit of tighter.
Oh, I agree. I agree. For anyone coming into this game, 50K is perfect. It's got very nice. Yeah, exactly. Like if you can't tackle a 50K account, you will never be able to tackle any of the bigger ones. And it's got a really nice drawdown to target ratio, very achievable target with a pretty good level of drawdown. But I'm just talking from point of view for me. I don't really want to trade less than one mini myself or one full contract. So for me, that would be a little bit tight. Especially if I'm having not such a great day and maybe I do, a couple of lots. And bear in mind, I use pretty big stop losses, so 35 ticks. For stop loss, that's 350 on one lot, 700 on the other lot, so on 2 lots. So if I were to trade 2 lots right off the bat, I would really only have space for 1 trade. So I'm just talking from that point of view. But again, we're all at different points of our journey. I know that I'm very able to do aggressive targets on combines, and I have done them. So they are more suitable to what I'm looking for at this point in my career. But if you're someone new, you absolutely should go for the 50K first and try to be very disciplined, do micros, don't do full lots unless you can be extremely disciplined and just do like 1 or 2 trades per day and then call it a day.
Wow.
Look at that pop in equities.
Yeah, this pop.
Yeah, we just took out the high of the initial balance.
I think it actually pulled crude oil with it as well.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good catch. Yeah, we're just new highs here in the S&Ps.
Yep.
So I just got long on the breakout of the initial balance, and I time stopped these. If this doesn't go my way right away, I'm out.
I like it, John.
Nice
Yeah,
one.
I like that too.
Yeah, so back to the combines. Yeah, if you're new, start with a 50K and try to manage it really well. Don't go rushing into, massive combines that's going to take you like 6 months to know. I've seen some people who are like, they've never been funded, or even if they were funded, they never managed to stay funded. And they're like, oh, I'm going to go for 150K. It's like, why?
Yep.
Trade bigger.
It's very bigger. It's going to take you forever. Like with proper risk management, it means that your skills are not really quite there yet. So it's going to take you like 6 to 9 months to actually reach the target. It's a very aggressive target. And if you want to trade small and sensible, it is going to take you forever, So it's like, it's all very well, but I think a 50K serves a much better purpose for that.
Okay, I'm not getting what I'm looking for, so I'm out.
Did it run, John?
Yeah, it's not running yet. It probably will now, but
Yeah, right.
I wanted it to go right away. And there's still liquidity above. I still think this market's going to continue to rotate higher, but
this just went over your weekly kickoff high, didn't it?
No.
91.
91 the orders. That was weekly.
No, that's last week's high.
Last week's high. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I can try and get back in this if I think I can. Let's see here. Let's try it.
You're buying this little quiet pullback off the high.
Yeah, I don't like it, but for tradertainment.
Tradertainment, yes.
We'll see. I already bought the breakout of the initial balance, but it's starting to show a little bit of volume coming in up here. So, but I'm not liking necessarily the action in the dome. I want to see a lot of orders being placed and canceled. I want to see robust price action. Not just really not seeing it. It could be it could be partially the time of the day.
Here goes NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Michael.
Michael, are you in?
No. I was.
That's what he's pissed about.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even upset. It's just I haven't seen anything, and then I'm trading without totally seeing anything I'm confident in.
It's okay. Yeah, well, that's the way to do it. If you don't see anything you like, you stay out. That's a position too. Yeah.
Here we're getting the pullback here, so now I'm if we spend any time at all back inside the initial balance, I'm out of this.
I'm going to see if I can do some force thing.
Use the force.
Use the force.
Yeah.
Edutainment, tradertainment. Well,
edutainment. There you go.
Edutainment, yeah. Come on, crude oil. What's happening?
There it is.
We're cheering now.
What do we got until 50-50? Nothing shown here.
Nothing here, right?
Yeah. Way to go.
Ooh, come on. You can do it. You can do it.
I'm just not seeing what I want here. So
all good.
It is a slow auction. Yeah.
Michael, where you want?
Higher. Liquidity's higher, so but I don't want to. I'm not going to risk anything on the high here.
Yeah.
Because I'm not seeing what I like.
That's smart.
Just.
That was a great VWAP bounce though for VWAP.
Yep. Awesome.
VWAPers.
You're a VWAP guy now, Mike.
VWAPers.
I'm not a VWAP guy.
You didn't say that last week. Last week you said I'm a VWAP guy now.
No, I didn't.
Just like we're tequila guys now.
We're tequila guys.
Michael likes moving averages, and VWAP is kind of like a version of a moving average.
Yes.
It is. One thing I don't like about it, Deanna, everybody watches it.
But it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I agree. Deanna, explain why that is. I 100% agree. Explain that.
Well, it's because if everybody's trading it and everybody's looking at it from a perspective that it's a level of interest, you're going to get a lot of volume around there. So one way or another, it's going to get pushed, right?
Agree. 100%. That's when levels have their most value, is when they're self-fulfilling.
Yeah.
Right, Michael?
That is true. Yeah. Dude, Abed goes, how do I go from up 1,000 to minus 400 with an LOL? Can't do that, Abed. We're all trading here.
Did you really laugh out loud when you wrote that? Did you really laugh out loud?
I know, we're all trading, man.
Something tells me.
And that's what happens when you're trading with size as well. Michael doesn't trade with tiny low positions.
Correct.
He trades with size. He trades 3 lots, 4 lots, 2 lots, sometimes a 1 lot. But if you're trading 3 and 4 lots, you are going to have a grand up, down, up, down.
Oh yeah.
It's normal.
It's normal.
Well, with 345 votes, do you use VWAP in your trading?
Sorry.
And let's see here. 59% said sure. 29% said no, and 13% said, well, sometimes.
Hey, David, great job being up almost 3K. Well, let's put a poll in there just to get anybody sharing their thoughts. Are you up today or down today? Let's just get a feel. Are you positive on the trading day?
Or today, just starting the week off.
I'm going to take this off. It's annoying me.
You kept it on for so long. The best is you were giving some real serious advice and expertise with that on your head, and it was just the juxtaposition was incredible, Deanna. We were loving it over here.
We should all do a fancy dress.
Agree.
I love it.
That was great.
And then give really serious trading advice.
That was so great.
Tradertainment.
Definitely
Tradertainment.
Yeah, we're gonna cut that video up, and that's gonna be our ad next year.
Yeah.
come get some real tradertainment.
We'll show how serious we are about this shit.
All
That
right,
was fantastic.
we got some votes here. We're going to do our next news pack before we get to Mick, but so 430 votes up right now, 70%. So that's pretty good on a Monday. 30% are down here, but don't give up, folks. We still got a long day ahead of us here. And,
Can you take me seriously now?
Deal with you when you wear that thing.
What's that?
My goodness.
Can you take me seriously now?
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
my
that was
goodness.
Halloween. That was Halloween.
I love that.
So, yeah, we got a little bit of oil news to add. I know Eddie mentioned it earlier, but
Yeah.
BP's to pause all tanker transit through the Red Sea.
Interesting.
Because of attacks going on there from the Houthi rebels, etc. And a little trading reflection here I saw on Twitter. When we get to this next one, JD.
BP deploys all tanker ships. Okay.
Did I make money in the market this year? No. But did I learn a lot from my mistakes?
Ooh.
Also, no.
Just can't wait to crush 2024.
You know,
Oh, man.
honesty.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. All right. Well, we might be range bound for the day.
Scratch year is a good year. If you can actually trade all year long and still scratch, to me, your next year, you're setting yourself up for some success. A lot better than bombing the year, which is hard to come back from.
It's definitely a good starting point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not losing money or losing money slower. That should be first.
Right.
All right, I'm out of this because I didn't like it, so I'm down 380 on that one.
Yeah, I always tell people that the first goal should be just be able to maintain an account for a long period of time.
For a long period, 100%, John.
Exactly.
Michael, you were saying that all the time,
Yeah, there's
and then all you need to do is fine tune something. Something is just not clicking, but if you can keep your head above water, you're doing very well.
Yeah, and it may sound boring. You may laugh, scoff at it, but technically, if you can't do it, if you're scoffing at it, I bet you can't. I bet you never done it. I'd put $1 on it and say, I bet you never done it.
Yep.
If you're scoffing at it, because it's tough to do. And if you can do it, maintain over 3 months, just try it 3 months. You also might say it gets boring, but so is great trading. Great trading is watching the paint dry. Andre, you always said that. So it's just a grind. I mean, it's a grind. So grind it out with a scratch trader. And then after that, you really built a good foundation to build off of, in my opinion.
you think about it, you maintain an account for, let's say, 3-6 months, like Michael was saying. I mean, that's probably better than 90% of people out there.
Agree.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations to
That
Vinci.
is a degree of success.
Da Vinci passing his 50K trading combine. Good job. All right.
Nice one.
Well, we're almost half past here.
Nope.
I think it's time for a shoulder tap. We've got Mick on deck here.
Yes.
And let's see here. Deanna, you flat or you got a position on?
Yeah, I'm flat. Yeah.
Okay. So
I
Deanna's
took some loss on that, so I'm up now. Well, I'm down from my high mark, so it's 860 for the day.
It's a very good day, though. Very good day.
Good job.
Great day.
Yeah, you told these guys how to trade. They did much better than you guys did. But all right, cool. All right, well, Deanna, thank you very much for being with us here. Stick around later this afternoon, Deanna. Anne Marie's going to be back, and
I love Anne Marie. I do get it. I hope I get a chance to trade with her someday.
I think we could do something there. I think that would be pretty cool. It'd be really cool.
2 women.
Women
There's
takeover.
So few women in this industry, and Anne Marie is a rather special.
We have the best ones here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. All right. We'll be right back.
All right,
And,
Eddie.
Michael,
I'm
you're gonna. Yes.
Yes, I'm out. My friend. So
Later, man.
I'm out.
I was
End of fast markets, guys. Thanks for joining us for fast markets. Do stay around, like Eddie said, for shoulder tap. I'm out. I'm down $360. That is a scratch day in my world, but it is down. But you can say whatever you want. I call it a scratch day. So you guys have a good trading day, and we'll see you.
Later, Michael.
tomorrow.
Later.
Take care.
Bye, D.
Be right back.
Thanks.
Welcome back to Shoulder Tap. And good morning, Mick. How are you today?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine. Got our Johnny Hoagland and, of course, Andre 3000 with us here today.
Andre 3000.
You've got some cards for us, and let's get into it right away.
Yeah, let's do it.
Who's kicking some butt?
Let's do it. I've got some cards, and a lot of the times we're talking about people that are coming from XFA to live accounts during that transfer, showcasing what they did in the XFAs. I've got a few live traders that I want to talk about today. So it's all live people on the trading cards. Before we get to those, couple shout outs. I want to shout out to Kyle K and his live account up $2,200 today. Big shout out to Juan Yu and his XFA up $25,000. I've talked about this guy before with other big 5-figure winning days. They've been doing good stuff in their XFA on the winning days, but have also had some big losing days. So risk teams had their eye on this trader for a while. Obviously, today's a big eye catcher at 25,000 on the day. We'll be looking at him to see if we want to call him up. Also, big shout out to Adrian, up 14,000 in their XFA today. Ronald up 12,000 in the XFA, and then Tyson up 11,000 in the XFA. So not a ton of green on the boards today, but we do have a few traders, both sim and live, that are doing well.
Yo, Adrian.
Yeah, so the XFA, there's some big numbers on the XFAs as well as the live accounts. I do have a shout out for Hughes, one of our live trader. I talk about him almost every week.
Oh, yeah.
Trader out of France. He's up 11 grand on the day today, and I'm
Nice.
happy he's up 11 grand on the day because if for anyone who was watching last week, I talked about him and I had a bit of a shoulder tap for him. If you recall, he was having a good week last week. On Thursday's FOMC statement, he was up $15,000 before the number came out in his live account, and then he cannonballed, sold into that rally on the NASDAQ, got a 15 contract position on, and in about just under 5 minutes, that $15,000 winning day turned into a $3,000 losing day. $18,000 swing on that. I'm not going to go into it other than just sharing that information, but happy to see he's up 10 grand today or 11 grand today because
Nice.
he about doubled what his account balance was coming into the day. So very happy for him on that. With that, let's get into these cards that Eddie was talking about though. I've got Valentine I'd like to pull up here. And this is more of a shoulder tap than showcasing good performance. And you'll see why when we get there. All right, so Valentine, you can see by the average daily P&L, it has not been working too well for him since he's been moved into the live account, losing about $3,600 on average per day. This is someone who I know when I shared this trading card, when he did get called up to a live account, it was very good because this guy had gotten transferred over with, I believe it was 50. No, it wasn't 50. They made 27,000 in their XFA. They had a couple big winning days in there, a $15,000 day, a $12,000 day. They took a nice big payout from that XFA. But since Valentine has been in the live account, down 10,200 on his first 3 trading days. So, hitting that daily loss limit, getting slippage, exceeding that. And they don't have too much left in the account after what they got transferred over with and what they took in payouts during that transfer. As a reminder or as some information for anybody listening, if you didn't know about this, we have our 5-day payout policy, 5 winning days of $200 or more before you can request a payout. But then also, payout policy aside, when you get transferred from an express funded account to a live account, you're eligible to take up to half of that account balance, regardless of whether or not you put up, those 5 winning days. So they started in the XFA with about 13 grand. And, I just mentioned they lost a little over 10,000 in their first 3 trading days. They've only got about 3,400 left in the account. So not really a position you want to be in after only a small handful of trading days. So we reached out to this trader today and went ahead and took the liberty, the risk team took the liberty of trimming his loss limit from 3,000 because he's in the 150K account size to 1,000, and we also limited him to one contract. We notified him, but we're pumping the brakes for him. We don't want someone losing a funded account, a live account, in as little as 5 trading days. So
hey, Mick. Yeah. Real quick, when you went from 3,000 to 1,000, were they receptive to it, or were they pushing back a little bit? If you can talk about it.
We did that this morning on the fly earlier, so I don't even know if we had received a reply back. We had reached out. We'd reached out via phone call a couple times, couldn't reach them. They're in Kazakhstan, so no doubt there could be a language barrier, and then time of day thing. So we just took it upon ourselves to say, hey, this is what we're doing. This is why we're doing it. We're here to keep you in your account, so that will help. We always talk about it on this segment when things aren't working, pump the brakes. We're doing that for them, and we're making that a bigger speed bump. Being $1,000 versus the 3,000. So
it's a very wise decision.
If you're listening, we scaled you down, so you're going to be trading one lots for a little while until you can get out of this rut, which I believe you can based off the performance we'd seen. So that's a shoulder tap there. Let's move on though. I just want I wanted to showcase this, not to, highlight the negative performance, but to talk about hey, what we do on the risk team when we see someone struggling in short order like that once they get in the live account. Our job is to keep you funded, and sometimes we'll take action to get in front of that and help the trader and protect them from themselves and their trading sometimes.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So I really like this one. Let's pull up a trading card. I think you were talking about him earlier. Piranavan. Yeah, Piranavan. So Piranavan trading in the live account. They actually crushed it in their XFA. They got transferred over with a total of 50 grand.
Wow.
20,000 of it was payouts. So they took 20,000 in payouts from their XFA, and they got transferred to live with $30,000. Since they've been in a live account, and it hasn't been too long, you can see this average daily P&L just shy of 5,000. Call it 5,000. Largely attributed to a couple massive winning days. They've got an $18,000 winning day, 18,500, and then almost a $13,000 winning day. So really awesome stuff. This trader, you can see there in the top of the card, 100K account. So they've got a $2,000 daily loss limit. So I like this. I don't always like seeing people butt up against their daily loss limits, but when it's 2,000 and you also are putting up 5-figure winning days, what does it matter? Really? Because the risk reward is about 1-to-1, as you can see there. But if your winning days are so much larger, then a $2,000 losing day is a big losing day. But if you're making that much on your winning days, that's just fine with me. So I don't really have any areas for improvement for this trader. I will say, when I was putting these cards together this morning, I saw them up about 5,000 on the day. Now they're down 2,000 on the day, so that's a $7,000 swing. They did hit their daily loss limit today, being at 2,000. But I guess, and this is just unfolded since I made the card, I guess that could be an area for improvement. If you're up 5K on the day, it's definitely a significant winning day. Not the biggest ones that he has seen, but if you're up $5,000 on the day, you should really be walking away up money on the day, capturing significant profits and managing that money.
Right.
Sure. Mick, just looking at this, average total trades 40, total contracts 80. He's trading 1 and 2 lots, isn't he?
1 and 2s, yes.
Ones and twos. Okay.
He will, yeah. And I was looking at those statistics too, because I know he's trading bigger, but he's also scaling into his positions.
Understood.
And when I have seen, just looking at some of the order history, he is scaling into winners. He's not cannonballing. For those of you out there that might not have heard of cannonballing, we talked a little bit about it last week. Cannonballing is when you are adding to a losing position. So if the market's going down and you're long, you buy more when it goes to 4, you buy more when it goes to 3, you buy more when it goes to 2.
Something that,
John, what do we call that?
We call that the moron trade.
Moron trade.
The moron trade.
The market goes against you, you put more on.
Yeah, we don't like cannonballing. They always say losers average losers, so you don't want to be adding to a losing trade. The only time you know, you might want to be adding, and I wouldn't even call it adding to a losing trade, is if you're a higher time frame trader, not, you know, someone who's trading short time frames during the day. Usually when you're looking for a bigger play in the markets, you know, you think over the next week or so the market could go to here. So you can add even if the, you know, your average position is against you a little bit, or if you're down money on your average position, if you're buying it in a zone area, you know,
Right.
crude, I'll use crude as an example here. If I like buying crude between, you know, $70 and $80, or excuse me, $70 and $65 because I think it can go to $85 or something like that. And I buy a little at 70, I buy a little at 68, I buy a little at 67. You know, that's very different. I wouldn't call that cannonballing. I think this is a good buy area or a buy zone for a longer play, usually with a very high risk to reward ratio on a trade like that. So anyways, that's kind of it on the cannonballing thing. You don't want to be cannonballing. So this trader's really impressed us. I mean, they made a ton of money in their XFA. They're crushing it in their live account. So we definitely feel good about this call up. Yeah. With that, I'm, you know, I don't want to, you know, put anybody through the ringer here, but this next trader I'm featuring, kind of second guessing the call up here for a number of reasons, which we'll get into. Rosciato, since they've been in their live account, they've been losing money. They did pretty well in their XFA. They actually got called up after just a few trading days in their XFA because they had put up some massive winning days in that XFA. And actually, as a matter of fact, they put up massive winning days in several XFAs. This trader has gotten transferred on 3 separate occasions, their XFA to live. So what we do within that situation is if we like their trading in their XFA, we move them over to a live account. In the last month or so, we've liked trading in 2 separate XFAs. Rosciato's not been trade copying from what I've seen, but we've moved 3 XFAs over into 1 live account. So we basically take those balances, put them together, smash them into the live account. And so he's gotten 3 transfers. So pretty healthy account balance, but it's not been working. And as you can see here, only 29% winning days, 29% winning trades. They are selective with their trading from what I remember seeing. They're doing 6 contracts at a time. So when you're putting up statistics like, you know, number one, you're down money in your account and you're not having a lot of winning days and you're not having a lot of winning trades. 6 contracts is probably a no-no. That's where I would say scale it down to 1 or 2 contracts. You know, the risk reward's fine. They've been trading a long time in this live account, but because they're losing money on average, they're really only surviving this in this account because they've been, you know, getting these XFAs. And I think these 3 XFAs that we transferred for Rosciato are part of the reason why he's not doing well in his live account. That and he's also trading in 5 trading combines right now. I couldn't do it. I don't know about you guys.
Love this guy.
Yeah. But my point is, and I know that the 2 of you will agree, is, you know, how come you're not focusing all your attention on this live account that you have? What are you doing screwing around with trading combines and XFAs? You know, he's good at passing trading combines, but not good at you know, making money in this live account or even preserving the capital in the live account. So
yeah, focus on the live trading 100%.
Yeah,
looking through the trade report here, and you know, there's days that he was actually up some decent money and then ended up hitting the daily loss limit. You know, that's something that definitely I know gives a red flag for you, Mick. But, you know, it seems like if the first trade is a losing trade, that's not going to go well the rest of the day. I mean, I would think about if my first trade is a loss, I'm halfway to my daily loss limit on that first trade, come back the next day.
It's wise.
I'm so happy you brought it up, John, because I think, you know, one of the greatest things about these trade reports is if you analyze them, and anybody who's at the funded level, be it express funded, certainly the live accounts, and even your trading combines, we need to be looking at these trade reports. We didn't just create those and provide them to all of our traders, without a reason. There's a good reason there. And like John was saying, there's a story that is told in each one of these trade reports. You got to look into your metrics and figure things out like that. John, I'm not sure if he's noticed that, but everybody should be looking at your trade reports and trying to learn these things. Like, oh, when my first trade is a losing trade, look what happens the rest of the day. I don't know if that's psychological. I don't know if that's an indicator that he's not reading the markets. It could be different for everybody, but these are things that, are really important when you're trying to be, a good trader or develop in your trading. Looking at the numbers, crunching the data, trying to find patterns, things like that. Because if you can do that, figure those things out while you're doing your homework, and you can make some adjustments, like the performance changes and things get better.
Yeah, I mean, one trade, hitting the daily loss limit in one trade. That's you gotta trade closer to risk than that. I mean, if you ask me, if you're making 10, 15, 20,000 on your winning days, I can see that. And he does have some pretty good winning days. I mean, 10 grand one day, 7 grand another day. But you gotta kind of recognize, this trade isn't going well. Maybe I should think about looking for something else or taking it off. And it always seems when things aren't going your way and you take off a losing trade, the market turns. But that's just our own minds playing with us, right? You've got opportunities moving forward. If you just don't hit that daily loss limit, if you walk away, down a little bit, that's okay. Because, obviously he's been able to put up some really good days. Stay away from those daily loss limits, trim your losses, trade closer to risk. And, there's nothing that says Rosciato can't, be wildly successful at this.
I agree completely. Out of these 41 trading days, look at the 29% winning day average.
Right.
I mean, that's 29. There's a lot of 29s here around Rosciato. Must be some kind of lucky or unlucky number.
Yep.
That's 29 losing days, and 29 losing days of $3,000. That's like, if you could make an adjustment, I mean, help me crunch the math here. Like and I'll just do simple math because we're all on the spot here on TV. But like, if you have 29 losing days of $3,000, if you saved yourself $1,000 and you made those $3,000 losing days $2,000 losing days, that's $29,000 right there.
Yep.
Saved.
Right.
Yes.
While we're talking about math and crunching data on trade reports, we talk about extrapolating and stuff like that. Always play these numbers.
Always, but it's illuminating. It shows you what can be done with just a little bit more risk management. Like you always say, we're always trying to defend the downside as opposed to look for the upside. Hey, Mick, you said you second guessed this one, so not to put you on the spot, but did risk management? I mean, did you guys feel compelled to take him live with what he was doing in XFA then?
We want to transfer when we're seeing good performance in the XFA. We want to transfer people over.
Gotcha.
For a number of reasons, we do think that, hey, this person's doing really well. They deserve to be in a live account. We think that if you're trading the way you are in XFA, you can continue doing it in the live account.
Sure.
And we want people trading in live accounts. Taking money out of the markets themselves. All these payouts in XFAs, we come out of pocket with that. So we'd much rather have someone who's profitable and taking money doing it in the live account. We don't want to transfer anybody over to a live account that we think is going to, be unsuccessful in the live account.
Right.
But what I'm seeing here, after 41 days of trading, it's like, shoot, this had it not been for multiple XFAs, balances getting carried over, they wouldn't have a live account right now. And, I don't like seeing that someone's in a live account and just, got transferred over from 3 XFAs with 5 open trading combines. Why is he in 5 trading combines?
Right.
If I see that and I'm like, okay,
maybe are they not taking the live account seriously enough? With five trading combines, they have no business being in 5 trading combines.
Well, that was going to be my question: is how much of going from the XFA account to a live funded account? I mean, you're not taking people up that you don't think are going to be able to keep that consistency going that they had right? And so you're looking at somebody, you're kind of saying, okay, this person is very consistent. They're going to continue to, probably continue to make money in the live funded account. We're going to move them up to the live funded account. It gets in some people's heads. I know he's been here before. And how much of that do you think is kind of affecting him?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Right.
We stumped Nick.
I don't know. I'm like baffled. I'm just a little stumped here. I'm baffled.
Understood. It's kind of baffling, right?
I'm kind of squirming in my seat a little bit. We pump the brakes, but when I see 5 trading combines, I'm like, okay, this person is looking for a plan B. They obviously are not doing well in the live. Are you in trading combines because you want to keep doing what you did with those, those other 3 XFAs? Give yourself a chance to, find some short-term success in the XFA and get carried over. I see that as like a fallback plan. It's having more combines. Oh, if I fail in another XFA
that's
or
what
the
they're
live
doing.
or a live account,
Gotcha.
I'm going to be trading in these combines and have those kind of, in my back pocket if I have them.
Gotcha. That's what. Okay, so they always have one on deck or in the pipeline coming up. Gotcha.
But is that planning for loss?
Good question.
It is.
I was going to say, John.
It is. It's planning for loss. It's if you are trying to have a backup plan. I don't think really no trader's performance is going to get better if you always have a plan B or a backup plan. You need to really buckle down and say like, hey, I got where I wanted to be. I got to take it seriously, which I don't think is happening here.
No,
and really focus on that. What are you doing screwing around, trading in multiple other accounts? Focus on this. And if it's not working in this live account, do some homework, do some reflecting, do some studying, journaling, look where you can make some changes. We just listed one simple change that, if you went from risking $3,000 a day to $2,000 a day, there'd be a $29,000 difference in this account balance.
Right. Lose less, make more.
It's how it seems to work. Okay, so yes. All right, so they're doing the trading combines just to have a bat, like you said, planning for failure. If something blows out, they got another trading combine coming up on deck.
I'm guessing so.
Okay, that makes sense then. Gotcha.
Yeah. So I don't know. Look at the math, do the math, look at the numbers. And usually when you extrapolate numbers, you're going to have a very big eye opener. It's shocking to say, oh, if I just made one little change in what I risked during the day, it's $29,000 difference. That's huge.
Right.
Think about if this continues on through, into 2024 and, we're not talking about 29 losing days. We're talking about, twice that. What about, 60 losing days? Now that's $60,000,
Hey, Mick, I got a question. I know we're opening up questions to the chat here for the last 15 minutes or so of this segment, but I got a question. When you take a trader from XFA to live, what is is there a conversation had with the trader, or is it just a formal process and protocol? What are the mechanics of that?
It's typically a formal process because we are calling so many traders up to live. There's a bandwidth thing there, but everybody that goes to a live account is provided with the risk team's phone number. So, you have a direct line to us when you are in a live account. The people that are serious about what they're doing when they're struggling always reach out. We talk to a lot of people that say, hey, what can I do? It's not working. Can you put some limitations on me? I talked about it last week.
Wieland.
Yeah, with Wieland, we were talking about maturity in the industry, and Patrick Wieland reached out and said, hey, trim my position sizing from 15 contracts down to 5 contracts. Danny's trades, Danny Miraz.
Really?
He said the same thing. Trim me from 15 to 5.
When did this happen? This in the news?
This was last week.
Did not know that. Okay, cool. Look at this.
Yeah, I don't think you were on that segment when I mentioned it.
Okay.
I think it was like maybe Wednesday or Thursday, Andre.
Gotcha.
That's what needs to be done. And, those are big names that, a lot of our viewers are very familiar with. If people that have big followings and can put up big winning days and are, known traders for, being profitable, and these guys are doing that, and if you're not, where they're at, and you're not doing that, that should be another eye opener.
Exactly.
It really should be. So That's what I've got on the trading cards today, guys. And yeah, I know we didn't start off mentioning it, but I mentioned it last week. The shoulder tap segments going from 30 minutes to 45 minutes starting today, I believe. I think there might have been some changes there, but I think in any event, we've got a little time for questions. So if you're watching, drop some questions in the chat. I'm going to be fielding them.
And I think we got one right here.
All right.
Nick, how do you think people should deal with the increased emotions of trading a funded account versus a valuation account? How do you think people should deal with the increased emotions?
Good question.
That's a really good question. I mean, I'll start with this. In the trading combine, you have skin in the game. Everybody wants to pass, but I think of these things for myself psychologically. If I was in a trading combine, what am I thinking? I want to pass as quickly as possible. So in as little as 2 days, I could get an XFA. I've got a profit target to reach. I don't think this is a good thing. I think that traders should be trading what they see in the markets, not trading to hit a certain profit target or something. Normally, you got to have to hit the $9,000 profit target in 2 days, you got to have a $4,500 winning day, a $4,500 winning day. So if you're trying to make $4,500 in a day, which I know a lot of people have a dollar value in mind of what they can make or want to put up in a day.
Right.
In my own experience, if I'm trying to make $5,000 in a day, I'm probably losing $5,000 that day because I'm trading a P&L. I'm not trading what I see in the markets. I'm slapping on size to get there quickly. So I think that's a mentality in the trading combine. There are plenty of traders out there, don't get me wrong, that simply just trade their system and execute based off their strategies, and they get there. Maybe it doesn't happen as quickly as 2 days. Maybe it takes a little bit longer, but it's the people that are trading their strategy consistently that are, number one, more mature, and number two, going to find more success and longer term success. So back to this question though, the mentality between trading combine and live account. Trading combine, if I F up and I hit my max loss limit, or I have some bad losing days, I go to a debit, I know I can bail myself out with a reset. It's kind of like we talked about with Rosciato having these 5 other trading combines despite having a live account. It's a plan B. You have a plan B. And when you have a plan B, you don't really put your nose to the grindstone and, get dirty and act with discipline. So I think the mindset in trading combine is, if something goes wrong, I can bail myself out. That's the program we offer. That's fine. But when you're in a live account, you really got to buckle down because, everybody's trading to get to the live account. So you have where you wanted to be. Whether you can perform it in that area is another thing. But I think, I think a lot of traders get much more disciplined when they get into the XFA and the live account. There's skin in the game. You can start taking payouts now. But whether it's trading combine or live account, everybody's got to take it very seriously. Don't think about bailing yourself out. Don't think about having other combines. But psychologically, it can be unnerving. It's like when you get to where you want to be, that's when your mind can play games with you, or you can fail a little bit mentally, and that's when you could screw up. And when you screw up like that, stuff tends to snowball. We were talking about this last week too. You make one mistake, or you get smacked around a little bit. It leads to another. It leads to another. It's very hard to pick yourself up and turn that around. And it's so impressive when people do it. Usually that comes when people scale down their position sizing. They look for small winners. And if you can just, if you're in a cold streak and you start stringing together, a handful of $50 winning days, only $50, it builds confidence. You got to build your confidence back. And I don't think your confidence gets hit too hard if you're in a trading combine. But psychologically, if you make a little mistake, it can certainly snowball. An example, yesterday I was out skeet shooting, and
how'd that go?
It was great. I had a ton of fun, but I almost, for anybody familiar with shooting, you go shoot a round, they throw 25 clays for you, and I was doing really well. Through 24 clays, I had 24 out of 24.
Damn, Nick.
And coming up to the 25th one, I'm like, okay, I could get a straight here. And I start thinking about that, and what happens, after getting 24 in a row, I missed the 25th because I mind screwed myself. I started thinking about it. So, that happens in trading too.
Yeah, it does. And it's just one last little clay pigeon, and you got it in your own head, and you missed it. But that's still good. I mean, 24 out of 25.
Yeah, Mick. But look at that. And the only one you're thinking about is the one you missed, not the 24 that you hit. The only one you think about is the one you missed.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. You got
it's so twisted. It's like trading. It's
incredible.
It is. It really, there's a lot of correlations to trading in sports, be it shooting or anything else. We always talk about hitting singles like in baseball, but yeah, it's like you take one trade at a time, try and, hit one clay at a time. And I wasn't thinking about the one clay that was coming out the tower. I was thinking about the 25 straight, and sure enough,
exactly. Good. Well,
I was already celebrating a little bit in my head. And,
I got this.
Yeah. Thanks. That was a good question. Sorry for the long-winded answer. What else we got?
Here's another one from Abhijit. Question for Mick. If I am $500 away from losing the XFA, what should I do? Focus on the XFA and trade micros and slowly get it back, or start another combine and focus on that and below the XFA?
It's a great question. You are not going to get better or learn. This is a good opportunity to get better and learn. You're not going to learn anything swinging for the fences, going all or nothing, like, oh, I'm going to, try and either make some money on this trade or this trading day, or I'm going to lose the XFA. That doesn't help you. Like I said, putting your nose to the grindstone and doing the hard thing of digging out is going to help you. It's going to help you mature as a trader. So certainly if you get to a certain level, you want to maintain that level. You don't want to fall back. You don't want to have, it's a great question for what we've been talking about today. You don't want to have to fall back on plan B. So my answer to this person is, make it work in the XFA. If you're 500 away from your max loss limit, scale your position sizing down, trade contracts. You probably don't like that answer. Nobody wants to scale their position sizing down, but I talk about it a lot. Like in trading, to be successful or to turn something around, there's a massive difference between doing what you should do and doing what you want to do. You're not going to want to, go trade micros. Any winning day you're going to have, you're going to say, oh, it could have been 10 times this or more. But when you have the losing days and you might be on a little bit of a cold streak, the losses are going to be limited because you're trading micros. And like we just talked about a couple minutes ago, build that confidence back, trading the micros, turn that thing around. So I challenge you to do that. That's the right thing to do for your own development.
You'll be a better trader if you dig your way out of that.
Yeah, you'll be a better trader, and you're going to look good to the risk team when you do turn that around and it comes to a decision to, do we want to put this person in a live account or not? I mean, we look at that like, hey, this trader was, back against the wall. Look what they did. Oh, gosh, they had their back against the wall. They traded micros. They turned that around. That's super freaking impressive. I love seeing that. And I should probably share some more of that when I do these trading cards for the people we do call up on XFAs. I will. Great question.
How much would you say in a given day or a given week you have to play good cop versus playing bad cop? Are you playing more bad cop than good cop? What would you say? Or tough love? You're missing tough love. Like how would you say that's what the breakdown is? Is it
the good? I don't know, Andre. The good cop, bad cop conversation comes up every once in a while.
Yeah.
I think I'm neither. I'm anybody doing well. I'm on your team cheering from the sidelines. For those of those that are struggling, I'm just direct. I call it how it is. People don't benefit from me, coddling or, it's not a one size fits all. People are going through different things. Trading performance, on paper versus psychologically. So, you got to get a feel for it when you're talking to these people, but we are always super direct. Hey, this is what we see. This is what we think you could do to make an adjustment that would help you. What do you think about that? We always share our input very directly, but it's also a conversation because what I think someone should probably do to make the changes might not be, they might not be exactly comfortable with that. They might have their own ideas. There's been plenty of times where I've suggested something to someone and they're like, well, yeah, that makes sense, but I also have my own idea. And I'm like, all right, great. Roll with it. Let's do it.
Cool.
All right. I got another question here from Fred Decker.
Yeah.
Fred, what's up?
What do you think about a statistic for average trade outcome by trade number? Does my do my trading results decrease as I take more trades? You get that question?
I think I do. So
Okay.
I think you should be looking at your statistics, outcomes when I'm trading, making fewer trades, outcomes when I'm over trading. Fred, great question, because I'm going to go to these statistics that we've been talking about. The high win percentages on all these trading cards for all the people we call up from live. The people with the highest winning percentages almost always have the lowest number of trades per day. So if you are performing and you have good statistics on a small number of trades versus worse statistics or not as good statistics on a high number of trades, look at that and extrapolate, because you'll be able to kind of plot out some predicted performance from doing so.
Right.
Was there a second part to that question that's escaping me right now, Hoag?
No, I think he's just kind of looking to see if he were to, I think, put together a statistic that kind of gauges him on his performance trading fewer trades than more trades. I think that's really what he was getting at. I think you answered it very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the NASDAQ currently trading up to and a little bit through weekly kickoff high. That weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, 16,925. Currently trading 925 and a quarter bid at a half. So maybe some opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me find another question for you, Mick.
Yeah, good catch there, John. I wasn't seeing that. Oh, those longs we got into, John, would be paying off really nice if we still held those.
Yeah, and we saw it happening. I was really just too impatient to sit there and wait for this. I mean, the S&Ps, we still have a 16 and a quarter point range. Very small range.
Tight. Do we have any targets here for upside, John? Anything?
Well, I mean, we've got Deanna's average daily range high 47.49. I'm sorry, 48.07 half.
48.07 half.
48.07 half is the average daily range high, and then above that, if we're looking at 48.50 for weekly kickoff.
All right, we got a 600 lot sitting at 98 half. Someone keeps stacking these 500 lots all the way up. So
yes, we do, and that's liquidity, and that's what makes me think it's likely to continue to move in this direction.
Awesome.
Yeah, market gravitates toward the orders.
Sure does, and big fat round numbers. So we got that, and we got 4,800 above here. So it might be some testing to the upside. John, if you don't have another question, I think I found one for Mick.
Go ahead.
Okay, This is from Jasmine Zeller. How do you actually hold yourself accountable in terms of risk management? I feel like I always try and set limitations and always end up going past them. So how do you hold yourself accountable so you don't have to get a shoulder tap from Mick and the risk management team? How do you do that? Is that experience? How do we do that? How?
Well, great question. I was getting a little distracted as you were asking the question, because I had a conversation with Jasmine last week. She's awesome. So shout out to you. I'm happy she came on. Awesome. I actually think we should probably get Jasmine featured on here one time, because she's been a trader for a long time. She's got a great head on her shoulders, and had an awesome conversation with her last week. So thanks for putting a question in the chat. I'm happy it actually got picked. So go back, Andre. The question was about managing money, and Jasmine, I got distracted because I was thinking about the conversation we had last week.
All right, real quick, I'll repeat it. How do you actually hold yourself accountable in terms of risk management? I feel like I always try and set limitations and always end up going past them. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys had a similar conversation last week.
So if you're setting limitations for yourself and then you go past them, usually what's happening intraday as people are trading, you actually outside of the trading intraday, anytime you have limitations that you place on yourself, you're probably thinking about them when you're in a clear mind, when you don't have a position on. And then what happens? You go into the market, you start trading, you get emotional. And when you get emotional, that's when you make exceptions to your rules, you lose the discipline. So I would pretty much pinpoint this issue, Jasmine, to the emotions. That's almost always what it is when we're doing something that we predeterminedly said we weren't going to do. So how do you eradicate the emotions then from your trading? I have something that's helped me, and I've talked about it on Shoulder Tap before. It comes down to, before you put the trade on, you need to frame out the trade. you should never be putting a trade on that you don't frame out. And when I say framing it out, it's know where you're getting in on your entry. So entry is number one. If you're buying, you got to get in on a pullback. I don't see a lot of people, buying highs that don't get shaken out. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it doesn't. So trade location is very important. And then even more important than that, I would say, is know your downside risk. If I am going to, buy it here, I either know from a dollar value standpoint, if that's my pain tolerance, if my pain tolerance is 500, I need to get out at 500. Or if there's a level on the chart where I'm saying, if it goes to here, I need to puke the trade, I need to exit because there's a good chance it would continue going against me. And then third part, and this is a little bit grayer, is like, you got to have an idea of where the market's going to go to, at least where you want it to go to. And I say gray area because, some people trade all in, all out. Other people scale out. If the market goes to a certain level that you think it can go to, if you're right, you might want to peel some off. You might want to leave some runners on. So if you're framing out those trades, you've already predetermined a couple of the outcomes. It's either going to be a winner or it's going to be a loser unless you scratch it. So if you predetermine those outcomes, it makes it a lot easier if you get stopped out on the losing side to move on to the next trade without the emotion. So
well said.
So yeah, back to the question, and it was an awesome one, Jasmine. Not surprised the good questions coming from you. The emotions always will make people less disciplined and break their rules. I'll tell you, people underestimate how disciplined you have to be successful in this business. The most successful traders are not making exceptions for their trades. They are doing what they need to be doing. And it's a difference of treating it as a business versus maybe a hobby or gambling or hoping. So another long-winded answer to a question there, but I think, focus on the emotions, Jasmine, and frame out those trades.
Well, I think you nailed this. Yeah,
Mick,
John, you want to take us out? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure, Mick. Thank you very much. I'm so happy with it. We've expanded this segment. It's so full of great ideas, wisdoms, and thank you for providing all that for us, Mick. We're going to be moving on to power players real quick shortly here. Eddie, Jack, and Jay are going to be there. Don't forget, we've moved Anne Marie's segment to the 1 o'clock Back to the Futures segment. Don't forget about group coaching and top quiz between now and then. Yep. And great to have you here with us, Mick, as every day. And thank you very much. So stick around. We will see you shortly.
Thanks, guys.
It's time for power players.
Yes. And we're back here. I'd like to say hello to Jay. Jay, how are you today, my man?
Doing good, Eddie. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Jay, one of our coaches here. And, of course, Jack. Is this your first viewing of seeing Jack here today? I think so.
Perhaps. Sometimes I turn the camera on behind the scenes, but I've emerged from backstage to do some power playing.
Power players. And, we got a lot going on here today. And one of the things I wanted to ask before we get started here is, Coach Jay, you and Coach Paul.
Coach Paul, yep.
Are doing at the buzzer each and every day in Discord channel, right?
That is correct, Eddie. That is correct. Yeah, we do it every day, 3 p.m. Central. We review the markets, what happened in the markets for the day. We were thinking this week, with the volume being a little bit down, with it being a holiday week, we might take the end of the week off, but we'll be on today for sure.
Okay, and the thing is as soon as we're done now, if you're new here, we're doing TopstepTV from opening bell to closing bell, and then right after we're done at 3:00, we'll have our closing bell, and then you run over to the Discord channel. And how do they do that? How do they get a hold of that class?
So there should be a link for Discord if you're not in it already, if we could put that up in the YouTube chat. But in the events tab in Discord, you'll see a list of all the events. We actually have about 14 or 15 events that I've seen this week. So pretty busy week for you, but the events tab there, you can click on the link and then join the event. You should also get a notification as soon as the event starts, and then you can join from there as well.
Right, and Coach Ray does this. I know that Coach Dakota does this. So good stuff. Okay, I just wanted to put it on the table for those that weren't aware of it.
You could theoretically be with us all day, every day, for the rest of the time.
24/7.
With Dakota doing your live.
Dakota wants to do the London session, so we might be Topstep 24/7 eventually.
I think eventually we're very close to that. Very close, but the thing is too, I mean, there's always something going on in the Discord channel, whether coaches do have a class or not. There's somebody always in there. I've checked it out just to see if anything is going on there, and that happens. Oh, Coach Vince is doing a class here at 7:00. He just sort of messaged me. Sorry, I missed that. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later. But 7:00 p.m. Central Time, Coach Vince will have that also. So, guys, we're pretty booked here today.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Yeah, but things are slowing down a little bit towards the end of the year. But Jay, I know you have your chart shared.
Yes.
Are you still trading at all, or?
So I'm looking for a setup, Jack.
Okay.
I was started off the day down. I actually, when we were talking about trades during fast markets, I was the one that was calling out the bigger lots in the ES.
Okay.
The 1,000 lot that we had at 47.87. I was looking to get short in front of it, similar to what MP did. So, got stopped out on that trade as we pushed up. So I'm looking for an opportunity right now. Actually looking at this 900 lot that's sitting right here at 4,800. I'm not going to get short in front of this one because I've taken that trade twice already today and it stopped me out. So I'm going to wait, see what the reaction is to that order, and then maybe look to take a trade there.
I meant to cancel that 900 lot order. I'm sorry.
I had a feeling that was you sitting out there, Eddie.
Somebody is looking to hold the line right at the BFRN.
Right. Yeah. So normally, if I was up on the day, or if I took a few decent trades, I would probably get short in front of this one. But what we've seen so far is that we've just taken out these orders as they popped up. Right. I think we had 2,000 lots that showed up, and buyers kind of stepped in and took it out right away. So I don't want to get short in front of it. I'll just wait and see the reaction afterwards.
Now, is that leaning? Is that a typical setup that you'll use? Is that something you're generally looking for?
It is, yeah. So I trade. So this is not my normal screen that I trade on. I actually have one screen that's just time and sales and depth of market, and then another screen that's charts. So I'll look for orders, bigger orders out here to lean on or to kind of watch the market's reaction to them, and then try to get in from there. If you can see on these charts here, I have similar to if anyone's used, like volume profile stuff. These kind of yellow lines here are where those orders got executed. And then I'll watch the market reaction to them. So you can see, there was a 600 lot 47.83 that got filled early in the morning, actually before the open. On this pullback, it's almost exactly where we pulled back to and kind of launched from there. So I'll put those on the charts all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to shut it down before the end of the year? Is this your last week trading, or are you going to do next week as well?
Yeah, no, I will be shutting it down. I honestly, I think I might shut it down by Thursday this week. As long as volume's decent, I think we can get some decent trades. But as we get later into the week, things will slow down for sure. Thursday, Friday, I don't expect to be doing too much. I still need to Christmas shop as well, so I'll use that as an excuse to get away from the charts.
Last minute, yeah, why not last minute? You got to get it done. Done. Now, real quick, Jay, was that a range chart that you had?
These are range charts. Yes, this is a.
What's the tick size?
So this is an 8-tick range bar chart for ES.
Okay.
Each one of these candles is 2 points. I'll use a 40-tick range bar chart on the NASDAQ, which means each candle is 10 points. And what it does for me, at least, is kind of smooth out the chart, where if I was on a minute chart, there's a lot more noise, especially in something like this consolidation. But it's a little easier to see price action right when we break out of a consolidation. There are times where I'll see something like this, overlapping bars, and then wait for a breakout, and then just take that trade on the breakout.
Okay, just a lot of comments here. People saying, "Yeah, these range charts are really good."
Yeah,
Eddie says
they're clean.
Not me, but yes, somebody else named Eddie. Yeah.
What about you guys? You guys trading today, or?
Eddie was trading some gold.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more than done here today. Hit my target, and then I decided to give it another shot, and just added a little bit more on the day. So,
okay,
I'm more than happy today, coming in on a Monday.
And I can't really trade during the mornings because I'm back doing all this stuff. So
running the show, right? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something after 2, but I don't think anything right now.
See, that's hard though. I know exactly what you're talking about, Jack. Priority is we've got priorities before trading, and if I can slip a trade in, and keep the show moving forward, then we're good at it. But it's hard.
Yeah, and you are flat at the moment, right, Jay?
Yes, I am flat right now. I wouldn't take anything until we react to that order at 4,800. Before that, I feel like it's just if I take a short here, right, I'm 3 points below the order. So I'm going to have to sit through that drawdown to wait for that reaction. I'd rather just wait for the reaction than trade after it.
Anyone in the chat who's looking to use that 4,800 as resistance versus have it break through?
Yeah. I think what's important to note too, Jack, is the personality of the day for ES, right? Every time we've seen something like this, it hasn't caused much hesitation. And that's why I would want to wait for the reaction, right? Because it could just break through and, continue up another 5 points. So I'm going to wait on it.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of stops in that area.
Yep.
Hi, Carmack. I'll be honest with you, Friday, I'm not always killing gold. We traded that last hour, and I was very close to passing my trading combine, and I blew it. Didn't really want to trade, but once I got in, it's like that itch that you got to keep scratching, and busted the 50K combine, and I'm starting new this week. So like they say, c'est la vie. Been there, done that, so I know what I need to do next time.
That's good. All you can do is learn, Eddie.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right, Jack. And for the tradertainment, we keep saying that aspect of trading. We had, you even traded that last hour, correct? Last week?
The last hour?
Yeah, the last hour.
No, I did a few times to middling success.
Yeah, well, you saw success, and I just kept taking the hole deeper and deeper, which was quite silly on my part. I keep telling myself practice what you preach, but I figured, well, we'll start a new one come Monday, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult. Oh, go ahead, Jay.
No, I was going to ask. I know Hoag has mentioned it, especially when we first started TopstepTV. Do you guys find it hard to trade in front of people, like trade live?
I find trading difficult in general.
Same, same. But is there an added pressure to take a trade on a stream?
Yes, and the hardest part, and I'm trying to be better about this because that was something I did poorly last week. Is it's not great TV, but I don't want to put a trade right now, or especially like last week, I was hanging around during the 1 o'clock hour.
Right.
On one hand, I would never initiate a new position at that time.
Same.
On the other hand, it's like then I'm just sitting here being like, okay, what we doing? Especially right now, there's not a ton of movement in it. We're kind of seeing what happens at this 4,800, right? But at
until then,
11:30 on a Monday, I'm not going to take that trade either way.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Jack. Well, let's lean on the chat, right? If anyone sees any markets that are moving, let us know. I'm going to switch around a little bit here to see if there's any other orders that we might be able to lean on in different markets. I actually see one in crude oil right now.
Okay.
73.69. There's 120 lot. I looked at crude a little bit earlier when Deanna was trading it. 74.61. There was same size, 150 lot actually at 74.61. You can see exactly where the high on the day was. That would have been the perfect lean short trade, right? Where there wasn't enough buying convinced enough to take us above that level. 74.61 is a random number, but someone decided that was where they were going to put their sell, and pretty nice trade from there. So we could look at crude oil the same way, right? Let's look at this. We're a little bit closer here than we are in the ES, right? Only a tick away from it. So that might be a decent spot to lean on as well. We saw it worked pretty well the last time up here.
Are you active in multiple markets?
I will watch them. I haven't always been this way, but I'll usually trade NASDAQ, crude, ES. I think what I've found is I try to find where the easiest opportunity is. And Coach Paul and I actually talk about that a lot in on At the Buzzer, the recap. It's not something that I would suggest a beginner trader do, but when the market that you trade doesn't offer an opportunity, I think it's okay to go look at something else, right? Have a secondary, maybe a third market that you look at. It's not all the time that I do it, but I think it's important to be able to take whatever analysis you have and then apply it to a different market.
Yeah, it's all trading at the end of the day.
Exactly.
People out there that are trading at this time, I'm curious, do you have a different strategy for that part of the day? Because I just know that when I was trading full time, this was the death zone to kind of add between, say, 10:30 or 11 and 2. It was things slowly drifting against you. And then you always had a better level after 2.
I agree. Yeah, right now I would be taking notes, kind of writing down levels where I see price reacting to, and then waiting for volume to come back in order to actually take the trades.
Although Mr. Pickle makes a point, zero risk in going long. Gun to my head, sorry for the visual. I think that's the direction it has to go. I mean, this market has just been eating shorts for a long time now. I mentioned the other day that the Russell, right, hit its 52-week low, and it took it 48 days to hit its 52-week high just last week. That is a strong trend. A strong.
And the thing is, why do we watch the Russell? You know, I mean, Russell, the Dow. I know you don't like the Dow.
I do not like the Dow. That is correct.
That is correct. But to each his own. You know, I mean, some people are making money off that. Some people, you know, one of the things here, I think last week that Russell was our leader. We didn't know it. And the rest of the markets were a lagger early in the day. And somebody pointed that out. You know, your leader today is a Russell. Take a look at it. I took a look. And I'm like, wow. It didn't last too long, but it was a good indication. You want to know who your leader laggers are early in the day.
Yeah, and I guess the reason we don't see a lot of people trading the Russell is I figure you already have the ES or NASDAQ if you have that persuasion. It's just, I mean, maybe it all makes sense to you once you see the Russell, or God forbid the Dow. Won't go there. But ES has plenty of liquidity. They're all stocks. I mean, the Russell's been a beneficiary of, there's been a lot of change in sort of market breadth of this rally, right? Earlier in the year, there was a point where all the gains in the S&P 500 were completely due to the Magnificent Seven. And they still are up a bunch of it. But in this latest, since the Fed meeting last week, a lot of the surge has been due to the smaller market cap components, the other 493 in the S&P, if you will. And they've been battered, like the Russell's been battered for a long time. And I would feel better about this rally if that continues, right? I've always been nervous about the passive index funds just dumping more and more money into the top 7 stocks just because Apple has a $3 trillion market cap or something like that. But we shall see. 1 week. And yes, there is a quiz coming in about 10 minutes, Henry.
Nice.
And we're going to have Bonnie with us for that, I believe.
Bonnie will be there.
And don't run away, because after that, we've got group coaching. Ask Hoag anything. Can we get that link in there for John for group coaching? I know we've got a new form for that. And then, of course, we're going to have Anne-Marie with Johnny Hoags for Back to the Future. Let me see if I can get that link, make sure we got the right link.
Hey, Eddie, I pulled the link a little while ago. We had just about 40 questions in there, which is quite a bit, and I don't think we're going to have time to get to all of them. So we'll post it again tomorrow, and if we didn't get to your question today, we'll try and get to it tomorrow, and we'll post the form again tomorrow so you can ask your questions.
Well, thank you, JD. All right. Wow, that's participation. A lot of people having questions on a Monday. Good job.
Whole time we've been sitting here, the ES has just been, I was hoping just for the tradertainment, we would see what happens that 900 lot.
Nothing on that, huh? Yeah,
it might be what's happening is that no one's convinced that they need to take it out, and it's the best place to short on the day. But I don't want to be the person to start the party. Let me know when the party's going, and I'll show up a little late.
Now, how far? I'm going to pull that up. I'm going to take a look, because the thing is, with the markets the way they are, it is coming towards the end of the year, and you never know. I mean, when we were on the trading floor, you never know who needed to sort of flatten things up as far as if they had more to sell or more to buy. And there would always be a retailer, some big house that would come in and just smash the market. And you've got a 900 lot there. That's in the S&Ps, right?
Yes, it is, Eddie. Yep. 937 and 4,800.
937. I see that there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At a psychological number too, right?
Just hanging out.
48 even.
Bunch of, everyone's hesitating. No one wants to be the first one to take it out.
Right. End of the year, 11:30 on a Monday. Who's gonna be YOLO? Who's gonna plow into this and say, show them?
I'm gonna say that's gonna disappear soon. I just don't feel it as being legit.
Go ahead, Jack.
Oh yeah, someone was asking really quick about your levels again. It might have disappeared in the chat here. 1 second. Can Jay repeat his range bar values, please?
Yeah. So on the NASDAQ, it's a 40 tick range bar chart. And if the NASDAQ's moving a little slower, if I'm trading London session, it'll be a 20 tick range bar chart. For a crude oil, it's an 8. And then ES is an 8 as well.
Good to know. Hope that answered your question.
I was actually looking to take that crude short just now. We were 73.67. I was looking to take the short there, just with a stop on the other side. Missed it, but I'm going to put the order in. This will be a really tight stop, right? With the stop right on the other side of that order. So 73.70, and we'll see if we get in from there. The idea for that trade is just the lean against that order. It's kind of working out right now.
I wish you got it.
Yeah, that's trading. I also told myself that I might have been done for the day. I had a short in NASDAQ from, where was that? I had a short in the NASDAQ from 16,896. And I thought I closed it at opening range high. I came back to my desk and I was still in the trade. Luckily, it was in the profit. But then I'm just like, hey, something's going off with your execution today.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't take too many trades because then you'll wind up, caught in a position that you don't want to be in. But this looks like a decent opportunity, so I'll go ahead and take it.
Somebody asked,
you got a position on.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Somebody asked what got me interested in trading. My hand was kind of forced. I was a economics major that graduated in 2009 at pretty much the time when there were no other jobs available. As no one was hiring basically, but with all that volatility, there were still proprietary trading shops that were hiring. So did 3 rounds of interviews, took some goofy tests with logic problems on them, and then a week later they were having me trading overnight for 12 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, I spent 1 week on days. They came in and like taught you what the products were. And I came to it from, I never traded futures or anything. Maybe I traded a few stocks along the way just for shits and giggles or something like that. But yeah, they just handed you the what was it called? It was a textbook called The Treasury Bond Basis, and it was the densest book you've ever. I still have it. I meant to bring it down here to show, and it was just reading that and filling orders overnight, and then you just learn from whoever they hired 6 to 12 months before you, and then after a year and a half of that, you would get an account with the firm within your group, and then you were back to working days again. But your sleep never really recovered. I still think I was 22 years old. I'm 36, I think now. I think I'm 36.
When's your birthday?
It's in March.
Okay.
I am 36. I just remember that. But my sleep was messed up for years after that.
Yep. Do you still, so you kind of learn trading overnight? Do you still take trades overnight? Or do you trade mostly during the day?
We were doing a different type of trading where there was a lot of positions that were sitting on the whole day, and it was more like managing them. We didn't call it the moron trade. We had a great euphemism. It was called defending levels. Like if something was drifting, you would call someone in the middle of the night and be like, here's where this is. Do you want to defend it? Which means put more on or get rid of it or stay the same.
Yeah. It's all about how you frame it, right? You're not adding to losers. You're just, you're building a position.
Yeah. And it was so boring 90+% of the time. It was just long periods of boredom punctuated by the most extremely stressful moments you've ever had. And, people yelling at you on the phone and stuff like that. So 10 out of 10 would recommend.
Yeah. I see.
Coach Jay, you use, what's your platform?
This is Quantower, Eddie.
Question from Starfix. In the depth of market, it can only see bids and asks at exact price level. How do you activate all the above and below levels?
So in Quantower, you can right click, go to settings, and then it asks you how many levels you want. I just have mine set to 150 so I can scroll up and down. But you do need level 2 data. So you do need to subscribe to level 2 data in order to see more than one level up and down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. Well, we've got 1143 here, and it looks like that 900 lot is still there. I saw it go down to below 900, but somebody put another. Oh, is that 09? I think it's 909, right? You see 909 or is it 980?
Yeah, 909 at 4,800. They keep moving it around. Someone's joining that order and then kind of leaving it from there.
Yeah,
I think we're probably going to move on to the next segment, but I did see a question in the chat. So
go for it.
I can just answer this real quick. Someone asked how you use range bar charts and, why I might prefer them over time charts. I'm just going to do a quick example right here. We see this consolidation in crude oil, where remember each one of these candles is about 8 cents, right? So 1, 2, 3, we got this overlap here. The way I'm going to use it, and it might not be the best example here, but you can kind of see that consolidation. We'll go down to a minute chart and see what that same consolidation looks like. Not the best example there because we got those range bar charts over the course of 5 minutes. But it just takes time out of the equation, right? Especially when we're going into things like lunchtime, right? Where the markets might not be moving. It's just easier for me to identify where a consolidation is.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I hope that answered your question. Thank you, Coach Jay. And thank you, Jack. Well, we're going to take a timeout here. We've got Top Quiz up next with Jack and Bonnie. Don't run away. We've got group coaching with, I think, Jack and Hoag. Is it going to be you, Jack, or JD?
I'll be in the background.
Okay. You'll be answering questions and
asking questions.
Much anticipated Back to the Futures with Anne Marie and Hoag. And of course, we got our Power Hour where we got Hoag, Andre, Jack, myself, and we'll see what's cooking with Coach Ray and see if there's any opportunity. All right, so we'll be right back. Don't go away.
All right.
switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that's a stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'ma flick up. Feel I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up. Look.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz for today, December 18th. It's a Monday. I am Jack, joining along with Bonnie. Bonnie, how was your weekend?
It was great. Had a very relaxing weekend, played video games, and set up my new cabinet. Wish it was longer.
Sick. What video game do you play?
Fortnite.
Fortnite. Okay, cool. All right. Glad you guys like the banging tunes. By the way, somebody asked, how do I know if I won? We sent an email out on Friday for all the winners from last week. Going forward, I don't want to promise it yet. We're going to try and have them sent out every day, but they might be sent out at the end of the week. I'll let you know once I talk to our support department. Okay. The music's not playing right now, though, right? People in the chat? Cool. All right. So, top quiz. There will be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 right or 4 right, you are entered into a drawing to give away 30 free Trading Combine resets. Thank you for answering that about the music. So, if you win, you will get into the random drawing for one of 30 free resets. It's not based on speed. You just got to get those questions right. They will be about trading and some other stuff. Also, there's a 6-second delay, so make sure that you're looking at your device, right? Because that's where the questions are going to pop up. We're on a 6-second delay. And also be sure that you enter using the email associated with your Topstep account. That's something we've started doing last week to make it more fair for everybody. And I think it's working so far, but we will see. So, Bonnie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
No better way to start the Monday. All right. We'll wait a few more seconds to make sure that Goo gets in there. Jack Ma. Oh, Jack Ma's back. Great. Stranger, Hammer. Remember, don't do DMX. Don't do any 2-letter ones. That's lame. Okay. No Taylor Swift questions, Jack. We'll see about that.
Jack loves Taylor Swift.
Once again, I don't dislike Taylor Swift. She's very much in the cultural zeitgeist right now. So that's what happens. All right, Bonnie, you ready to do this thing?
I'm ready.
All right, let's start. If you don't get in, you can play tomorrow or the day after that, or pretty much any weekday. Let's do it. Intro. Day is correct. That's good. All right. Question number 1. What country produces the most crude oil? Just over 13 million barrels per day. Is it Russia, Saudi Arabia, the United States, or Venezuela that produces the most oil, Bonnie?
I feel like this question came up before, but I don't remember the answer.
Well, 1 and 4 on the guess.
Would it be Russia?
It would not be Russia. It would be the United States.
Oh.
I believe Russia's the second most, then Saudi Arabia. But it is, get the USA chant going in the comments, people. It is the United States. And Mayor McCheese, Day Trading Dad, Carl Hungus, ES Hurt Me. That's a good one. And Goddog Ryan. Okay. Ready for this next question?
I'm ready.
Okay. There's still time. The Topstep tilt indicator includes data from all of the following except express funded accounts, trading combine accounts, live funded accounts, or open Topstep sim positions, not counting practice accounts. Which of these is not in the tilt?
Trading combine accounts?
It's in there. It is the live funded accounts are not in there.
Oh, man.
Yes. All right. Good to you that got that.
I am struggling today.
It's okay. Happens. I mean, you've got a perfect score before, so all good. Scott Bro knows it. Black Swan. good to see you in the top again. It was great having you on last week. Dow syndrome, both of D's, and more cowbell. All right. Next question. Which of these countries is not a member of OPEC? We have an oil theme today. Is Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Iran, or Mexico not a member of OPEC? It's the closest one to us.
Mexico.
Yes, it is Mexico. That is correct. Our good neighbors to the south are not in OPEC. All right.
Thanks for that one, Jack.
Of course. Well, if there's under 6 seconds left, I don't think I can give away the answer. Jack's OnlyFans. Okay, yeah, I'll give that one out at some point. I could use a few extra bucks. Okay. Final question. Who was the 2023 Time Magazine Person of the Year? Was it Elon Musk, Joe Biden, Xi Jinping, or Taylor Swift?
Is it Taylor Swift?
I can't say yet.
I think it's Taylor Swift.
It is 100% Taylor Swift. Okay, they got that too easy. Oh, that was a Taylor Swift one for you. So we'll see the bragging podium. Remember, you'll be randomly chosen. If you got 3 or 4 right, I will randomly select 30, and you will get an email. That is how you'll learn about that. Bofa D's, Scott Bro, and Jack's OnlyFans. Oh, you guys are wonderful. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, the people have spoken. I got to start working on my webcam game, I guess. So, Bonnie, thank you very much for joining. It was a pleasure as always. 2 4 is not bad. And stick around. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be... God, my mouth is so dry right now. I took I'm taking these allergy pills.
Thank you.
Okay. What I was trying to say is stick around for group coaching with Hoag. It's coming up next. I'll be feeding him questions. It's going to be great. Then we got Anne-Marie coming on at 1. You'll definitely want to see that. So hang tight. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll see you soon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. It is Monday, the 18th of December. If you don't know me, my name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. I've got more than 40 years of industry experience in futures. I did trade on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in the year 2009. And since 2011, I've been here helping traders gain knowledge and hopefully improve their performance. It's one of my favorite times of the day is when I get the opportunity to talk to everybody during group coaching. Hopefully we're going to have I know we have some really good questions, and I'm looking forward to answering as many as I possibly can. Nobody knows everything, ladies and gentlemen. I certainly don't. If I don't know, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to be honest. We got to kind of think about what we're doing here. This is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product. Just remember, futures, it does contain considerable risk. These are leveraged products. We should only be using risk capital. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. Succeeding in the trading combine, you're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to take care of that for you. And we're going to get jumping into the questions here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the charts up so that we have something to watch while we talk here. Watching the S&Ps coming off here. We've got the NASDAQ. I'm going to put the NASDAQ up because the NASDAQ is up near weekly kickoff high, 16,925. And we'll see how this the rest of this plays out. One important thing, we do have Anne-Marie Band coming for the Back to the Futures section, which is right after group coaching. I know everybody's looking very much forward to seeing Anne-Marie as well am I. So we'll look forward to seeing that. And with me today, playing the voice of God, is Jack.
Hello. I'm here, hanging out in the background.
All right. So we can jump into the questions and let's take care of business, huh?
Sure thing, Ho. So first question comes to us from Niranjan. It is, Deanna often talks about an auction being strong or weak. How is the strength or weakness of an auction exactly defined? Thank you.
Niranjan, as always, has been bringing in a lot of really good questions to group coaching. Niranjan, thank you very much for the question. Deanna talks about the auction process. I talk about the auction process. And it really, I think, depends a little bit on the time frame that you're talking about the auction process in. One of the things that I talk about quite a bit on opening call and whenever we talk about the auction process is, how is volume doing? How is open interest doing? Is the market involved in a longer time frame auction process to one direction or the other, either higher or lower, or is it largely range bound? In shorter time frame, gauging the auction process is something that takes time. It is something that you're going to have to get some experience to try and recognize, but a lot of it is, I like to think of the auction process in shorter time frame as a table with four legs. We want volume, we want interest, we want a lot of people looking at it, we want momentum would be nice, and we want a lot of participation, which kind of goes along with a lot of people looking at it. It is a subjective thing. It is something that, when I'm looking for a continuation of an auction or the cessation of an auction, those are the four things I'm looking at. If the auction seems strong to the upside, we have momentum, participation, and volume. That tells me that the auction is doing well, and it's likely to continue in that direction. But when one of those four legs of that table or two of those four legs of that table aren't present, then I start to think, okay, this auction is probably not doing all that well. And I know Deanna has things that she looks at that help her just determine the strength or the weakness of an auction. And, between both of us, I think we're kind of looking at the same things, maybe in slightly different ways. As an example, we're looking at the NASDAQ here. The opening range was the low of the day. Okay, we've got some directional activity because of that. This market could continue to push to the upside all day.
You've been struck by the robot voice.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why don't you just drop out real quick and come on back?
I'll pop out. I'll be right back.
Oh, it cut him off right in the middle of his back. So hopefully Robot John will be back nice and shortly here. I'll keep you updated because I'm working the box right now. Here he comes.
All right, here we are. Hopefully that's better. I hate it when that happens, but it happens. All right, so just kind of going right back to where I was here. We're looking at a continuation of a longer time frame auction to the upside in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. NASDAQ has traded to an important inflection level. What I'd be looking for continuation or an assumption that the auction is continuing to do well to the upside in the NASDAQ is time. We're spending time above this important inflection lesson. That's leg number one. Are we seeing some continuation, some momentum? Maybe not so much, but we've got to give it time. Are we seeing volume up here? Well, we've got a nice little volume bubble up here that kind of has a low volume node and some single TPOs here. To me, I would give the upside auction a kind of a B grade as long as we continue to close 30-minute bars above weekly kickoff high. Now, that's just one way to determine the strength or the potential weakness of an auction process. We've got the auction continuing to try and push new highs. How good of a job is it doing? And it is attempting to move higher, but how good of a job is it doing? We've got some balance up here in short time frame balance. If we break out the high end of this short time frame balance, we'll look for more continuation to the upside. If we break out the low end of this short time frame balance, maybe the market will pull back a little bit. But overall, I mean, when we're looking at the auction process in the equities, it's been difficult because it's been in rollover. Some of the volume and open interest tools that I use aren't really viable during that period of time. So Near and John ask this question again in a week, and we'll probably be able to show you with some better data, if you will, how to kind of gauge the auction process. And I think we should probably do like a master class on gauging the auction process using volume, open interest, even delta sometimes can help with that. So great question there, and John. I hope that helps. And we'll look forward to your next question there, and John. We really appreciate you bringing those in.
Well, here's another one we got for you. Whose trades are showing in the dome? Topstep traders? If so, XFA and Trading Combine or live as well? Tradeovate or other platforms? CME traders? I guess they're asking who's showing up in the dome.
Okay, great question. Thank you, Kial. So when we're looking at the dome, the ladder, whatever you want to call it, all we're seeing are current offers that are placed. These are sell orders above the market, and they are the entire CME group. Everybody that trades the NASDAQ that has an order to sell above the market is represented here. Down below, it's bids. These are all of the CME group traders that are currently holding bids below the market. Now, that includes anybody in a live account here at Topstep, anybody with their own live account, anybody that is trading the NASDAQ. Their orders are represented on the dome. Only bids and offers are shown. We do not see stops. So if there's a buy order, if there's an order to buy, above price using a buy stop, it's not represented on the dome. So that's everybody that is trading the NASDAQ, everybody that is trading the S&Ps. These are all their offers, and these are all their bids that are currently placed, and they're constantly changing. People are putting in orders, canceling orders. So, these are constantly changing. When you look at the dome before an important economic release in the S&Ps, we go from hundreds on each price to 10, 20, 30 on each price. In the NASDAQ, sometimes we even see a break between the bid and the offer. Here's the NASDAQ. When there is an important economic release, a lot of people cancel their orders. So we may see, 2 points between the offer and the bid. Right now, there's no economic information due out, so the market is relatively liquid. But still, that's all we're seeing is everybody that is trading the NASDAQ in the whole world that has an order to sell above or an order to buy below. That's everybody that's trading it. This the thing about the futures in the CME group is there is only one liquidity pool. By liquidity pool, I'm saying everybody that trades these markets, these CME group markets and futures markets, is all part of one matching instrument, one matching tool, right? So if I buy one from somebody, it has to happen here. If I sell one to somebody, it has to happen here. When we're talking about like Forex and even individual stocks, there's usually several liquidity pools. So one liquidity pool maybe in Forex may be showing a 5 pip spread while another one is showing a 3 pip spread. The thing about futures is that's how pure these markets are. Everything is executed on one exchange with one liquidity pool. Great question.
And speaking of things on the dome, this is sort of an elaboration. Anonymous, they didn't put their name, asks, when someone calls out a large order, what does that mean? Like when Jay Cook called out 1,000 lot on ES. What does that mean?
All right. So we have an example of that right now up at 4,800 in the S&Ps. We've been seeing an order up there that's probably a 800 lot order or a 700 lot order. It's been as much as 1,000 on the offer. What that is it's a level probably that there is a longer time frame, larger trader who has placed that order up there, and there's any number of reasons for them to do that. Most of the time, the longer time frame traders aren't going to put their whole package on the market like that. If they have 10,000 to sell over a trading day, they're going to piece them in a little bit at a time so that they don't scare the market away from them. So, we saw that was it about a week ago, there was like a 1,600 on the offer and the market came up and took it. It's liquidity. The market likes to go to the orders. The market likes to go to where the liquidity is. So there's a pretty good chance that we're going to come up here and we're going to see if this order is actually there. Now, the reason it might not actually be there, I mean, it's there for now, but there may be a larger participant who's trying to scare price away from that level. Sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it's not going to. But there's 883 legitimate sell orders placed at 4,800. And if the price gets up there, we'll see if they get filled, then we'll see if they get canceled. There's a lot of different reasons and motivations for traders to put in those big orders like that. But yeah, that is a real order. Last week we took it out. If you remember, Michael and Andre took a short 1 tick below it. They got an 8-point move down below it, but eventually the market did come up and take it out and continue the move to the upside. Great question.
Thank you, Hoag. And then I can take this one quick because it just got answered in Top Quiz. Someone asked.
Sure, go for it.
Does Tilt include data from XFA and live accounts as well? It does not include data from live accounts. It includes open sim positions from the trading combine and XFA accounts.
And no practice accounts.
No practice accounts.
And that the reason for that is we want the tilt indicator to indicate traders that actually have a reason to succeed. They are trying to succeed. If you're in a random sim account, maybe you're trying to, maybe you're not. But everybody that is part of the tilt indicator has a little bit of skin in the game, whether it's XFA where they can make money on it, or combine where they're trying to get to the XFA where they can make real money on it. Great question.
All right. I have this question. I'm going to try and read it. Hoag, it's a doozy. So let me take a sip of water first.
Okay. I'll do the same.
When questions are submitted, we'll give extra points for brevity and clarity. But here we go. Hi, John. I discretionary trade the NQ and RTH using market profile and TPO. And days that are profitable, 90% of the time are when I don't trade the first hour.
Mm-hmm.
Does not matter if the market is in balance, which Dalton says to wait since there's a lot of chop.
Mm-hmm.
Or I try to follow gap trading rules. I use the first hour to gauge volume, tempo, and direction. It's very tempting to trade the first hour. If you have the right trade direction, you could be very profitable quickly, but you could also lose a lot too, of course. I still struggle with holding myself back and not touching the mouse during this time because I feel FOMO, especially when NQ goes to extreme ranges during this time. If you can please advise what I can do. I even thought of not turning on Trade of 8 until 10:30 Eastern. But I need to watch how the market opens, behaves, etc.
Right. So, ND, this is I think a kind of a common thought, common problem. I don't even know if it's necessarily a problem. It's just the knowledge that you perform better after that first hour. Even Deanna says, she likes to wait until the initial balance is established before really starting to try and get into trades. And that's, it makes sense. When I first started, in the trading pit, I was just basically just trying to bid the bid and offer the offer. And if I got hit, I would try and get the other side. I was taught to be a scalper, but that wasn't who I was going to end up being. It wasn't until I started looking at and learning about the market profile that I actually started to kind of turn a corner and turn to profitability. The first hour of trade at that time for me was very difficult. I had a very difficult time trying to find direction, trying to find good trade location, very difficult time. So I feel you, Andy. I feel you. And still to this day, unless there's an opening range trade, I'm probably not going to be doing much until after the first hour of trade, until the initial balance is established. So how do you not feel that FOMO? Well, there are a couple of things. You can set some finite rules to where I'm not going to trade the first hour of trade unless price comes to an extreme of a longer time frame area of balance. That's going to help you limit risk. Unless price brings us to an important inflection level. It could be a weekly kickoff level. It could be a level that you've been watching. You're only going to trade against bigger levels, longer time frame levels. Then you're going to be allowed to trade during that first hour of trade. So you don't have to necessarily feel the FOMO. You just need some defined rules so you can limit risk against anything that you do early in the trading session. That would be kind of my suggestion is don't block yourself out. You want to be watching, you want to participate in watching the price action. You said, you want to be able to watch the market open, how it behaves, all of that stuff. But if there's nothing that's going to kind of tell you, well, this is an important level, then don't get involved. If it is an important level, that should help you limit risk so you'll be able to continue trading. One of the worst things that I hate is, if I get involved too early and I get whipped around and I'm not trading against longer time frame levels, and the opening range trade, if I take it, it doesn't play. So now I start looking for the next opportunity to get that money back. And if I try and get that money back, odds are it's not going to go well. I'll have my 3 strikes and then I'm out. So stay patient. Give yourself that opportunity to trade during that first hour, only if it's an important inflection level. If we're range bound and we're at the upper extreme of that range, and you say, you know what, this has been proven to be too expensive before. If it breaks out, I know I can limit the risk to where I can continue to trade throughout the day, and I'm going to give myself this opportunity to do that. So a lot of it's discipline, and discipline is, it's willpower. It's kind of remembering in the past, well, the last 10 times I did this, 9 of them were wrong. So I'm not going to do this. it's a great question, ND. And you know, you can be profitable quick. You can lose a lot of money quick in that first hour of trade. Set some basic rules to allow yourself to participate during that first hour of trade. And again, those opportunities should be based off of longer time frame levels and only where you can limit risk. First thing I think of in any trade I take is, all right, well, you know, where's the risk on this? Where does price have to go to prove the trade wrong? And how good of trade location do I need in order to get into that trade to be able to stomach the risk I'm going to take it? Great question, ND. I hope that helps.
All right, Hoag. Our next question coming from Jonathan from New Jersey. And
what exit?
What exit? That just reminded me, I had to pull up. Have you guys seen this? The Tommy DeVito's agent. Just in case you can't read it, Hoag. His agent, Sean Stellato, is wearing his National Italian American Hall of Fame jacket ahead to tonight's Giants game. He was inducted this week.
Very nice.
That is the perfect agent for a guy named Tommy DeVito. But the question isn't from Tommy, it's from Jonathan in New Jersey. So it says, hi, Hoag. My question for you is, as a trader, when did you know the right time frame that worked for your strategy? And how did you measure the difference before and after the change? Thank you.
Okay. So, I mean, this is going back a few, decades. I got hired by a proprietary trading company, and, you know, I knew a little bit about technical analysis. I had never really traded real money before. I mean, I traded at the mid-am for a couple of years, but that was like trading micros compared to minis now. So they threw me in and said, you know, just start taking trades, just trade one lots, try and get the bid, try and sell the offer. If you get the offer, try and buy the bid. If you can't buy the bid, just lift the offer, just get used to it. So they were kind of setting me up to act as a scalper. And there were a lot of scalpers that made a lot of big money in the S&P pit. I mean, you know, if you took one or two ticks 200 times a day, we're talking about 200 to 400 ticks. That's a lot of ticks. That's a lot of money. So I did that for a while, and I floundered. I didn't really gain any traction at that time. And, you know, I struggling and upset and frustrated and everything that trading can do to you. I mean, all of us have felt all of those things, and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but a friend of mine grabbed me, and he was a good trader. He actually hired me as a deck holder and an arb clerk on my way up, and he was already in the pit. He had been trading for a while, and you know, had seen some pretty decent success at it. And he grabbed me after the pit one day, and he goes, here. Stuck this book under my trading jacket like it was some sort of contraband. He says, take this home, read the first 100 pages tonight, and then bring this back to me, and then go get your own copy. So in reading the first 100 pages of Mind Over Markets, it opened my eyes to what the markets really are and their auction processes. Price is going to auction higher until buyers won't buy it anymore. That should attract sellers. The upside auction is going to end, and a new downside auction is going to ensue. So it was in reading that first 100 pages, starting to understand the concepts of market profile, where I went from trying to be a scalper to more of a day trader, or even trying to be a day swing trader. I've had periods of time when I was really good at it, periods of time when I haven't been that good at it. This journey is, there's no destination to this journey. We're always learning and growing and trying to get better at what we're doing. And, you know, as we all know, success isn't a straight line. It's a big, wavy, crazy line, right? So, but it was at that time when I knew that I wasn't going to be a scalper. I don't know if I had the energy to be a scalper, although I kind of had to do that when I was a filling broker. But the measure of difference was I went from boom and bust trading, where up one day, down the next day, up one day, down the next day, down the next day, up the next day, up the next day, up there, and then down to just doing this, not really going anywhere, to getting to where I was able to put nice little swings of winning days together, and then learning to limit risk on the down days. Believe me, I've had my fill of ruining 2 weeks of trading in one day. These are all things that we all have to learn. And, while it's painful to do so, I think that they've made me a better trader over time. I think it was Bruce Lee that said, pain will stay until it finishes teaching you. And that certainly can be true in futures trading. So it was the advent of that book and the advent that I finally learned that, what makes the market move. I mean, it's an auction process, two-sided auction process. It occurs in almost infinite time frames. And once I got my head wrapped around that, I was able to expand my time frame a little bit. Looking at the market profile was a big help, and still is a big help in that. And so it's a really interesting and good question, Jonathan from New Jersey. And I didn't know, and my time frame seems to sometimes be a little bit fluid. Sometimes I'm shorter time frame. Sometimes I'm looking for the longer opportunities. Sometimes I'm right about being a shorter time frame. Sometimes I'm right about being a longer time frame. But 999 days out of 100, I go home flat every day. So I'm a day trader as far as futures are concerned. I mean, I have investments and stuff like that are longer time frame, but as far as trading futures, I go home flat just about every day. It's a great question. I appreciate that, Jonathan.
Good question there. Related to time frames. One moment. Oh, first there's a question about volume I wanted to get to.
Okay.
Can you share how you trade based on volumes with your style?
On volumes. Okay. So there's layers of volume that I look at, but as far as like looking at the volume profile, here is something that I have found that helps me get into trades that I believe are going to be somewhat directional. Here's the opening range in the S&Ps today. The gold bar here is the range for the first minute. It remains the low of the trading hour, the low of the regular trading hour session. When that happens, I have a tendency of really to start looking for longs. So I had bad trade location. I missed the beginning of the breakout of the opening range. Had a decent trade on it, came back. I kind of scratched it. I made $50 on it. But when the market came back to the opening range, both Andre and I bought this, and we took the trade all the way to the high of value, which was approximately right up here somewhere. Okay. So what did we notice? Well, the opening range was the low, and it was very low volume. There wasn't a lot of time and volume accumulated down here. So that kind of gives us, all right, well, we're back to the opening range, low volume below us. Let's see if we can get a rotation back to the highs. Okay, well, we got that. We started to see the market breaking out the top of the initial balance. I took a trade there, time stopped it. I really felt as though the market was going to try and continue to push higher, but we didn't really get much traction. It's kind of a grindy type of day, and we got to remember, don't sell quiet markets as far as the equities are concerned. Well, then we got an opportunity against this low volume node here. So you look for the opportunity on the volume shoulder between the high volume node and the low volume node, which puts us right here. That's our entry for a continuation move. And we can limit risk if we get too far through the low volume node down here. So we're going to be looking at maybe 3-4 points of risk. And right now that trade would be worth about 6 points. So we're not quite to 2-to-1 up here yet, but still, I mean, that gave us an opportunity to limit risk. Limiting risk is the most important part of looking for those opportunities. So that's, that in short time frame, that's one way that I look at volume to try and find good trade locations for some opportunities. I hope that that's a good answer for that question.
Sounded like one to me. All right. Let's get to this next question here, Hoag.
All righty.
Would you say the longer time frame, the more reliable the opening range? For instance, would the 2-minute be more reliable than a 1-minute opening range?
Oh, I love this question. I think the most important thing about the opening range trade is that you do it consistently. Now, I use 1 minute. Why? Well, the opening range is an old pit term, right? So when the opening bell struck at 8:30, the brokers around the pit were holding orders that were due fills right on the open. So you had market orders, or you had buy orders or sell orders or stops that you were going to have to fill as soon as the market opened. Now, if it was a quiet day, the opening range may take 2 or 3 ticks, and it may only take 15 to 30 seconds. On busy days, when there was a lot of orders to get filled right on the open, it could take 4 points and 3 minutes to finish. Now, it wasn't bound by time or range. It was bound by, they checked to make sure that the opening range included all of the fills that all of the brokers around the pit filled at those prices. So they would come around and say, this is the opening range we're thinking about. Are you okay with that? And if you traded outside of that, and you'd have the opportunity to say, no, I bought them up to, the upper even. I need the upper even included. And they would include the upper even into the opening range. The point being is, on electronic trading, if there's something that somebody wants something done right away, it's as simple as point and click, right? Even if it's a larger order, they're probably going to be able to get that order done if it's something that they just want done on the open within the first minute. So that's why I've kind of adopted the first minute opening range. Is I feel like that's enough time for opening orders that are due fills right on the open, or anything that any trader wants to get done right away to get done. Now, that said, there are people that look at a 5-minute opening range, or a 3 or a 2 or whatever opening range that they're looking at. I like the 1 minute because it helps me limit the risk better. If you're looking at a 2-minute opening range, it may expand the amount of risk that you're going to take if you take either side of it once it breaks out to either side. If you're taking a 5-minute opening range, that's more than likely going to expand the range and the amount of risk you're going to have to take to get into that opening range trade. A lot of that depends on how you're going to manage those trades as well. The way I manage opening range trades is, it's simple. We're talking about it today with Anne Marie, so maybe I should wait for then. But if I had a stop up here to buy it at 47.83 and a quarter, and a stop to sell it here down at 78 even, we're looking at, that's 3 1/4 points of risk. If I get filled on the long, then I move my stop maybe 4 or 5 ticks away from the other extreme, because sometimes the market can go that way. They come and take out the stops, and then it continues to go that way. And we'll be talking more about that with Anne Marie in the next session here with Back to the Futures and Anne Marie. So consistency is key if you're going to be trading the opening range. You can use whatever size opening range you want. Just do it consistently. I've heard of people using the initial balance as the opening range. Once the initial balance is established, they go that way, and their stop goes on the other side of the initial balance. On some days, that is just going to be absolute huge risk. Does it work? Everything works once in a while. Nothing works every time. Great question.
Great question. Why do you use a 75% value area and not a 70%?
No, I use 70%.
Okay, I was just reading the question.
Yeah, it's basically the Gaussian bell curve. It's like 68.5 is would be the value area on that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just round it to 70. That's what I learned with. That's what I use.
Can you elaborate on the idea or importance of traders building their own trading systems or strategies, as opposed to trading the same way as everyone else? following the same order flow principles, using the same tools, etc.?
Yes. If I were to have a trading strategy that I had proven and was able to prove that it would make money moving forward to forever. Okay. And I handed it out to 100 of all of you. The results from that strategy would be different for each and every one of you, because you have different motivations, different decision-making processes, different visions, different ways to look at things. And if you are going to be counting on somebody else to give you your trade ideas, locations, management, and all that stuff, you're not really going to be learning how to do it for yourself. I mean, we say here a lot, you know, we don't want to hand out fish. We want to teach you how to fish so that you can feed yourself for the rest of your life. So, you know, I really appreciate the question. Trying to find it here, see if I missed anything. But you know, and I'm okay for learning, you know, watching somebody else, watching their setups, learning how they look at markets and learning how they kind of come with their trade locations, but you've got to own them yourself. You got to take what you learned from them, add it to the knowledge that you already have, and then continue to kind of add knowledge and experience on top of that. Because, you know, if you're taking other people's trades, you have no responsibility. If somebody gives you a trade and it's a loss, you get to blame them. If somebody gives you a trade and it's a win and it's a winner, you're probably going to say, well, I'm glad I took that one. I'm a genius because I took that trade. It's just not a viable way to continue to learn and grow. I mean, and part of being a trader is getting to learn to be a better trader and a better person and you know, more disciplined and all of those buzzwords, right, that we all say. So it's a great question, and you learn how to fish. Don't let anybody just keep handing you fish. Learn how to fish.
Excellent advice. How do you know the low or high of the session will remain the low or high of the session before the session is ended? Well, you don't.
We don't, right? I mean, if you think about it, everything that we do in trading, the outcome is unknown until it's known, right? So if I'm going to surmise that the high of the regular trading hour session in the S&Ps today is going to remain the high, it's a hypothesis. We don't know for sure. If we have that hypothesis and we've seen this hypothesis play out, and we believe that this hypothesis is going to play out again, we can take the trade against it, hopefully severely limit the risk on it, but we never really know 100% anything in trading. It's ambiguous. Anything can happen. I've seen the days that I said, you know, it's really probably not possible for X to happen, and then I've watched X happen. So we don't know 100% anything. Everything is about probabilities, hypothesis, and action, and risk limitation. Great question. I wish I could, but if I did and I told everybody, that might change the low or the high, wouldn't it?
Sure might.
Right? So great question.
All right. Next question here is from Michael. When markets are changing phases, like when levels and setups do not work out anymore in a new market phase, how can I accommodate the new phases as fast as possible so I don't lose a lot of money, which is the goal?
Of course. I love this question, Michael. I mean, basically, I think when you're talking markets are changing phases, you're talking about changing market state. So the market state may stay in a market state or a context that you've become used to and comfortable in, and you've been making money with regularity in the current market state. you're going to want to kind of trade that market state because it's been beneficial to you. What's important is to recognize the potential or the actual change in that market state, which will probably change the outcome of the current strategy you're using in the past market state. It's as simple as, let's say we're range bound for 3 weeks and you've been successfully selling the upper extremes of the range for profitable trades. You've been successfully buying the low end of the range for profitable trades. And then one day the market breaks out above the highs. And you say, oh, well, every time I've sold the market for the last 3 weeks, I've been getting paid. So I'm going to try and pick the top on this. When the market changes market state, it's the accurate recognition of that. And then as quickly as you can, the change of strategy around that market state. So let's say, quite simply put, range bound, we fade the extremes. We sell against the high, we buy against the low. We sell against the high, we buy against the low. We sell against the high, we buy against the low. When there's the potential of a change in market state from range bound to directional, if we're still going to be trying to sell highs, we might get run over and over again, and do what I think a lot of retail traders do is they're always trying to pick bottoms. Well, the market's higher than I've had to pay for it for a while. I see that the market broke out of the balance area, but I'm still so stuck in selling highs that I keep doing it over and over. Recognizing the change in market state is step one. Changing the strategy is step two. If the market breaks out of balance and it becomes directional to the upside, you want to kind of change your strategy to look for opportunities to buy that market when it exudes weakness, as long as it continues to work. We all know and are familiar with the failed breakout. You can get chopped up, but if you're right in your assumption of the change of context or market state, and you change the strategy to continuation versus range bound, you're going to have probably a much better experience and hopefully profitability, recognizing the change in market state and changing the strategy thereabouts, right? Mm-hmm. So when the market is changing phases, recognizing it again, number one, how do you recognize it? And how do you scrap a strategy that has been paying you for 3 weeks? Well, the market state changed. If I use the same strategy, the outcome is going to be probably severely different. So again, I hope that's a great question for you.
All right, we got a quick one here, which is, hi, Hoag. Can you explain settlement price and where I can see it? Thanks.
Yeah. So settlement price is it's where the exchange marks the end of a trading day. Now, it may not be the 4 o'clock close. It may be the 3 o'clock close, as it is in the S&Ps. So the S&P settlement time is 3 p.m. Central. Crude oil settlement time is 1:30 p.m. Central. Gold settlement time is 12:30 Central. So that is the level that the exchange marks the market to maintain margins. At the end of the day, that's where everything is attached to. So if you have a position on that's your short margin, they're going to call you and say you need to put more money up if you want to maintain this position. Now, it was a big deal probably back in the day before electronic trading. And electronic trading, they could just liquidate you. That happens, and it happens a lot. But it's important because everybody knows it, everybody looks at it, and everybody should see it, because sometimes it offers opportunities, either trading back to it or trading off of it. So you can see it on my chart here, right here, 47.86. That's the settlement price from Friday's session in the S&Ps. I think most platforms have the ability to add that. You'd have to look into the back end of it to make sure that it does and that you can put it on your charts. If not, you can find it here, for at least for now, on this daily bulletin. I'm going to put this into the chat, and then I'll show you how to find it on this. Now, from what I understand, there may be a little bit of a change on how we're going to be able to collect this information, but this is that link that I just put into the chat. Okay, if we were looking for, let's say, the settlement in the crude oil, the February contract that is now the front month, I can click on energies, go to crude oil, go to February, and find the settlement price right here, 71.78. Another way really to find it is most platforms have a quote board. You can put it on your quote board. If you have the S&Ps up, usually there's a profile on there that you're able to add or remove products. You'll also be able to add or remove columns on it, and one of the columns typically is always going to be settlement. Great question, important question, appreciate it.
All right. Well, we got a two-parter here. For the opening range trade. Part one. Do you stop trading it if you get stopped out in both directions? And then part two is there a time limit? Is there a time limit for entry where you only get involved in the first X minute of the trading day, or do you watch it all day? Maybe you get long in the morning and short in the afternoon, for instance.
Okay, great question. If I get stopped out on the opening range trade in one direction, I'm probably not going to try and take it the other direction. Maybe in certain market states that could be true. But as long as the opening range remains the low of the session, there is still opportunity there. Now let's say we did take the opening range trade today, and we based our longs off of it for the better part of the day. Here's the opening range. Okay. Now I'm going to split this so everybody can see it easily and make it big. So there's our opening range. We had a decent move up to here. If I had the trade on and it came back here, I would still have kept the trade on. Well, at least I would like to think I did. I would still have kept the trade on until the opening range got penetrated by enough of an amount to take out the stops down there. Okay. When C period came back down here and D period came back down here, we used the opening range, both Andre and I, for another opportunity for a long. So we took the long, the market rotated to the high of value, which was approximately right about here at the time. We've got volume expanding higher because price has been moving higher. But that was another opportunity for us. The market came back to the opening range and gave us another opportunity for a long there. So if I was as Michael says, cutting it up, I would have gotten out of that long up here somewhere, let the market come back to the opening range, looked for the long, and took the same trade again. That's if I was carving it up. So there's I think a good example. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it here. Here's another one. So here's a pretty big opening range, right? So the market puts in the high in B period. That's the high of the initial balance. The market comes all the way back in K and F period, back into the opening range, gives actually a better trade location than the high of the opening range, turns around, and then takes out the high at the end of the day. So the opening range can be something you're going to find useful throughout the trading session. If the opening range today, for example, were to be extended below, I don't think I would be looking for the short because we've already traded above the initial balance. Trading below the initial balance indicates probable range-bound trade. So I don't think I would be shorting that. I'd see if we find some sort of a base on the low here and see if we can return back to the high, back to the upside. Almost similar to what we did on Friday. The market opened, looked above the initial balance, came back in, ranged, looked below the initial balance, came back in, and then finished the day actually at almost putting in a new high at the end of the day. Well, it did put in a new high, but it didn't necessarily close up there. So when we trade both sides of the initial balance, the tendency is to remain range bound. I hope that answers your question. Maybe I got a little bit lost there. But I mean, short in the afternoon, maybe. Again, it depends on the context and the situation.
Jim really quick asked in the chat, opening range versus initial balance. Opening range is the first minute. Initial balance is the first hour.
Yes. Good question. Good question.
Real quick, just got time for a question or two more. Someone asked, would you say the paper trading on TradingView is the same as trading on your trading combine? I'm practicing pretty well, but I don't want to misjudge myself.
Okay. So it all depends on you, right? If you're on a random sim account and you're playing and you're not actually feeling what you're doing, you're just saying, well, let's buy it here and see what happens. And if it goes your way, you're saying you're a genius. And if it goes against you, you say, oh, well, I'll just reset the account or whatever. It all depends on how you use it. You have to be deliberate in your practice in a practice account. If you treat it like it doesn't matter, you're not going to get as much out of it as if you are accountable to the things that you're doing, that you're keeping track of your reward over risk ratio, of all of those things that we provide for you in the trade reports. So it's all up to you. You know, some people seem to really have a hard time feeling and believing that that a practice account means as much as a real account, and it doesn't. But if you tell yourself it does, and you're really accountable to what you do in that practice account, I think you can learn a lot from it. But eventually, you're going to have to find a way to put a little bit of skin in the game. Best way to do that is in the trading combine. You're still going to feel that skin in the game. You're not going to have the big risk of like funding your own account. Please don't do that until you've proven with some sort of duress, with some sort of skin in the game that you're able to maintain the account at least and to build it over time. Great question.
Okay, I think this might be our final one, but I love it. I just saw it in the chat. Hoag, how do you know the levels above NQ if it's making all-time highs?
Well, you don't. I mean, there's only so much that you're going to be able to do. Using measured moves is something that I've seen, that can sometimes be successful. Our current weekly kickoff high is largely there because of a measured move. We closed above it. It's showing support. For the hour after that, it looked below it. No signs of acceptance. It's spending time above it. So, that's telling us that, there's buyers still continuing to be willing to pay higher and higher prices for the NASDAQ. I'm not shorting it because, this is what the market does. It grinds higher and eats shorts all the way up. So I'm not shorting it. Measured moves, fib extensions. Sometimes people will find success using I know I'm talking Jack's favorite indicator, Bollinger Bands. sometimes that'll work for you up there. It's a really good question. I mean, if you don't have any past data to deal with, you're kind of up in the air with without a tail rudder.
All right. Well, we're coming up kind of on time here. I want to give you a few minutes, Hoag, to stretch your legs out before Anne-Marie comes in. That'll be a great conversation.
Yeah, I'm looking forward so much to it. All right. So, I can get a little dad wisdom here for you. Ladies and gentlemen, tough times don't last. Tough people do. This is hard to do, but I think more and more people could be more successful at it if they just give themselves the chance. Keep at it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining me, Jack. Thank you. And thanks everybody. So we'll see you in just a few minutes with Anne-Marie. That's a production thing.
Whoops, you're all good now. Try again.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
Right. We'll try that again. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Back to the Futures. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. We finally have Anne-Marie with us, the author of the trading book. Anne-Marie, how are you today?
I'm doing well. I'm really stuffed. Very full. But
you
good
already
to have
had
dinner.
Good.
Yes, because I am in London. Thanks for those of us that are watching. We really want to break things down. I absolutely love this opening range trade that John takes, and it happens in fast markets in such quick time. I thought it would be great if we could restructure it so you could take it and build it as a tool that you could sharpen on your own when you're trading. I remember one of the last questions that got asked was, what do you think about people inventing things on their own rather than following someone else's trades? And so, although trading is a very individualized sport, and I call it a sport because I do feel it is very much a competitive performance-based event. I want to microwave food, and I don't want to go learn how to build a microwave. I'm just going to use somebody else's microwave.
There you go.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I would much rather take someone who's been trading well, like so many of you guys on Topstep, and watch what your structure is and take it back and say, I wonder how I can tweak that to make it mine. Because the smallest tweaks will make it yours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're saying is you don't want to go, 100% what somebody else is doing. Learn from them, make it yours, and you can keep catching fish.
Exactly. And you don't want to do something that those of us that have been trading for a really long time go, yeah, that doesn't work. You don't want to do that. And so that's really one of the most important things.
Sure. All right. So we're going to break down the opening range trade.
Yeah. So for the first part, I want us to think about this, and we'll be putting it in the Topstep Discord as a card so that you can look at it and go, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. And that's really going to be all you're going to focus on. And so the first thing is really the setup. And so we know what that is beforehand. What we know is that we are going to watch the markets for 1 minute, and then we're going to see whether price action breaks the range that has been created within that 1 minute.
Correct.
So we'll call that the range break in terms of what happens that creates the trigger. But the setup is going to be, I'm going to look at the first minute, I'm going to measure that risk, and then I'm going to take the trade if it breaks to the north with a long, or I'm going to take the trade if it breaks to the south with a short, and my stop will be the length of the range. And so in its most simple setup space, that's what you're looking for. Now, here's what I noticed, because I don't coach anymore, but when I used to coach a lot, what I notice is that traders don't mentally prepare for the event that's coming. They just wait for it to come and go, oh, what am I supposed to do now? And that's really not what you want to do, right? So if you know you're prepared to take that opening range trade, your brain should be hyper-focused minimum 5 minutes before the open.
Right.
You want to be noticing trend. You want to be noticing how the markets are generally behaving. If they've been sideways in the pre-market, if they've been trending in the pre-market, whatever the case is. Because remember, markets are only in two states. They're in a range-bound state or they're in a trending state. And that's it.
Yep.
Nothing else. And so when we look for that range break tomorrow morning, I am going to be staring down the chat. And when it gets to be time that it's starting, you know, hey, listen, range break, this range break trade, opening range trade is setting up. What is it? And can I take it? And so a wonderful way to see how it works mechanically is to use a micro. Use a couple of micros. And so when you get in that space, you're going to be able to go, all right, I'm not losing my shirt. I can see what's happening with price. And then as the whole team is talking about what's happening, your brain is still focused in the space of, okay, I'm hearing what they're saying. I'm watching what they're saying. I'm listening for tilt, and I'm trying to see if I'm in the right direction. And if it comes down into that threshold where you go, I got to get out, then you just get out. You know, it's like what Deanna was saying this morning. I love what she said, how she Bart Simpsoned. She said, I Bart Simpson myself. I will not move my opening stuff.
That's right.
And so I love that. So much about her resonates with me. But that is really, you know, what you have to do as a trader is stop breaking your rules. Because you think, oh, you know, this time it might. You know what? When you're an accomplished trader, you can break all the rules you want because you know the rule that you're going to break that's going to send you rails. And that's the trade that you will not get yourself to. If you're a good, accomplished trader.
Mm-hmm.
People give Michael a hard time in the morning, but he's like a swimmer that comes to the pool and just sticks his foot in the water and goes, all right, what kind of temperature am I going to hit today? It's not I've noticed that about him. He gets in to just feel it. And if that has a small pullback against him, then he reassesses and reevaluates.
Right.
Sometimes it takes him a few steps to do that, but that's his game. His game is, I'm testing the pool. I want to see how price is flowing.
Right.
I want to see how it feels. And for some of us, although we might use the same types of rules Michael is using, we're not going to execute in the same way, which brings us back to the very same thing that you said just a minute ago, which was, listen, I could give every single one of you a trading strategy. You could all go do it again. And guess what? Everybody's going to have a different P&L. Everybody's going to have a different execution spot because the nature of who you are as an individual is always going to affect how you trade whatever strategy that you're using.
100%.
So I would say, hey, listen, don't go out and reinvent the wheel, right? Don't go build a microwave oven because you want warm food. Just take what works and then feel it out and don't have so much size on so that your brain is in lockdown. So what I'd love to do is maybe go to this morning's chart where you did take the opening range break. And if you could do it with candlesticks, and we could look at that and just frame it out like we were moving, you know, real time.
Okay. So on a 1 minute candlestick chart, right?
Yeah, because that's what we're looking for, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So first, and you know, important is to why we would take the opening range trade this morning to begin with is the overall picture of the market, as everybody knows, has been to the upside. We've got 7 straight weeks of upside activity. So in the S&Ps, the market opened with a gap. Okay. A small gap, but still with a gap. So the market opened outside of Friday's range. Okay. So we're opening out of balance. The first trade, the first minute of trade was basically from 47.80 quarter to 47.83. 2 3/4 of a point. We're talking 7-11 ticks. Okay. So the opening range is 11 ticks. Now with TopstepTV and everything, normally when that first minute is done, I'll put an order to get short 1 tick below the low of the opening range and get long 1 tick above the high of the opening range. I missed it. I put in the stop to get short, and by the time I got to put the top in to get long, it had already extended above. So I chased it just a little bit. I didn't get the best trade location for this opportunity. But as long as the opening range remains the low of the session, the trade is still valid.
Okay. All right.
And Marie, the next thing I would do would be to move my stop to get short 1 tick below the opening range, 5 to 7 ticks lower outside the opening range.
Okay. For the squishy.
Yes, because sometimes if a lot of folks are taking the opening range, the algos know it. They know the stop is 1 tick below the low of the opening range. Sometimes they'll go take it out, and then the opening range will play out.
Gotcha. Okay, so let me ask this question. In this range break trade, do we ever notice, I guess sometimes if you take the trade, it can just, if it breaks the range, it can just keep running and you have to chase it, right? If you want to take that.
If you're going to take it, yes.
Is that, so here are the things you said at the very beginning. You said, observe the trend, and we gapped. And so that means we're out of balance or finding new value.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So we established the range, 2 3/4 points.
Right.
But here's something very interesting that Hoag told us when he first started talking. He did not say, okay, here's the setup. Specifically, he said, let's look at the weather. What's the weather look like? Is it, and by that, what does the market look like? Hey, listen, we've been buying dips. So he observes trend almost as an ancillary. It's telling him, hey, trend is up. Markets are in dip buying phase. So my range break is likely to be upside. So could we then say, if my trend is up and I break the range to the downside, that I should be cautious with size of my risk? Or should we make that something where we go, nope, you know what? It is what it is. It's clean enough. And if it breaks the range, you take it because you're just going to stair step down into the next value area or the next congestion zone.
Right. In today's situation, I would have been fine taking the opening range trade in either direction, because if we did break to the downside, there was a pretty good chance we were going to close the gap. And then closing the gap, maybe finding reacceptance inside Friday's range and even value could have brought price lower.
And we do know that a lot of times traders will try to fill that gap.
Yes.
So that's the space where we go, all right, so in a gapping situation, we also have that space where we can go in either direction because we anticipate that gap fill is the likely target. Yep.
Yes, it certainly can be. Yep.
Okay. Awesome.
No, this is with an open outside of the previous day's range.
Right. Yes. So it has a gap, whether higher or lower.
Right.
That's what we're looking at. Okay. So we established the risk. We looked at the setup, the range break. Do you take it on the first candle that begins to break out of the range, or do you wait for a 1 minute candle to complete out of the range.
You would wait for the 1 minute candle to finish, and then you put in your stop to get long and your stop to get short.
Oh, no. I mean, once the new 1 minute candle starts, let's say the new 1 minute candle is out of the range.
Yes.
Do we take it as soon as it breaks the high?
Yes.
One tick over, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I did because the second minute started at the very high of the first minute's range.
Gotcha.
That's how I missed it.
Okay. So sometimes it just falls back into that opening, that 1 minute open, and it just never.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah, you can see.
All right, and then immediately, go ahead.
Here's the close of the first minute, and the open of the second minute was right at the very high of the first minute. So if I didn't have my stop in before the end of the first minute, I probably would have gotten slipped the way I did.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay, so now that we are in that trade, how do we ever move our stop?
Initially, like I said, I'll move the stop maybe 6 to 8 ticks, maybe the other side of the opening range, which increases the risk. But I don't want to get caught in all the stops.
You don't want to get stopped out. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Right. So that would be the first place that moves. And then in terms of continuation, what do you look at to stay in the trade?
That the opening range remains the low of the session. Now, if I were to, let's say still be in that trade, trying to figure where I would put the if I were to protect profit in it. Right. So, they came back to the opening range. We caught this move to the upside, came back to the opening range. Actually, I think this is the one that Andre and I caught. So we caught it to kind of the high of value for the session so far. But, if we were still in it, the only place to really put the stop is back in the opening range.
Right.
Now if we were to maintain price up here, my stop would probably be somewhere below this low here, around 790. But I'm so bad at trailing stops. I always trying to protect too much of the profit, and I usually end up getting stopped out. But looking in hindsight, this looks like a logical place. It was last week's high, set 47.91.75. Market came up, tested it a couple of times, but never really kind of came back down below it after this area of balance here. Broke out to the upside, so the stop would be down below that, maybe.
Yeah. So let's talk about
looking at 1 minute charts.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about size of a position and what is the thought about a 2-lot or a 3-lot on the break, and then sort of capturing profit on the way up? Or what would you tell a trader that was looking at something that said, all right, I know we're grinding up, right? I opened the day with trend.
Right.
I'm not filling the gap. My opening range has stayed as the low of the session. So this tells me I'm going to have continuation.
Right.
Right. So what possibly, right? So continuation becomes more likely if I hold the low of the opening range.
Right.
If it's a gap that's in the direction of trend, would we say that?
Right.
Okay, a gap in the direction of trend. And as we move up, let's talk about position sizing there.
Okay, so position sizing for the opening range trade, I think would directly relate to the size of the opening range. You know, if you're looking at a three-point opening range, right?
Okay.
So your risk is going to be considerably smaller, maybe 5 points of risk.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that's $250 per contract. If you're willing to risk $1,000 for the opportunity to participate in this, you could take 4 contracts. But I'm always cautious about doing that because, myself included, I have a tendency to start taking profits less than 1-to-1. I would prefer to take my first profit at 2-to-1 if it's available to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But do I get it? You know, once in a blue moon, will I be patient enough and hold on long enough to get it? And then you can let the other two kind of play out.
Okay. All right. If we have markets that are a little bit messy in the morning, where they break, we've got the range break, and then for several minutes we sort of go out of the range, but then we'll come back and test the top of the range. Do you ever add to your position when it tests the top of the range? If trend, what makes you go, you know what, I'm going to add at that pullback?
Well,
like let's take a look at where you and Andre got in this morning, and that opening range trade. Notice it came back just a wee bit, right?
Yes.
It came back to test that range. So
Twice.
yeah. So my thought, because I'm a VWAPper, and I look at my moving averages, I would say, wait a second, I'm going to add there, or I'm going to add back if I decided to take it out as it began to arch over, because I said, you know what, I'm going to take a little size, and then as soon as it stops moving, I'm going to get out, and then so on and so forth. So if you're looking at, hey, let me buy the pullback out of that range, what makes you look at it and say there's a higher level of certainty that it'll hold that top of that range again?
Because it did before, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. In my experience, adding to trades that are already, you know, in my direction, also something I've always had a difficult time with. You know, I'm more of an all in, all out kind of a guy.
Yep.
And I mean, really, the goal of the opening range trade is to catch the beginning of a daytime frame upside auction or downside auction that may go all day. Now, you know, to be able to sit with, you know, a number of contracts on while price goes your way and comes back against you, and goes your way and then comes all the way back to the opening range right here. Right here, it comes all the way back to it. And then, you know, to sit there with this much profit, have it come all the way back to the opening range, and then to have it continue, it's something I'm constantly trying to work on doing that. I'll tell myself, if I take the opening range today, just don't manage the trade. If it hits the full stop out against me, so be it. But I'm rarely able to do so.
Segue. What do we have on the tilt? What is the tilt showing right now for the ES?
Short 44%, long 36. Short 40.
All right.
64%.
So, you know, it's been trying to buy that edge for a bit of the afternoon. So if it breaks there, we'll have something interesting. I've been looking for a short in the NQ because it feels like it's getting a little slushy, but every time it pulls back, it buys again. So this is another buy zone, I suspect. But we can keep our eyes open just a little bit as it pulls down into the space. Okay. So we have the setup the risk, the trigger. We've assessed overall trend. What else would we talked about size.
Right. Yeah.
So,
So the risk is largely established just by the size of the opening range itself, that first minute. So it's rather mechanical. I mean, in that regard.
Yes. And that's really what I want us to, this is why I wanted us to talk about this the first time, because it is really a very mechanical trade.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very mechanical trade. And what we have to get accustomed to are risk and uncertainty. And so risk is quantifiable, but uncertainty is not.
Is not, right.
We have uncertainty is anything can happen. That's your ACH, right?
Right. Yeah.
So when we get comfortable, we are able to become comfortable with uncertainty if we manage our risk very carefully. And I think that's the big takeaway from putting this card up. And I would love for folks to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to do this 1, 2, 3, 4 approach, and I'm going to try it over and over again, because what I have noticed over time is that, one, this is very interesting, traders, young traders who are watching seasoned traders will think to themselves, oh, if I do this, then I do this. And older traders, in talking to younger traders, know definitively that anything can happen. And so you can't say, if I do this, then I'll do this. And so what we end up doing is building all these sort of ancillary little pieces of whatever that makes the trade much more complicated, when really we want to focus on the task at hand. So let's say, first off, tomorrow morning we get up and the opening range is 10 points wide, so 40 ticks. Let's just say it's insane. It just gaps up monstrously.
Right.
At that point, we can say, you know what? Out of my risk range, I'm not taking the opening range.
Right. Right.
And then you put it to the side and go, okay, I've made my decision there. Maybe there's a trade that comes back and takes me right back to the open, and then I can start looking at it again.
Right.
But as far as the opening range trade goes, the risk is too wide, and so I'm not going to take the range break. And the takeaway there is to empower the trader who's staring at these, I want to take John's trade. He takes it all the time, and it's his sweet spot. How can I do that? And then just realize there's a space where you go, I can't take that trade. It's outside of my risk bound.
100%. Right? Yeah. You got to stay within your risk appetite, right? So if the opening range trade is too large, if you're usually trading 4 contracts, maybe you can trade 1 or 2 to reduce the overall risk of the trade. But, if the risk is too large for even 1 contract, then you don't take the trade. You can't, because you can't afford the risk. And
be comfortable with that as a trader, because like I say, the market's a buffet, and something that you love to eat is going to show up on there. It absolutely is. But do we have any questions that are brewing, or is everybody sort of zoning out or zoning in?
There was somebody that earlier I kind of glanced at the chat, and there was somebody that mentioned, I don't remember exactly who it was, and I apologize, but he said he's been taking the opening range trade daily and believes that by just taking the opening range trade, you can complete a trading combine within a couple of weeks.
Love it.
Okay. So let's take a look at some history. Okay, this is the March market profiles from T4. Some of you are used to seeing them on the screen here, but here, this gold bar right here represents the opening range. It's the dead low of the session. If we were to say to ourselves, well, we got a gap, we were unable to close it. It's only a 2-tick gap, by the way. We were unable to close it. And we're going to just buy the opening range. We're going to risk the 5 points, and we're going to get out on the close. Right now, we're looking at, well, if we caught the opening range right at 83 quarter, we're looking at 12 points of profit as we sit right now.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Okay. So the next opening range trade, and Anne Marie, I mentioned to you, it's sometimes a little bit cyclical. More people taking it make it less probable. So here's the next opening range trade that happened right here. Big opening range. If you didn't take it, do you get another opportunity that day? Which is something, Anne Marie, you were just talking about.
Yeah.
If I split this profile, these are 30-minute ranges. Each letter, right? Well, we did get another opportunity. In F period, price came back inside the opening range, offered us an opportunity for even lower risk than taking the opening range on that first break of the first minute. We got another opportunity later on in the session to limit our risk. And by the end of the session, this market had put in a new high. Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Now we can look at a couple of, hang on, I took off the volume profile. We can look at a couple of different situations here. This was, I'm bummed that we don't have the March contract, because there were a couple of trades where I took the opening range trade. It took out the low of the opening range by 2 ticks. And because my stop was outside of that, where the stops were, I was able to stay in that trade. That was a 2-lot, so I took one off and then, made some money on the other one. But so here's another day where the opening range remained the low of the session in the end, and then we ended up closing at the other extreme. The difference is this market, this opened in range and in value. Very small opening range, though. I mean, we're talking about 675 to 5 ticks. You have to take this opening range trade just because it's so cheap.
Right. So in range and in value, do you notice that it tends to stick around or get squishy? Or
I think that because it's in range and in value, there's a tendency for the opening range trade not to be as successful.
Gotcha. But there it was.
But you have to remember, when the market is in a period of balance, eventually it uses up its ability to facilitate trade, and it's going to go looking for something else.
Yep, absolutely.
Right. Absolutely. So, we had here. This might have actually been the day in the D's contract, but the market opened, looked higher, took out those little stops right below the opening range, and then finished the day on the high.
Yeah. Okay, so let's put out a challenge to say, hey, listen, we're looking for some top steppers to go, hey, I'm going to take that opening range and I'm going to learn to work on it consistently rather than getting distracted with lots of other things. Because at the end of the day, I mean, this is tradertainment. Things are, all nice and great. And at the end of the day, we really do want to make money. So, I'd like to see, maybe we put up a poll and ask people if they take the opening range trade, or if they're willing to take the opening range trade, now that they've looked at it for so many times with you, to realize that it's such a good moneymaker. And so, everybody's eyes are totally focused and making money together.
Right. And, we're just kind of showing you a possibility. You know, there's no guarantees of profit or loss on anything. You know, so, but it was Carl Hungus is telling you, that was him that said that he's back tested it and then hung his head in disbelief that he didn't do it every day. So,
yeah, you know, so I started looking at it, and that's what made me go, wait a second, why aren't we really breaking this down as a major anchor of opening process? I mean, why aren't we doing that? This is such a great setup. It really, really is. It's fantastic.
And it's so, you know, I've been wrestling. Maybe there's distraction, whatever it is. No excuses. I've just not been trading it well. I've been taking it just about every day. I've been profitable doing it, but I've been impatient. I haven't been holding the opening range trade the way I would say I would like to or normally would. So, you know, I can do an experiment as well. You know, if I take the opening range trade and it stays and it holds, you know, maybe the next time it happens and I'm in it, we just say we're gonna hold it till the cows come home, and whatever happens happens. If it comes and takes me out, then that's fine. You got to be a good loser, right? So, you know, maybe this is something that I can do, for everybody else, just to say, you know, this is the opening range trade. Let's see how it ends up by the end of the day, because there have been so many trades lately that I've said it, taking the opening range trade, and I've made some decent money on them, and I'd said, yeah, you know, I'm just going to be happy with that. That's not the way to do it. There's a reason for this trade, you know, and many days when it happens, it's the indication of a potential trend day to one side of the other.
For sure. It's super, super powerful. And lastly, of course, from that consistency of application, here's the thing about trading, right? There's the fun, crazy trading. Sometimes we see everybody in a flurry of activity, and we love watching them, and it's all over the place, and people are saying funny things and doing crazy things, and we're having a great time. But at the end of the day, the stuff that makes us money just is not going to be sexy. It's not.
Right.
It's going to be consistent, and it's going to be reliable. And consistency and reliability just don't fall in the sexy bucket.
That's true. True.
Right? So we can have fun, but realize the second your fingers go onto that mouse, it's game time. And you know, I like to think about it in terms of the fact that we are professional athletes. And when we get onto the field that's trading, one, we have to imagine that it's got to count, and we have to do it to the best of our ability. But that doesn't mean, oh my gosh, I got to make something happen. That means before you enter, you go, you know what? I'm taking John's opening range trade today. And because it's the first time I'm taking it, I'm going to do it with a couple of MES or a couple of MNQ. I just want to feel the rhythm of it.
Even just doing a practice account to get used to it if you need to.
Exactly. Just do it and then watch it work. And then, you know, if you do it in the MNQs or the MES, and then you have other trades and other strategies that you're working on, and you can do that in your ES or your NQ or whatever you do during the course of the day, just understand this is pure gold. Listen, there's a reason that John is on these shows all day long. It's because he knows what is going on. That doesn't mean that he's going to win every trade.
Right.
That doesn't mean he's going to pick every trade that's supposed to go well. It's not. It's the wealth of information that comes from him talking about this setup. And before we even talk about the setup, he goes, well, wait a second. Let's take a look at what we had the day before. What's our trend? Are we gapping up? These sorts of things that you hear in live, frantic, frenetic type of TopstepTV trading, you've got to get back and go, hang on. He's spitting out all kinds of info that I need to get stuck in the old noggin so it comes out the same way it does with him. And so this is just a great way to break that through.
Well, Anne-Marie, we're going to be getting you into that crazy fray soon here, aren't we?
Yes, and I am excited about it. I really, really am. I love fast markets. I think it's really, really great. I have no idea how you guys do it all together and still end up green. I have to put the horse blinders on and say, all right, just pay attention to this. It's coming into this level. And so it's just easier for me like that. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And again, I know this might have felt just a little slow for you, but the key, if you're thinking about why am I here, listen, you're going to have so much fun when you know what to do when you're making money, that everything else is going to be just icing on top of the cake. Once you start making money consistently, that's going to be the most fun that you're going to have. Yes. So that's really, even if you're doing it for the love of the game, or you're saying, hey, listen, I want to do X once I get this amount of cash, whatever it is, right? Get yourself to that space and don't think so much about being in the activity for its own sake. Think about what's going to happen if I do this over and over and over and over and over and over again. And the reason so many of us come for resets is because we don't think, wait, I'm doing that over and over and over and over again, and it's not giving me what I want.
Right.
So that's just that key event. So glad we got to do it. Is there anything that you want to add for that? I am going to make this card up for us nice and simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, with some elements of what we look for. I think I might try to make a couple of pictures from one of the snapshots of, because hey, I'm on Topstep X.
Right.
I got it just when did I get it? Last week, Thursday or whatever, and I traded the first day, and I'm getting a feel for it, so it's great. We'll pull it in, pass the combine, and go through all of that stuff.
Well, that's great. Do you like the platform so far?
I do. It's very clean. I just have the VWAP up, and I use a linear regression step curve that gives me overall trend relative to the framework. And yeah, it's really nice. I love having the tilt down there at the bottom. That's super nice.
Sure.
And then, yeah, what I am trying to figure out is how to make brackets. So that I'm still figuring that out.
Yeah, I think it's in the gear wheel on the dome, I think. So you can you can set your take profit and your loss.
Yeah.
And that'll put it in there for you. And then you can drag them to wherever you want them on the chart.
Okay. All right. That
on
works.
the chart. Yeah, it's nice.
That works.
Yeah, it's nice. So we're back here next Thursday, I believe, Anne-Marie.
Yes.
Back to the futures next Thursday, 1 p.m. Central. What is the next setup we want to address?
So what I would like to look at is the ones where you talk about auction failures at poor highs or poor lows.
Okay.
Those I'd like to focus on in terms of saying, when do they show up? how do I know I've got a confirmation for things moving over? And then, you know, we usually have a fair bit of examples for those. But I like those because my philosophy about trading is this, and you pegged me well one morning. You were talking about how I trade, and I look for edges. And the reason I look for edges is because I'm always trying to combine the Venn diagram of risk and uncertainty. Make that little piece in the center as small as possible.
Okay.
And so by that, I will look for the places that in the recent past, the only thing they've done is buy. Whether it took them a couple of minutes or maybe an hour or whatever, eventually all they're doing is buying.
Right.
Or selling.
Who are they?
Who are they? Anybody that's not me.
Understood. Understood. Okay.
Yeah. So they is what I'm seeing in the market in terms of the candlesticks, right?
Right.
And so these poor lows and poor highs, I notice have a tendency for sometimes V-shaped moves. And so that makes me go, wow, I need to pay attention to them more, see how they work relative to my frame of, oh, you know, we're trending higher, but we seem to be pulling back here several times. So I'm going to watch for that.
Excess lows.
Yes.
Excess.
Is that what we would say?
Yeah. Excess is like, you know, a failed auction, like, you know, let's say the market breaks out the initial balance, but doesn't stay up there and turns around and rolls around the other side.
Yeah, so that would be the failed auction.
That would be the failed auction, or sometimes known as excess.
Okay, so a poor high would be
in market profile, a poor or weak high is an indication that price was willing to go there more than once. So poor highs and poor lows have a tendency to be revisited, but it doesn't, time is not relative to that. A poor low may be revisited in 3 weeks.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, let's dig into those and the types of, well, we probably we'll only be able to do a couple of those in terms of the types of those setups. So I'll email you some questions in terms of these excess, what we call excess, and then we'll go from there. We'll just knock it out, make these cards. And I think because we have Topstep Discord that has so many additional resources to Topstep TV, and you can type in the Topstep TV Discord channel also. They sit down talking about all that stuff. It'll be a great place for you to go, oh, wait, the market is static. I'm quiet. I need to study. What am I looking at? And again, take time to study. Just like the best performers of any sport, they practice, they practice, they practice, they practice, they practice.
100%.
And so take the time to do that, and look at those cards that we'll be putting up for you. And
even professional baseball players are practicing the fundamentals.
Oh, absolutely. You know, what was the name of the guy that threw until literally he would take the old baseballs and he would throw them until
spun the cover off?
Yes.
Right.
And he actually, until his fingers bled. He's super famous. His name is like...
I'm not sure. I'm sure Eddie would probably know.
Eddie would know. For sure.
We'll ask. Well, listen, Anne-Marie, we've got to get moving. Looking forward to seeing you back here on Thursday. Same bat time, same bat channel. We have the best people here on Topstep TV. Thank you so much, Anne-Marie.
It's my pleasure. Coach Ray is great. I love the way he broke down gold a couple days ago. It's fantastic. I'm looking forward to listening to him as well.
Yeah, great. All right. Thank you very much, folks. Stick around. Power Hours coming up. We'll see you in a few.
yeah. Power players. All right. Last hour of the day. And gentlemen, how are you? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Top. Oh, wait a minute. I did that earlier this morning. Jack, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing fine. Haven't moved. Still in front of this snow-capped mountain.
Yeah, it's a beautiful screen you got back there. It's nice. Johnny, how are you, sir? You just got done with Anne Marie.
I'm good. I enjoyed that so much. She's wonderful, and we're gonna bring a lot of good stuff to everybody.
And she did come up with the name she was talking about prior. And Johnny, who was that?
Ted Williams.
Ted Williams.
Yes, it was Ted Williams.
Ted Williams, isn't it? So it's the person that player that just kept practicing and practicing until the cover came off the ball.
You guys remember that cartoon? It was Abner was a baseball.
What?
You guys remember? Ted a cover off of that ball.
It was that Bugs Bunny? Wasn't that a Bugs Bunny one?
Yeah, it was like that era.
Yeah.
Anyways. I'm currently crazy but short.
You know,
giving a poor high. We got excess on the high of the S&Ps. Just gonna see what happens here.
You know, about 12 o'clock, gold launched, just took off, and I was talking to Coach Vince.
There it is.
And the only thing I could come up with, unless somebody else has something better, but at 12 o'clock, the U.S. antitrust enforcers released the final version of the new merger guidelines, which the Justice Department said are aimed at encouraging fair and open and competitive markets. That came out at 12. The gold just took off at 12. So I think that's the only thing that I can link with that extreme rally we had here today. Just crazy.
Yeah, that just went nuts. I mean, you know, we talked to Eddie about the opening, or about the late spike, and the overnight high was rejected at the base of the late spike. The regular trading hour session was rejected at the base of the late spike. But whatever happened at 11:30 certainly changed things. You know, here's that base of the late spike right here. Right, it was 20, 40, 75, something like that, and overnight stopped there. Regular trading hour stopped there until 11:30. Once that got taken out, it was holy smokes. It went right up to the point of control from Friday, volume point of control, this green line right up here, and then turned around and went back into range. Just an anomaly. Something happened there.
Something, you know, and I'm going to tell you, I was looking here. The other thing is shipping lanes traveling in the Red and Arabian Seas are safe. I don't know if that would do anything, but just looking over the news, I caught a little profit there, but I was hands off right away at first.
When that thing turned around like that?
The thing is, you know, though, I caught some profit on the recovery. Not much, but I was happy with what I had. I did take some heat. I did take some nasty heat, but it came back for me pretty decent.
Boy, oh boy, that was some heat for sure.
Yeah,
so we do have Coach Ray coming in here soon. He's
coming in?
He's a little. Well, I don't think he's here just yet, but
He's
we're
running
waiting
a little
for him
bit
to come in.
But we'll bring him in as soon as we get Ray in the virtual studio back
There
here.
you go. I know a lot of folks are looking forward to seeing him.
Coach Ray.
Oh, what position did you get yourself into?
I'm short for some reason. You're seeing a little bit of excess in the profile at the on the highs here. Here's finally a little bit of excess on the high. This little tail coming off there. Price got too expensive. Quickly rejected. We'll see if it remains. I doubt it, but we'll see.
If anyone who's watching, did the 900 lot get taken out from earlier?
It did.
Yes, it did. Okay.
It got filled, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, we traded through it.
4802.
Was it 4,800?
Wow.
Now, I don't know if it traded all the way out. I mean, it happened when I was on with Anne Marie. Right at 1 o'clock is when that happened. It was the 1 o'clock bar. So sometime when I was in there when I was on with Anne Marie, it moved through there, but I don't know if it traded out.
You know, we'd be able to check that on time and sales, but I don't think the time and sales on Topstep X. I'm trying to figure it out if I can go back that far.
Yeah, I think it starts when you open it.
Okay.
Well, we've been in under a 10 handle range in the ES since 11:30. It's like nothing changed since I was on earlier at 11.
Right. I mean, we have finally a 22 handle range in the S&P. Is relatively small overall, but
yeah.
So I took what Anne Marie would call a fade. We're going against the trend here.
Yeah, it's looking very timid around that 4,800.
Mm-hmm.
Combine that with the holiday markets. Who's still in there? I'm staying on my hands. I'm sitting on hands on the butt.
Do it. Like they said, like on the trading floor, Johnny, remember? Hit him. You always hear that when two guys are arguing in each other's face, somewhere like on the other side of the pit. Somebody yell, hit him.
Yeah.
Guys, come on.
We had somebody really going off on somebody that was all the way across the pit, and he's going, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. I am going to get you. And finally somebody goes, and your little dog too.
I tell you, it was, and then those guys probably went to lunch half an hour later.
Yeah, maybe. Yep.
You know,
JD went and had a beer down at the bar, or whatever.
In the comments, y'all picked the slowest time of the year to start broadcasting all day. Hope you're paid by the hour.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we do have someone who has entered the virtual studio.
All right. Let's. Is he here? Let's see if he's here. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's your doorbell.
Knock.
It's not UPS.
Knock.
It's Coach Ray.
Yes.
Coach Ray.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Okay.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Ray? You're good.
Beautiful.
Hey, Coach. Hey, coaches.
Long time no talk.
Yes.
Very nice to have you here with us. This is
good to be here.
Our good friend Coach Ray. Ray is in our Discord channel. And Ray, if you can, for some of those that do not know who you are, can you give us a little rundown who you are and why you're here?
Oh, absolutely.
And a little history.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very rich history, I might add.
Yes.
So yes. So I've been involved in Topstep, I guess, for 7.5 some odd years. Actually started my journey in futures trading with the man on my screen on the top left-hand side, Coach Hoag. And I was initially started out as in his performance coaching program. I recall I don't know, somewhere in the range of 7 to 10 people there, we're kind of trying to digest the markets. And so, yeah, I started my journey actually in futures trading with Coach Hoag. So, just much like everybody else in this session, I mean, we were all at the time, I was trying to figure out a way to pass the combine, to get funded and things of that nature. So in the midst of that journey with Hoag, I actually found one of another host who's not here today, but was here earlier, Deanna Angelo. And Deanna Angelo kind of was my, I guess, chapter 2 of my trading journey with Topstep. Yeah. So so she, I was with Coach Hoag, and during my time with Deanna, I managed to, she convinced me that maybe looking at ES and NQ was probably not my cup of tea, which I could not agree with her more. And I moved over to gold and crude oil, and it was amazing. It was like, a light bulb hit or whatever it was, but I was able to pass the combine, get funded, and I've been funded now for over 3.5 years. So yeah, here I am today. One of the few performance coaches here at Topstep, and there's probably some of you out there in the room that have had me on a one-on-one basis. Okay, and now you probably have at least maybe seen me in maybe some group coaching call. I'm generally coming in at the afternoon hour, somewhere in the 6 p.m. Central Standard Time for those Pacific Coast people. Not so much for the East Coast people, because I guess maybe for some of you may be past your bedtime.
So what year did we meet? When did you start working with me, Ray?
That's a good question, because I want to say at least 7.5 years, Coke.
Wow.
I think it was somewhere in that range. And like I said, I was kind of working, or I guess maybe a recovering, maybe say options stock kind of trade person.
Okay.
And they started putting more and more restrictions on, day trading, as far as day trading those instruments, unless you had a certain amount of capital. So, I started to look around, and I honestly cannot remember what the second company was, but there was another company in addition to Topstep that was offering the opportunity to traders like myself to, if you can follow some rules, stay disciplined, we would be open to fund, right? And I can't remember the name of the other company, but it was very obvious to me that based on the material I was reading, that Topstep was the company that I wanted to go with, and that's what I did. I signed up for the performance coaching. Like I said, I think where I was one of maybe 10 traders in that room on a morning basis. We were going through and digesting the charts, and I still to this day I remember like maybe second or third session you making a mention of you should read the first, 70 pages, I think it was, of market profile. And just like that, I mean, that kind of opened up a whole new world for me. And it's amazing that not more people use it, but the ability to look at price action by volume was amazing. Yeah, no, I love it. I mean, I've kind of gravitated a little bit away. I mean, I've kind of evolved, I guess, as a trader. Hope, and I've kind of moved away a bit from market profile, and I'm more of a volume profile. I mean, at the end of the day, I consider myself more of a generalist. I like general areas. I don't get too bogged down with super amount of detail. I think you even mentioned, we don't trade with a scalpel. We trade with a butcher knife. I think that was kind of resonated with me. we were talking back in performance coaching.
Well, I mean, if you're a lion and you're hiding behind a weed and a three-legged wildebeest comes by,
yes,
you're going to need a
butcher knife,
right?
For sure.
Were you in the market profile strategy lab?
I remember you talking. Yeah, I remember you talking about market profile in our performance coaching. I think initially we may have had a couple of maybe one-on-one sessions, and then that kind of graduated up to, kind of a group coaching where you're working about 10 different people. Right, I've seen you. I've attended, I don't know how many different sessions on talking about market profile and the auction and things of that nature. So yeah, that could very well have happened that way too.
It's nice, Ray, that you're educating yourself, and you're not just sticking with one education. You're looking at different venues to help you get a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to invest in yourself. I think you did that quite well. And look where you are right now. It's the tables have turned, and you're educating others, which I think is fantastic. And I'm looking here at the YouTube chat. And you're getting a lot of props, positive comments.
I love my students. I call them risk managers.
Yes.
Very good. To be.
Yes.
You have to be now.
Willie T. Go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say the thing is too. Ray's a teacher. You're a teacher, right?
Yeah, I'm a teacher by profession. So I think that comes across in my kindergarten style. Not that I teach kindergartners, but
even though if you did, that would be a project. My goodness.
Yeah, that I do make an emphasis to really emphasize, the kinds of things that help me kind of get through some of the same material, right? So I do emphasize, location and timing. So
right. So John, you were talking. Will had a comment here.
Yeah, Willie T. He joined Dalton's class, so you're getting it right from the horse's mouth, right there, Willie T. I'm proud of you. That's going to be a good session for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Ray, you mentioned D. D's here right now. Market Stalker D.
D is here.
D is here.
She's in the background somewhere. Or?
She is in our chat.
Yeah, she's
okay.
YouTube chat.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Hey, D.
Let me ask you, Ray, you put any positions on today?
Actually, I did a couple. I had one trade in the morning in GC that I didn't quite work out, but then I got involved in fading crude oil up on the top of the market there, right around the time. I guess the top. She terms. Was it the option expiration that happens in the mornings? So. Yeah, so I participated in a short trade this morning in Crude, which was profitable. I took it back to I think what was initial balance. The top of initial balance. So from I think it was something 37 or 40, somewhere in that range.
74. Well, high of the initial balance was 74.52. Failed auction at the top there, and boy,
yeah, definitely was a failed auction at the top, and I basically rode it all the way back through initial balance. I think that was a trade there. I did try to. I didn't get a chance to look in the markets here after that period, but I did participate in a gold trade that didn't work out. But I tell people that if a trade doesn't work out for me, I put that instrument in a penalty box. I don't know for those hockey fans out there. And I put that instrument in a 15-minute penalty box for me to give, kind of gather my thoughts and figure out exactly, well, what was it that I missed, that allowed me to enter that trade. And again, it keeps me from doing some bad things. We all fall victim to that sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I keep up on stuff and expect change. Coach Ray, you've got a session that I get on my phone every once. I tell you every time, really. 7:00 p.m. 7 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah.
Coach Ray is here to educate, and the segment's called "Question and Answer Coaching." So let me ask you: you're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is at 7:00 Central.
Yeah.
What do those I should say sessions consist of?
It's on our Discord,
really,
right?
Yeah, I mean,
yes,
so
Discord.
Yeah, the way I organize the sessions is really kind of Mondays is kind of go back to school kind of day where we talk about a little theory, right? So Mondays are our theory days, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are our practical days, where I kind of try to take some of the information that we learned on Monday and put them into use. So we basically look at the market with the same lens that I look at the market, with volume and supply and demand, order flow, and things of that nature, and basically, kind of do a review of what the market provided as a way of opportunity, and see how we might be able to learn from it the next time.
You look left.
We look left. Yes.
You look left.
That's another Hoagism.
I learned that from Johnny Hoags, and that's what you need to do.
Yeah, we definitely look left. We do a lot of looking left, and retesting, I think, is another one. Yeah.
Now, for those that do not know what that means, it means look left on your charts. All right, see what happened prior. Did we trade this price before? What happened before? So.
Yeah, I've also introduced this concept of Bigfoot. right? So I tell people, you know, do you see anywhere on this chart where there was a Bigfoot sighting, right? It could be Bigfoot or it could be Bigfoot. I call her evil sister, but it could be sister. We don't necessarily have to make all sisters. I have a sister, but so yeah, we basically look at areas like this to the left and look for evidence of Bigfoot. Now, you know, there's other people, yeah, other students of mine who liked chupacabra, you know. So, you know, any mythical animal that you want to use.
So what exactly is a Bigfoot?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
Yeah, so Bigfoot is basically big money, banks, you know, people who move markets, right? So the idea behind all of this is that while, you know, Bigfoot is pretty hairy and probably not the most appealing person in the world, but you don't necessarily want to be the first one to take all the arrows that, you know, kind of flying through an area, right? So you want to look to the left and see where you see evidence of that. And you see evidence of that with big, massive candles with little wicks, right? If you have candles with little wicks, then that's an indication that Bigfoot has just stepped into the market. And I found that we benefit from knowing these areas because chances are Bigfoot probably hasn't completed his meal entirely in that area, right? When price comes back. So yeah, we you know, kind of to take a D term, we stalk that area, right, for opportunities in the future.
Right, hunt the cryptid.
Yeah, so you got to figure if Bigfoot is there and he's eating, he's probably eating short time frame traders.
Correct. Right. Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to. I've been down that path. I've been down that path more than my fair share. You know, so I don't want to be part of that. I want to follow Bigfoot as much as I can. And you know, maybe you know he leaves some scraps for me to kind of chew on.
There you go. Martin has put a link in. If you're not part of our Discord channel, please do so. Thank you, Martin. You might want to post it again, maybe a few times here. Join our Discord channel. This way you'll have access to all of our coaches' sessions. And not only Coach Ray, but we start at 3 o'clock. So we go bell to bell here at TopstepTV. And right after that, we've got Coach Jay and Coach Paul with At the Buzzer every day of the week. So keep that up. I tell you, education is a never-ending thing here at Topstep.
Absolutely.
Jim Carlton's asking, Coach Ray, do you watch the markets all day or only a certain time?
You know, my day job, you know, doesn't always avail me to look at the markets all the time. So I've kind of picked a window in the morning, right? Say from 5:30 to say 8:30 or so. That I would say that's probably my prime time to look for opportunities. But when given the opportunity, yeah, I do dabble, you know, in the market throughout the day as time permits. But I would say that, and I think it's important that you have a, how we say, consistent time in which you look, right? You know, if you can, you know, where you can be completely focused on the task at hand. Because I find that when I try to, you know, kind of maybe take a peek here and there, and maybe there might be some other things that might maybe take focus away, that generally is not a good time for me to place any trades. And if I do, I'm going to probably regret it.
Ray, there's a question here that I thought that would be pretty good. When you said you were, you know, mainly focusing on the ES and the NQ, and D suggested you sort of take a look at crude, take a look at gold. What was the big differential that made the big change?
Well, I would say, and I tell this to people as well, is that, you know, every instrument has a rhythm, I guess. I think you've mentioned this word before, rhythm, right? And there's something about NQ that I was never able to consistently find its rhythm. There are days that I felt like, you know, I was on fire with NASDAQ. It could do no wrong. But then it would kind of like, you know, it's like I hate to use an analogy here, but I love analogies, is with a cat, right? You see, you could pet a cat, and when the cat has had enough, what does the cat do? Well, he lets you know that he had enough, right?
Yeah.
Right. And dogs are not that way. Dogs are not that way. So you know, with CL, you know, when I got in opportunities, it was less volatile, less whippiness, I guess, and that, as a result, I was able to keep my mindset at bay, right? Keep my mindset at bay at the task at hand. The whippiness was causing my monkey brain to come out of its cage when I was trading, mainly Nasdaq. I would say is the culprit of that. But yeah, so I was talking to D, and I was saying, look, I can get in stretches where I'm doing really well, and then I can get other stretches where I'm not doing well, and I really don't feel like I'm doing anything different, right? And she says, well, you might want to consider looking at crude oil and gold. You see how you fare there. And honestly, I just the way it moved just resonated with me. My mindset I was able to keep at bay, my emotions at bay, and I was able to make logical decisions, not ones based on emotion.
Right. Yeah, the Nasdaq gives me heart palpitations. I know you guys have all heard that before.
Yeah.
I can't.
I mean, there are days. But I have to be in a particular, I have to be in a very zen moment, right? I mean, my emotions. I mean, that nothing can affect me, and then I can go into Nasdaq and trade. But if I have, if I've had the slightest bit of emotion in getting into Nasdaq just brings out the worst. So
it exacerbates those emotions, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach, do you have any red flags like that? You can tell yourself, oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be trading right now.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, what are some good indications that you could share with us?
Yeah, I would say a couple. I think sometimes I get myself, everybody doesn't want to miss a trade, right? And so, I try to, I found my level and I've anticipated my level, but sometimes I'm impatient to wait for that, conviction bar on say a 15-minute bar or whatever the case may be. So I get too short time focused, I would say, and then end up getting myself in a trade that I'm not willing to take the heat on. I'm kind of like the, as Hoag alluded to earlier, right? When I go chase my prey, I want to chase my prey and get it. I don't want to hang around and have to come back multiple attempts, right? So I had to slow myself down. One of the ways that I did that was to say, hey, I'm going to wait for a 15-minute bar, especially if I'm looking for a reversal. I'm going to wait for a 15-minute bar to tell me that it's time to consider it. Once I get to close, then I drop to a 2-minute chart and look for another market event that is aligned with whatever direction I think the market is. But so, yeah, if it's one thing, I think is that, once you start getting, once you start understanding locations and things of that nature, that you, how do you say, get ahead of yourself, right? And you take the trade before we quite didn't get that little, conviction bar that kind of comes out off of that level. And here I am in the market, taking a lot of heat.
There you go. Appreciate that. You know what? We've got real quick, Ray and Johnny. We've got our news pick too for the afternoon. Jack, what do you got for us today?
Well, always the more fun stuff in the afternoon, but we were talking hot streaks earlier this morning. One of the great hot streaks of all time in the NBA has come to an end.
Oh, wow.
Stephen Curry's had a three-pointer in the last 268 games.
Wow, that's amazing.
Last night.
What? He didn't have one?
He did not have one last night.
How many attempts did he have?
I don't have my stat sheet in front of me, but I'm assuming he took a few.
Yeah.
Someone can put that in the chat, but that is actually he
fell short. Crack in the earth.
He fell short of the 274 days that you can ride on a Royal Caribbean ship that's leaving Miami this week. Yeah. So
holy smokes.
If this is your jam, you can go for the better part of a year on a Royal Caribbean ship.
Wow.
I'd go nuts.
For some people, a great deal. For some people,
Yeah, I'm
seems
not
like
sure.
a floating hell that
Yeah.
you've been punished to.
Right?
Yes.
You can, Hoag, if you just want some of it. I think you can go as low as 9-day stretches on this cruise. So.
Oh, so it's not like you sign up 274 days and you're on there for over a year.
You
Stuck.
can.
No, for under a year.
Under a year. Under a year.
You have to take the walk the plank if you lose your mind before then.
Yeah, it's like being in jail with a chance of drowning.
Right.
Right. Well, if floating and something like that is not your thing, you might be interested in looking at Mark Zuckerberg's top secret Hawaiian compound.
Top secret.
So much for being top secret.
Well, interview to several people associated with the project along with public records say 1,400 acre compound with a 5,000-foot underground shelter with his own food and energy supplies. I hope Zuck doesn't know something that we do not. I mean, he probably does, but...
Well, here's the thing. God forbid if there was ever a volcano and he jumped in his bunker and that volcano covered up his bunker door. I don't know. It's around here somewhere. I don't know where it is.
Well, then how would I hear my uncle's opinions on Facebook?
I don't know.
All right. That's all for now, JD.
Thank you, Jack.
We already showed the agent earlier.
So Ray, any trade ideas you got going on up here? Anything going on?
You know, I'm really not much of an afternoon trader, to be honest. I basically bring my lunch pail out early in the morning for me at 5:30 in the morning, and I check in my lunchbox generally around 11:30, I guess, Eastern time, and I just go morning to morning. It's kind of where I spend most of my time, most of my day.
I'm with you on that. Rarely do we really see really good opportunities. I mean, other than the opening range or the delta divergence, which we do not have today. So
yeah.
Just short one just in case we kind of fall apart. But we're seeing some buy side imbalances for the MOCs. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
trading for him.
Yeah, I generally don't do much in the afternoon. I mean, I'm flat by the time lunch hits Eastern time, and then I may, right after lunch, like at 1 p.m. I guess Eastern time, I will see if there might be something that mainly kind of more of a reversion trade, I guess.
Right.
Mean reversion trade. After lunch, but yeah, that's pretty much it. The major moves for me happen, between 10 o'clock in the morning to about noon.
And you're Eastern or Eastern?
No, I'm a Pacific coaster, so I'm doing that math in my head.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So you're out west.
Yeah, I'm out west. Yes.
Okay, so like 7 to 10.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, basically, yeah, 7 to 7 to about 9 o'clock. I think is generally
got it.
Yeah, that's my goal, and I consistently find opportunities there. And then sometimes it's funny. I mean, I've kept stats on myself when I trade away from that window. For some reason, I'm not as consistent. Funny how that works, but.
Well, I mean, you got to be consistent. You got to bring consistency to be consistent, right? Ray, can you see my screen?
Let's see. Let me look. I'm trying to see.
Not now. It's not up now.
I do see your
there
screen.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. So this big green bar up there, you would call Bigfoot, right?
Oh yeah. That's a very good example.
If this were earlier in the session, you'd probably be looking for some buys down here, wouldn't you?
Potentially, yes. That definitely. And we've already gotten. The only thing that I would say I don't like so much is the wicks and these candles that are developing
afterwards.
Yeah, on both sides, right? So it's but I like the fact that it's coming into an area that where Bigfoot has lived before. I might even say that this level below, that's 2035-7, might even be even more juicier for me, but
the other side of that with all those wicks down there.
Yeah. I'd like to be around demand areas if I had my choice. Right. So, but yeah, no, definitely. That's definitely Bigfoot. That is Bigfoot, chupacabra, whatever mythical animal you want to call.
Yeti.
But, let's do this real quick. Let's get a poll out there. How many of you have attended one of the Discord coaches sessions. We can get that poll. I'd like to see what that number is. If not, then bad me, because I should be directing you to that. I mean, this is something we should not be missing.
Yeah, no,
So
absolutely, guys.
I mean, it's if there's a lot of talk, a lot of positive talk about our coaches, but I wanted to know how many people are actually utilizing that. And the thing is, real quick here, we've got I mean, it's almost all day. 3 o'clock at the buzzer, Coach Jay, Coach Paul. Today we've got a market profile class with Coach Vince at 5 o'clock. We also will be having Coach Ray's at 7, and then Coach Dakota's at 8 p.m. Central Time.
Yep.
So lots of stuff. Sharpen those crayons.
Yep. We'll be talking about volume profile today. So for those who are interested.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Coach Vince was a classmate of Ray's.
Oh, he was in the same class?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Also,
maybe not at the same time. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
It's possible. I mean, he seems to ring a bell to me. I mean, when he joined the performance coaching, I seem to remember him at some point.
You had some, Jack?
Yes, I was going to say also, this won't be a poll, but if anyone out there has had a credible encounter with a cryptid of some kind, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, please let us know about that in the chat.
Yeah,
curious. I will have you on this show. I promise.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to talk about an experience they've had with Bigfoot.
Yeah, I was out there with my moonshine, and all of a sudden I saw this thing. He come up to me. You know what, though? I tell you, honestly, I am intrigued by cryptic things. I mean, the question, sort of, I digress here, but it's like, the Patterson Gimlin Bigfoot film. I mean, that was pretty good. It was pretty good. Why hasn't anything better come out than that? I mean,
that's a good question.
I mean, there's a lot of pictures, and what I really hate is all the hoaxers that sort of spin it off. But I would love this. I would love to have proof that there's an 8-foot.
Looks like came up to a level up there on the top too. What is this? This is S&P?
Yes.
Yeah. So this might be something that you might be able to fade back to. I don't know what that green line is, but
that's
looks
the
like
trend line that comes off the tops of the 30-minute chart here.
Oh,
here,
okay.
I'll put it up. There you go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So that might be. I mean, it's developing a very nice bearish engulfing candle as we speak.
Yeah.
I mean, if that holds, there's no reason why I couldn't kind of travel back down to the other side of initial balance, or that green line that you have, that green curly line. I don't think that's VWAP, is it?
Green curly. This one?
No, the one above that right there. Yeah.
That's VWAP. Yep.
Yeah. So that's my have you hugged VWAP recently play. Right. So we haven't hugged sorry. If we haven't been to VWAP in a while, and it's VWAP's overdue for a hug.
Yeah. Well, let's go give it a hug then.
Go ahead, boys.
I've never slept. I've never seen Bigfoot, but I slept with grizzlies.
Oh, nice. But yeah, that looks like a pretty juicy play there for maybe a run to VWAP.
Yeah, we're seeing MOC buy side, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll just gotta play.
I love the location. Like you tell us all the time. You don't have to risk too much here to participate, right?
Yep.
We had a poll coming out, 286 votes. Yes, Carl Walenska. You've attended a Discord coaching session. 55 said no, 44 said yes, which I think is a nice number. But question is, why did we have 55 that said no? Do you not know about it? Do you know not how to get there? It is available, so just ask.
Yes. And if you attend my session, I'll sing whatever favorite tune.
You've got a friend.
I'm a Kenny Rogers kind of guy, so I like the gambler. Not that not appropriate for trading, but
you know what though? I mean, it pretty much you could say, "Hey, I'm trading." No one to.
Yeah.
How does it go?
No one to hold them, no one to walk away. Yeah, I think that's very words to live by, guys. Words to live by.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, a lot of us don't know when to do any of those things.
Correct.
And that's part of the education that we have to start sort of honing and following along. When do you fold them? When do you hold them? When do you run away?
Absolutely.
When Bigfoot comes after you.
Yeah, exactly. Or Bigfoot's evil sister. One of those two.
Why is the sister evil? I mean,
I don't know. That's an inside joke. That's a therapy session that has yet to happen.
All right, I won't say nothing. But I think everybody has that evil sister somewhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Stovis says, do you guys still have that challenge to pass the trading combine using only live cattle?
Live cattle?
I think that's for that Stetson, right?
Yeah, we had someone claim
okay.
it.
No wonder I was getting these requests coming into coaching about cattle.
All right,
We need to do another one.
Cattle. So
where are we on that, Jack? Did we sent we had somebody pass live cattle. We sent the head out.
Yeah, you got the Stetson.
The person goes by Sky Rebel or something in the chat, but he has received the Stetson, and I think this week is having a dinner where he's going to send us a photo.
Oh, very nice.
All right, cool.
He can share his porterhouse steak.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do a little brainstorm on what the next challenge should be. What would be the prize for the lumber challenge?
Some sort of totem pole?
A log?
Trading totem pole?
How about just lumber? Lumber's so expensive nowadays.
Yeah, right?
A redwood tree?
You get some 3/4 inch plywood. You can do whatever you want.
Some random length 2x4s.
Yeah, so some pressed wood. There you go.
I mentioned that, maybe we'll make this official. If someone can pass using only the Dow, I'll send them an abacus. The first one, because
I like that.
Send them a reminder for their colonoscopy.
Oh my god!
I like it.
Oh, here we go.
I wonder if D is still short the S&Ps. D is still short.
Are you with us?
Yeah, this looks like
D Trader says he passed only trading the Dow.
Yeah. This could very well look like a D play.
She's still short.
Yes. And there's really no reason not to be in it, to be honest. I mean, it hasn't been invalidated, so there it goes.
There it goes.
You see, it's the moment I spoke. Thank you, D.
See? Say that again.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it. You don't want to mess with the trading gods too much.
You don't want to go to the well too many times, right?
No, not at all.
So there are trading gods. I swear to God,
I paid them every night. I don't know about you guys, but
no, no response.
No response.
We're definitely out trade gods.
Yes.
No mercy whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
You had an out trade, and the out trade was a winner. The out trade gods were with you.
Yes.
If it was a loss, nope.
No, exactly.
Right. Wasn't that, Johnny, where it's like if there was an out trade and it was a profitable out trade, you had to give the phone client the profit?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, wasn't that it?
No, if there was an error during the day and you had to execute what they wanted at a worse price, you had to pay them. But if it was an overnight out trade, then that was all you.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. All right. I remember that because the thing is, I remember them a few houses, bitching about that. You know, but that's how it was. And the thing is, too, you being in the pit, you're going to give them whatever they want because you want that business.
Right.
Sure, you're going to take a hit. Sure, you're going to write a check. Whatever you guys need, let us know. Oh, they'd let you know. Oh boy, they would. They would let you know. And you'd write that check, But a lot of us, I think all of us had error accounts where the group that you were in, anything that you'd profit, you throw a little in this error account, throw a little next month, next week. So if you did have an error, you wouldn't be pulling it out of your pocket. You take it out of the error account, write them a check, and with a smile say, "Here you go," and quote the market. What do you got?
Yeah, nice.
It's usually what it was. What do you got? What's in there? What's in there? All right. So we've got 90-bit even. My biggest error count was 16,000. Well, I had an error with Manny Hanny.
Was it a winner?
It was a $64,000 loser.
Ouch.
Ouch. Yeah. They brought this clerk from the Board of Trade, and I think we did the arbitrage before,
Yeah, they're a little different.
They're a little different. Their hundreds are our thousands. And Manny Hanny used to do 2,000 lots. They were a big player. You might want to remember the Manny Hanny Open. I think that was a golf tournament they'd sponsor. But anyway, they do 2,000 lots with us. We do them. And Goldman and Morgan would take most of them, but they had this new guy come there and shoot a 2,000 lot at me. So we're working to sell a 2,000 lot, and I'm like, hey, you got 150 done, 200 done, 300, 800, 1,200 done, and he's looking at me going, huh? He's like, the puppy, the tilted head puppy, like, you talking to me? You talking to me? No. And then it's like, whoa, stop what you're doing. Everybody's done. And then that's when I was a clerk in a D-Mark pit. My broker's like, what do you mean stop? What do you mean stop? How many do you want? He's like, and then he does the 2,000 again. 200, he says. 200.
You said 2,000.
You said 2,000, yeah. But the thing is, wrote the check and it got the business the next day. So I mean, it's like, all right. Bite the bullet. Ouch. Ouchie. So, hey, we got 2 minutes before we see 250 and Heath B says it's going to be wild. Why do you say that, Heath?
Yeah, there's a lot of buy-side MOCs.
Okay, well, let's see what happens here. So we'll be done at 3 o'clock, and you'll still have 10 more minutes, but it's probably best to be flat at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because if you're not, then most likely you're in trouble.
Yeah, we don't want to be filled with hopium.
No. I got out of that position just, I don't think it's going anywhere, and we get buy MOCs, so we'll see.
Brian Overcash says, what's an MOC, John? No, tell him.
D, if you're still short, I got out. You better stay short. MOC is an order that is closed, market on close.
Yes. So you got that minute to fill the order. Market on close. Any price within that 1 minute. And then they would, sometimes they'd open it. Well, I think all the times they would close the market closed. And then they would give you like a minute. They would open it back up. Maybe not a minute. How long was that, John? They'd open it back up in case somebody didn't have any orders filled. It was
like 5 minutes.
Was it that long?
I think. Yeah, but they did that because, legally you can only trade in the pit during the regular trading hours. Some people actually went to jail because they filled orders or did something for a customer after the close. They didn't. It didn't happen openly in front of the entire pit. They just put it into somebody, and the exchange then changed the rules they called it curb trading, which is basically what the exchange started at, was on basically on a street curb. But they would open the markets like 5 minutes after the regular close for 5 minutes to help anybody that needed to flatten up.
Right.
And you could only trade inside the closing range. You couldn't trade outside the closing range. So if somebody came in and you couldn't put in orders off the floor at the time, but if somebody was stuck on something, they may they may be bidding for the high of the opening or the closing range the entire session, and nobody else gets anything done.
Right. I believe the technical term for that close would it was called the modified close. At least in the grain room at the Chicago Board of Trade, it was called the modified close.
Yeah, Merck, it was curb trade.
I tell you, there was
always a little
of
differences
similarities.
between the exchanges.
Yeah, a lot of similarities, but there's many differences.
Yep.
Well, it's like, they were the National League, we were the American League. You guys got your pinch or your pitchers bat, our pitchers don't. It was. But the thing is, that was just it. And then all of a sudden, the Chicago Mercantile started to mass exodus to the Chicago Board of Trade. And before you know it, we were all there.
Yeah. I don't know if you see it, but Dambrook says the MOC was a storm in a teacup today, using your adjective there. I love that.
Yes.
What's your P&L now, Hoag?
I don't even know.
That's a good place to be.
$180.
There you go. It's 180 is 180.
Hey, that'll buy a couple of lattes.
Yeah.
There you go.
And a Happy Meal.
Mm-hmm. And a Happy Meal, yep.
There's another comment from D. You got that, Johnny?
Yeah. She's just talking to Dambrook, saying, "Yeah, it can go either way, and nearly always a storm in a teacup, just strong enough to shake out the weak positions."
Mm-hmm.
And we were out before it, so we were the strong positions. D.
Strong like bull is big bull.
Yes.
It's big.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. D. I mean, we're just still hanging here. So tomorrow's another day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And speaking of tomorrow, we still got some time here. And tomorrow we have for our economic calendar. Let's see what we've got here. I'm going to refresh it and get you fresh stuff, only fresh. Tomorrow, hasta mañana, we will have building permits tomorrow at 7:30. So before Johnny and myself show our presents, and I'm not talking Christmas presents, we'll be here. Building permits will be out. Housing starts will be out. Here's another one. Watch if you're trading crude. Lots of Canadian numbers coming out. The CPI core, as our good friend Deanna told us to correlate, and I see there is a lot at 7:30. 7:55 Red Book. We've got a 10:30 these are all Central Times. 10:30 Atlanta Fed GDP. We also will be having our here's one. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. A TIC net long-term transactions. And I think that's it.
We also see Bostic on the calendar here to speak tomorrow at 11:30 Central. One of the talking feds.
Nice.
Bostic. Hey, Bostic.
Taking notes, guys.
Take them. Yeah, yes. Share like. All right. Well, inside of 5 minutes, taking a look tomorrow. Now, remember, boys and girls, that, Topstep, it's the only futures trading stream with a stacked lineup every day of the week. And we're here to support you bell to bell, opening bell to closing bell, and beyond. Beyond. No one else is doing that. Beyond infinity.
A Buzz Lightyear.
Infinity and beyond.
Infinity and beyond.
There you go.
Buzz Light position.
So yeah, tomorrow we're looking at once again an all-star crew. I will share with you who we do have, and that's going to be tomorrow is Tuesday. Trades by Matt will be with us. Okay. It's going to be for the fast market. It's going to be 8:30. Excuse me. Max Maserati. We're going to see if we can get some trades on this earlier session with Max Maserati. So Andre and myself will be joining Max Maserati. Jack has a special secret guest for Top Quiz. Group coaching with Robert and Hoag. What you guys going to do? Johnny?
What are we going to do? We're going to ask questions.
Oh, okay.
Ask anything.
Let's go get anything. All right. Back to the futures.
He's going to be out, so.
That's right. That's right.
We invite Robert back.
Robbie. Robbie's doing a good job on this. Keep an eye on economic reports. That little thing you see right down there. It's right down there. It's Robbie's working at it.
He's the
Martin
platform master.
He is. Very smart guy. Back to the futures with Martin tomorrow. Me and Hoag are we're gonna shake down Martin, find out what he knows, and share it with everybody.
Martin's a good man. I've had a couple of good conversations with Martin.
I think he's now.
Martin's a good guy for sure. And then tomorrow we got the Power Hour with Cami Capital, Jack, Andre, Hoag, and moi. So, yeah. So before we say goodbye, Jack, do you have any closing comments? Anything else I might have forgotten?
Nothing off the top of my head. Someone was asking why the voice of God slanders the Dow. I have my reasons. But that's for another day. We're almost finished here.
Yes, we are. We got about 2 minutes. Coach Ray, any closing comments?
Demand your location and wait for the timing. Demand your location at every opportunity. Make sure you can justify it.
Okay, you got that right. That's for sure.
Very good.
Mr. Hoagland.
Well, it was great to see everybody today. We had Dee, we had Anne Marie, we had all of us, we have Ray. More tomorrow. Thanks to everybody on the production team and everybody from Topstep work in the chat. You guys do such a great job. Stay cool, calm, collected. Be kind to yourselves and others, and make sure you pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get.
Man, I tell you, if that's something, I'm glad that you remind us each and every day, Johnny. That's something very important. And remember also, like I said, we've got the Discord classes, but make sure that you're taking time out for the family. You know, if you've spent all day here behind these monitors, get your ass up, walk around, do something, get dinner ready, do some laundry, see where the kids are. This is always going to be here for you. So keep that in mind. And I guess until we meet again tomorrow, we'll be here at 8:00 Central. Right away, chop, chop, chop. We'll do our opening call, and we'll see where we go from there. But otherwise, I don't know how much time we got here. A couple seconds left. I'd like to thank those that helped us in our YouTube chat. Great stuff here from the early morning all the way. So they're doing bell to bell too. Give them a little cred on that. Of course, also those that are in the back as far as Jack and JD. And that is going to be it. So, folks, have yourself a great evening. Get some rest. Remember family time, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Coach Ray. You have a good one, man. Take care.
Yep. All right. Take care, guys. Good to see everyone.